Probably something like Guardian Angel. You die once, that's it. You can't have second chances.
I think remove that stance. I think it's good. It's too unfair to only have it for melee champions as well. Like the item should be long gone, I think.
Probably Hullbreaker. It brings a really toxic way of playing the game, in my opinion. I think you don't really need it to split push, but it helps you cheat the macro that's usually needed.
Ex-drinker. I'm playing mages and I cannot burst anyone.
I'd like more items, if that makes sense. I think like the more options there are in the game, the more fun it is. I don't necessarily would want to remove an item.
I mean, I'll remove Rocket Build, so more people can build Night Harvester.
Crown of the Shattered Queen. I don't see anyone buying that item. It feels so pointless.
Remove Anathema's Chains. It's really broken, especially when the enemy team has only one source of AP or AD damage. It's completely unplayable for that carry to play against the enemy tanks.
Their favorite AD item, I just removed Gale Force to begin with.
So what makes you the super fan for JDXL?
Well, I love the NLC, and you know, especially when XL and JDXL now got involved. I was like, this is really.
Yo, big man.
This is really good.
Acquisition, interview, convened. June, listen, let's go, boy. What are we saying? What's going on here, bro?
This is a fan on the street segment for JDXL.
For JDXL, spreadsheets, Bill Gates, them man, love it. PowerPoint, big fan. Anyway, look at my creps though. Little pan down. These are the mobility boosts. I use this to run man down in the op block jungle when I'm trying to equalize no rumble. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
No.
Who do you play against this week?
Astralis.
Astralis. Listen, I've got some bars for you. This track has been supplied. Let's get inside. Let's do something. I'm repping XL, and when we beat Astralis, I'm gonna do the running man. These Danes are gonna spam Fs and GGs like a requiem. That's a Carthus ulti coming, man. You brought back Vendetto, but without them Voxnay, I won't be tricked. That's a chessboard without a king, aka a disaster. No wonder you guys have Carlson, because you're all stuck in Grandmaster and won't make EU Masters. And I'm simply the best in the mid the way I've got MNS. That's Marks, not Venza. Now just remember that you can't censor. We ain't friends. I've got a Matt LeBlanc to dish out chains, and now Cress is crying because he can't cleanse her. Astralis talent. I should laugh, but I'm not able. You man should just rename to legs, the way you're always at the bottom of the table.
I ult here.
Look behind. She's stunned. Kill Lissandra.
I have EN3. I have EN3.
We can fight it. You hard win.
Here.
You hard win. Just go on.
Go Drake.
I just eject flank. You can or.
Nice. Oh no, needed
nice.
Like less, but it's okay. Get mid probably. I think you can. I still.
No dopamine in the private disc.
Look something top. Oh, they are looking. Yeah, they are top. Just give turret, I think.
Xin Shao is here.
Yeah.
They use this under ult. Nice. Holy shit.
He's on me too. We can start.
Nash.
Yeah, we should just do Nash.
Go Nash.
Yeah.
Unless Lissandra is.
Yeah, we Nash.
No.
Yeah.
We go Nash.
I will just think Pixel.
Go for it.
Think
Nash.
We can chase.
We can chase after.
Go. I can TP in 5
I
seconds.
ult. Come.
Care for Renata.
He's bubbled.
I'm looking. Do you have juice?
Wait.
No.
Kill him. Look, Xin.
Yeah.
Move the kibble.
I push bot.
Yeah.
They TP top.
They're tipping top. What?
We can take bot in him. I look.
Yeah, this guy's going. I stand him.
Yeah. Oh, they could move.
Play together.
Man is dead.
Which?
Pick up one. Yeah.
We're 1 HP.
You're 2v.
Okay, go mid.
Last for it. Well.
Okay, don't let them live. No survivors.
GG.
Look, KDA.
Where's my juicer? Oh, my juicer is dead.
My juicer is dead, man.
Oh, disaster.
Oh, little boss can pin it.
Yeah, I will ult soon.
They will try to engage when I end. When I end, they try to engage.
Yeah, I will stun them here. Look.
Okay. But it's hard to engage, no? Or we should just go insta, but I think it's better. Just don't hit this, don't hit this, don't hit this.
Yeah, I think push mid, no?
Reset.
Just slowly poke, maybe?
You want to end this?
You need form, by the way, you need form.
Yeah, that's why I need slow.
I can get it slowly now.
Kill the first guy?
Ash.
Yeah, I'll kill this.
Yeah.
Play with things.
Can you flash the Lolo?
Can we end bot?
Nice. Holy fuck.
Yes, end the fucking game.
Did you see my flash? Oh my fucking god.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the NLC, the Northern League of Legends Championship, where 10 teams are climbing Mount Targon to try and dethrone the winners of Spring Split X7. So far, JDXL are undefeated, but 7 teams are looking from the shadow. One slip is all it takes for these teams to catch up. But remind yourselves that during this split, summer split, no one is allowed to make any mistake, because the bottom 2 teams will fight for relegations, while the top teams will head on to European Masters to try and get revenge from Spring Split. It is week 3, day 5, and my name is Alexandre Arsharon Maya. And without further ado, it is with great pleasure that I finally can say his name back into the pre-show, Mikael Goldberg Nielsen.
Whoa, that's me. That's
alongside
crazy.
with Adrian Gemada Walton the Throne.
Thorn.
So close.
Almost. I respect it. Considering you're not Danish, you know, it was that good? It was pretty good. It was. I mean, it was not good, but it was pretty. It was. Yeah, all right.
You completely missaid mine. It's a different word.
I really tried though.
But I'm not going to try and say yours. I applaud you. Good job.
Mine is also a really tough one. Moving on to the people that are going to be casting, screaming, and analyzing the games throughout the day. It is not only Trouble, but alongside Viper Rune. Welcome back.
Notice he didn't try to say our last name.
Oh, but we can try to say his. Thank you so much, Alessandra Arsoromaya.
There you go.
Yeah. That's
Don't try to
impressive.
say mine.
I couldn't.
Let's skip.
No chance in hell that I could say that.
Hello, happy to be here.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm feeling this. I'm feeling this. I'm feeling the hype. Now, do you want to meet the teams as well? You met the casters, the analysts, but you need to meet the 10 teams that are competing on the Northern League of Legends Championship. So if you can, get it on the map. And
I have to be back and talk about the good side of the north we get here, okay? So most people would probably be looking on this island. They're like, what are we looking at over here? I tell you what, that's Iceland, okay? Used to be part of Denmark, no longer is. They're independent now. So Dusty actually hailing from Iceland. Moving all the way to the right, you get the beautiful country of Finland. A little more forested, you know, a little more, I don't know what the proper word is, more silent, I guess. It's more relaxed. They got the saunas, but we have Nuriki hailing from here. Sweden, currently, we don't have any representation from them. I don't really know what's going on here. We have a couple Swedish players, but where the big boys are coming from, that's from Norway. Vanier, Bifrost, and Riddle, of course, coming in clutch, representing their team from Norway. And now this might be a small country, but we got big ambitions, and we got great we got decent teams from here. We have Astralis and Singularity as well. And the two teams here, they don't matter to me, so I don't really care about it.
So we have on UK side, M&M alongside with JDXL, and on the Isle of Man with the flag, with the foot in the feet, it is X7, the team that won Spring Split. So you know the teams, you know the casters, but do you know what happened in the previous week? Well, we'll tell you all about it as we do the recap. And we started off with X7, where we thought, okay, what is happening with X7? Well, they're looking good now.
Yeah, they are looking a lot better than their week 1 performances. Of course, loads of factors going on there, but here in week 2, they were out to perform, and in particular, this is the one fight where maybe I thought, are we just going to see a week 1 performance? But Tempt comes in with the Azir, and that was probably the moment from this point on where we could confidently say X7 looked like the team that are at the very least used to. Vanier, pretty good performance up until this point.
And I think it still goes down to the fact that in spring, we had a lot of teams coming through, and we made not per se the excuse, but they had the excuse that, you know what, they're a new team, they're kind of trying to gel together. Yeah. For summer, we've also had a lot of substitution. That kind of makes it the second spring. Some of these teams will need time to kind of get into each other and get integrated in some of their systems that they've had in their team. So I'm not going to sell them out just yet. We might just see some teams have a slower start than others.
Yeah. We have one team that doesn't have a lot of changes and are still undefeated, JDXL. Well, versus Astralis. We were expecting a lot from Astralis.
Yeah, we were. Honestly, Astralis have been looking significantly better than their spring counterpart. And, I mean, honestly, they had an opportunity to take this game. I feel like it was just JDXL, you know, allowing themselves to have the Gwen. And, yeah, when Gwen's open, you probably have to open.
It also, once again, goes back to some of the same issue Astralis had last bit, right? They struggled towards the late game. They struggled getting a lead going. And when you're then playing against the JDXL, who's looking like a well-oiled machinery, you're just not going to get away with it.
No, not at all. And this game, honestly, it was the weirdest sort of like slow burning but exciting game ever, because it felt like it was a true game of cat and mouse. Excuse the pun, of course, we have Twitch and Yuumi in the game, but it was Dusty doing a really good job of effectively just tracking Odie on the Yuumi, making on the Twitch rather, never allowing him to open up, but he gets to do it once 40 minutes into the game, and Bifrost effectively just closed out the game from that point. And then we had SNG Nuriki, where yeah, SNG showed up, and Nuriki, at the very least, had a very good read on their drafts, honestly. I quite liked it.
I think Nuriki in general, like we saw it as well, taking that one game against Bifrost that they had, right? Despite them being only 2-2, they're still a team that showed massive improvements from week 1 to week 2. And once again, important to remember, in spring, Nuriki looked kind of terrible in the beginning, but they were one of the teams that improved the most throughout the course of the split. So this is a team, once again, has a slow start, but traditionally speaking, really just ramps up the later into the split we get.
They do have some changes, but they still keep that Azitora Bagnale bot lane, which is terrifying at least. And now with this patch, let's see where this is going to take Nuriki. They're looking good. But now, M&M versus Riddle, and Riddle at full force.
Yeah, Riddle full force, they looked terrifying throughout with their full roster. And to be honest with you, I had a lot of hope for M&M with this draft, because I feel like they had one job, don't die in the early game, but Kevo and Nash played out the Nami Lucian spectacularly through lane and then into the mid stages of the game as well. It was just so suffocating, and we never really got to see the fantasy of Twitch and Renard come online.
I do understand the theory behind it though, because we get so slow games every now and then, but then you still cannot underestimate the fact that comps like this can still get punished. We haven't seen it all too much, but you can't just blind pick full scale and expect to get away with it. And specifically, once again, playing against the likes of, you know, Nami Lucian, you make one mistake in the early game, you're not getting back into lane.
No, it's too tough.
But enough with the past. Send us to the future and slap that schedule to see what games are we going to have today. No, that's the standings. Slap in on the standings right now. JDXL still undefeated in first place, followed up by Bifrost with only one loss versus Nuriki. This is why they have a +3 over there in the standings. Even though everybody's on third place, you can see that Astralis are dropping in a little bit. Dusty as well. Riddle with a new team at full force, just jumping in the standings. Vanier slowly going down. Next 7 finally getting a grip of the new team. M&M on the second to last place, and Team Singularity is still struggling to find their first victory.
I mean, the big surprise to me is just the fact that so many teams have managed to go 2-2. You see that the likes of Nuriki, right, moved up 2 spots. The same can be said for Riddle, but then you also look at the others taking a step down. So I think, once again, we have a pretty clear bottom and a pretty clear top, and the rest feels like fair game between the teams.
Yeah, I hope this just kind of sets up for a very entertaining week 3, where like when you have tables like this, you kind of just every game continues to matter, and that's what makes the NLC very, very fun. So I'm hoping that we at the very least get to see, you know, the likes of maybe our top team tripping up a little bit to make the middle of the pack a little spicy, and same thing for the bottom half, right? Making sure M&M and SNG at least try to start to get competitive from here.
Now that we know how the teams are standing in, let's see that schedule I was talking about. We have a lot of good games today. We start up with Nuriki versus JDXL. On an interview with Nuriki, they told me they can take JDXL. Let's see if it's a promise or if it's going to go down the drain. Dusty versus Vanier is going to be a spicy one, followed up by Riddle Esports versus X7. This, to me, is one to look out for. Astralis talent will probably show themselves today unless M&M Gaming have anything to say. Bifrost versus Team Singularity is going to be a David versus Goliath.
Yeah, no, I mean, for me, we was kind of talking sort of rehearsals kind of time. First 3 games, definitely kind of exciting.
100%.
For me, I'm definitely looking at X7 Riddle. I think, you know, when you sort of dive into the storylines a little bit, that's where I'm looking at the, you know, grabbing the popcorn, grabbing the snacks, and hopefully we get a good series. Stefan, MC, swap sides, and as well, X-Organization. Very fun matchup.
Yeah, for me specifically, I'm also looking at Dusty Vanier. I think we have a former Scandinavian legends, right? Ericsson coming back into Vanier in the mid lane, then Voxner being back in the north as well, down in that bottom lane. Both haven't really had the split so far, or the start rather, that they probably wanted, but I feel like this is a good stepping stone for either of them to really just move forward.
So you know what games are going to be playing today. You know the past, you know the future, but we need to see the present with the news coming in from Trouble and Viper Rune.
Viper in trouble, bringing you the NLC news. We've been told the news. We're going to tell you the news.
Are we allowed?
Well, that's the segment.
Oh.
So yes, we are.
Oh, I wasn't told by a producer that we need to tell them the news. I thought it was our news.
But yeah, but it's the news that we give.
Ah, right.
Why don't you...
Okay, Xbox lovers, League of Legends and all other big games from Riot Games are coming to Game Pass. That means if you do hold a Game Pass, you will have access to all of the champions as well as all the new champions since day 1. The collaboration, of course, between Riot Games and Xbox will come into fruition this winter, and there will be including games such as Wild Rift, Legends of Runeterra, Valorant, and Teamfight Tactics. And Gulbok in the rehearsal says, I played all of them. Nice flex. Let's go on.
I mean, where do you have time to play all those games?
I'll just play TFT and maybe some Valorant.
You know, Little Legends, get involved.
He has a lot of free time, you know.
But when we talk about League of Legends itself, gotta remind you all that the LEC is back, baby, and we're starting up with a Super Week, 3 days of games. NLC Division 2 did it first, but that's fine. They can borrow it too. Massively huge though. We've got good teams, we've got good talent, we've got an audience back in the studio for the first time in a long time. We're going to have live crowds for European League of Legends again.
That's going to be so exciting to actually see people in the studio cheering for their favorite players and what, of course, that does to players once they're on stage. Talking, of course, about players, we have some that are really good in our league as well. And let's bring up the leaderboard for the solo bolos that have happened this season. Because, yeah, you guessed it again, MNS is yet again on the top of that list with 9 solo kills to his name, more than double than the second person on that list, which is Crispberg from Astralis Talent. And I want to remind everyone that MNS finished his season last spring with 34 solo kills.
It's a team game, Emners. Come on, get some assists. I'd like to see his assist numbers versus kill numbers.
Get some
that would be
assists,
fascinating. We'll have to ask stats about that one, but when we talk about teams, we talk about people doing well, we talk about people doing badly. Let's talk about patches. 12.10 hit, and some teams adapted to it rather well. X7, of course, we talked about their struggles in week 1. Nuriki also failed to grab anything on 12.9. Slow to start, but last week they both picked up perfect weeks. 2 and 0 when it came to 12.10. Unfortunately for Dusty, for the Icelandic Giants, they were the opposite. They knew how to play 12.9, maybe didn't have enough time to scrim on 12.10, unfortunately, as they got 2 defeats. The trouble, they've got an opportunity today to bring it back.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like if you're looking for teams that are really strong on 12.10, I think X7 and Nuriki are your 2 best bets. I think they have grasped the meta the best. And that's all from us, ladies and gents.
We're going to head back to the...
We went.
Thank you so much for that one. Get some assists. That was a lovely pick. But picking on patch 12.10, nobody knows where they are. Players are complaining, coaches are complaining, people are having fun, in my opinion, as well. Let's talk about what really affected patch 12.10. Where do we start?
Yeah, I guess towers, big thing.
Towers.
I mean, honestly, the entire patch just makes me glad I'm a retired coach, to be honest with you. But, towers, probably the biggest one, right? To me, aside from obviously everybody getting the base stat changes. It's just a lot harder to dive, specifically after like sort of the first 8-10 minutes or so. The tower damage really starts to ramp up. Early game is still doable because everybody has slightly higher base HP, but then your diving targets with higher base HP too.
That's the thing, right? To get into the numbers you have there, so you get kind of up towards the 70% extra HP that we had, but then you also have the towers who got buffed with, I think 35 it was changed. So in the early game, those level 1s there, it is going to take like 2 tower shots to really get over it, but as you set yourself towards that 8-minute mark, that's where it really starts to hit hard, and that's why teams are kind of struggling with the amount of damage coming through from these towers.
I mean, I'm an aggressive top laner, and I've learned to just respect the turret and not just dive as I used to do. So those maybe are complicated, as I just did a DJ on this moment. But moving on this patch, what else do we have on the 12.10? We do have some specific picks. And if you're more durable, well, it tastes like purple. Lulu is back into the meta with NLC, 70% pick, but whew,
I have a bone to pick with this one, right? Because enchanters are everything people are playing in solo queue at the moment. I'm a support player. These are the most boring champion you can play, okay? They're just not as fun. There's not much enough playmaking in it. So the fact that it's not working in competitive in a patch where these extended team fights were supposed to do more, I mean, come on, guys. We're supposed to make this work here, okay? So I want to see the AD carries, if they finally get into a position where they can make work of these extended team fights, then the Lulu actually comes into fruition. It even works, you know, Arden Center together with Azir. All of a sudden, this champion works as well on that regard. But it just seems like it's one of these picks where teams maybe haven't fully gotten the situation where they have the proper scrim and the proper systems integrated as to why they and how they want to play this champion, because we have just had a meta that has been Nautilus, Leona, Thresh for like the half of the year. Yeah, exactly.
It's been a long time since we've had enchanters in the meta. And I feel like, yeah, teams just need more time to adapt, because right now, 0% win rate. Clearly, teams just don't know how to play it just yet. But the other big picks for me,
there you go.
Gnar, Viego, particularly Gnar, I think has just been the huge winner. Obviously, we have pretty positive stats here in the NLC, but in general, his whole sort of playstyle, a lot of the time when you are looking to counter Gnar, the best windows to do it, when he's in mini, obviously, but having those higher base stats and having the towers also be buffed up just makes it so hard to work around the timings.
It's an interesting one as well, because it was not necessarily always a priority pick. Sometimes you just saw it come through as R5. This is not a pick where it was contested last week, but it was more just
it's one of those picks.
Picked it and it just worked out. So I wonder, moving into this week now, is this going to look like a way more contested pick than we had in our previous week, or is it going to stay the same where it just feels like a stable for some of the top laners?
What is his priority though with Viego? 12 first picks coming in. Why is he so hot right now?
I think I can answer that one. I think it's because all of the other sort of S-tier junglers end up banned away, and Viego just ends up being the best available jungler still up. You know, things like the Lilia, the Gwen, technically, I've heard rumors it's a flex. I haven't seen it too much. But of course, the Wukong as well is the other big one. Those picks often are banned away in the first 3, which often leaves up Viego as kind of like the next best thing. So I feel like teams have at the very least recognized he is still one of those power picks moving out into 12-10.
It's one of the same things with like the likes of Fiora. Their passive stick get hit in terms of like the healing reduction and all of this stuff that comes through, but not enough. So you know, on the durability patch, like you play against a Viego, you look at him, he's pretty much unkillable on 2 items. You look at it again, what, he didn't even build Death Stance yet. It just feels unfair. So this is a champion that once again can benefit of the longer team fights, can be an initiator, can be a skirmisher, allows you to still have some early game prowess, specifically when you have so many scaling solo laners like this here, something we said that needs some time to jam up a little bit. So for me, it's just a pick that it's easy, it's reliable, and it's a champion we've been playing for a really long time that the junglers don't have to try something new with.
And it's still really early into this patch, and even though we have new champions, we do have some teams trying to get an understanding of what is happening, and one that actually popped off was Nuriki. They won versus Bifrost as well. That is a big thing.
Yeah, no, I think their reads on the drafts are really, really strong. I think all of their answers, specifically into, honestly, for me, more into the SNG game than their Bifrost game. Obviously, I think what we saw out of the Bifrost game was a little bit of a mixture of 12-9 and 12-10, whereas the game against SNG actually felt like a 12-10 patch game. And from top to bottom, I just feel like, you know, things like seeing the Vel'Koz for the first time in God knows how long was probably the biggest thing to me, to see that come out into the Leo. That was really fun. But the other side of the coin, obviously, Eminem, I mean, we heard it from the horse's mouth, right? When we had Chimera on the post show, he said, we were struggling, we were really good on 12-9, 12-10, it's just not quite our tempo.
And I don't know if you're superstitious, but every time there's been relegations in NLC,
okay,
Eminem has gone to fight through relegations to stay in the league. We didn't have relegations last time around, so they were not last.
Yeah.
Now they're back. I'm just saying.
It's early
just saying, it's a little sus.
My question to you guys is, this patch, is it allowing to be original, to bring innovation as well? Do you see a clear window and teams are still trying to open it?
So for me specifically, I take a look at all the different leagues we have, right? Because it just seems like no one has really decided as to what is the best thing to do right now. And I'm looking at Superliga specifically at a team like Bison's that has been experimenting a lot with the likes of Seri top lane, on in the mid lane as well, just because he's so beefy, he's so tanky, scales up well as well. I don't even think we've begun to grasp the surface of what can be done on this patch yet. And I'm just looking for teams to become more experimental because people don't really know what the meta is like. You can define your own meta if you want to.
Yeah, and I think for me, even like seeing the LPL come online, we've barely seen any Swain here in the NLC, for example. So I think there is loads left to be done, even aggressive picks like Clister in the early game to punish some of these late game scalers we're seeing consistently be picked.
We still have a lot to learn on the 12.10, but we do know the players that we have, and this is exactly why we're going to play a game. So this is going to be the dream team of NLC, and I need you guys to make your dream team. So let me explain the rules for you guys and you guys back at home to understand what is going to happen. We'll have every single player of NLC set up for you both, and you need to make a player champion select. You can only pick one player per team. You're not allowed to take more than one player from one team. So you pick top, then we go to jungle, then we go to mid lane, and after that, we have the ban phase where each of you will ban one player and you are not allowed to pick it. Then wrap it up, and the deciding factor of this game is going to be you at home on chat. So there's going to be a vote for you guys, a poll vote, for you guys to decide which team is better. So let me know, and then I'll tell who won. You need some leverage. So far it has been rough for you in terms of games, so I'll allow you to pick first, okay?
You know, I've been thinking about it more and more. I'm very torn between Chasey and Cries. I feel like I'm actually gonna take... I'm gonna take Chasey.
Yes.
Okay, so X7, Chasey, Jamada top lane.
Yeah.
Why?
For me, I feel like Chasey has been performing very well individually inside of his own lanes. I don't feel like we've necessarily had a true pop-off game, perhaps, like what we'd seen from Cries on the Gwen last week. But I feel like when we had Chasey into Cries on that week 1, day 1 matchup, that he at the very least had the better of it. Albeit I can't actually recall the matchup, but he was doing totally fine. I think it was actually a skill matchup. So for now, I'm taking Chasey because I don't actually feel like I want anyone else off of X7.
Okay, counter.
Well, I'm going straight up with Christ here. I think.
Really?
You're going to be making question marks, but what I'm building here is not just a team with 5-star specs player. I'm building a super team. I won't get too far into the strategies here, as there is a risk of me getting banned out. But I've made clear calculations in terms of how we build the best super team here. And for me to make that work, I mean, Christ with his expertise has to be in the top lane.
I'll allow you guys at the end to make closing arguments to understand the team, because apparently we have more than only players. Jamada, what do you pick for the jungle?
The other reason why I didn't take Kryze is because I wanted Dan on the lineup.
Touche.
Yeah, Dan, I just feel like is consistently one of, if not the best jungler in our league. Very, very smart, very, very commanding in terms of what we've tend to hear about Dan. And I feel like as an in-game leader, Dan probably one of the best people you can have on your roster.
Okay, so that is going to be your jungle. Then, Goldberg.
Yeah, you talk about in-game leaders. Because of that fact, I have to go with Flipper in the jungle, coming in clutch.
Wow.
Now, Flipper is a guy that, I go way back with, okay? He's been in the Danish league since I coached in the Danish league as well. And I think every time I've spoken with Flipper, but both with him, but also with teammates, they have two things to say. Flipper is the best in-game leader you can have because he will never shut up. And number two, he's the worst in-game leader you can have because he will never shut up. So I just feel like we need a vocal guy in our team, and Flipper, to me, will fill that role.
Okay, I love the argument. So now we jump into the mid lane, and you're the first to pick, but let's see what you pick. Everybody at home will probably be looking into Eminence, I would say, with the solo bolo. But the thing is, it's a team.
Yeah, and
see what happens.
Not only that, one player per team can't take Eminence. So
yeah. That smile, though. I see that smile, Goldberg. I see that smile, though.
Potentially, against my better judgment, I'm going to take Fury. Because I actually think I will be okay not having OD or Highway in the bottom lane. And I feel like Fury is the best available mid laner for me to pick up right now. And I feel like I definitely have a large amount of AD carries to still pick from. Fury, to me, probably our second best, maybe third best, depending on how you look at things. Of course, against Tempt and Eminence. So I'm taking Fury.
So Fury into the mid lane for Jamada. What is your pick?
Yeah, but I feel like there can only be one. When it comes to the mid lane, I feel like we're going with some clear rebranding here, and the man that rebranding himself this split. Sencox coming in from the mid lane has to be the guy I go with. The Void King, okay? The guy that'll, we talked about Vilcus. This guy can bring it out. We're talking about Asir. He's the guy that can bring it out. So Sencox for me in the mid lane have to be what rounds this up before the ban phase, just because we got the experience coming through. This newfound experience from Kryze, who was at the NLC last year. Sencox, been at Worlds, okay? This guy is going to take my team to greater heights that you guys can even imagine. Some would even say to the stars.
There we go. He's making a good pitch. Chat, think about it. He's making arguments for the game. And outside of the game, Jamada, it's up to you now. We head on to the ban phase of the Dream Team NLC.
Yeah, I absolutely have to ban away OD from him. I can't let him get it.
That was the plan, though. I know that.
I have to take OD.
Oh, he's not even shaking. Okay.
Are you not? Who? Oh, wait.
No, you picked OD.
I've already banned OD from him, but who else would you?
You banned the entire board. No.
The whole board is.
OD has been banned by you. Okay.
I feel like.
What about you?
There's only one guy I can ban here, and I just feel like it has to be Spiky. I think he's really shown up so far. I think it's a guy Jamada's been looking for. So to me, I'm gonna have to take Spiky away.
Okay, interesting. So the bans are done right now. OD has been removed, Spiky as well. We head on to the pick phase of Jamada. AD carry.
My brother in Christ, you are bugging. Kevo, put him on my team right now. Yeah, no, Kevo is just good. I don't know really what else to say, especially amongst some of the members I still have left. I think the other obvious answer now, which I expect Goldberg to take, and if he doesn't, I'll be very surprised, is then Voxnay. But to me, I just want a little bit more experience in the AD carry role, and I feel like Kevo, to that point, will give me that level of experience whilst also being very versatile in what he can play.
Okay, so it's going to be Kevo for you as an AD carry, for you.
Well, that was exactly why I decided this was a throwaway ban, because I could not ban out Kevo. I needed Den Voxner in my team, and if I had taken Kevo away, Jamada might have taken him. So I need Den Voxner in the bot lane, down here for me instead. I feel like he's the guy, that once again won the Nordic League, the NLC before as well. We all remember the Trick days. Got second place, was only the Nordic League. Been to the UK, didn't do too hot there, but in the end, who does? And therefore, I think it's just him that's going to round it out.
500 IQ coming in for the AD carry position, which leaves the support position. Jamada, your last pick for your dream team. Chasey, Dan, Fury, Kevo, and who else?
I'm actually kind of torn. I'm gonna go, and this is a bit of a curveball, and I'm gonna put an asterisk on it. Shredder on Engage Champs. I actually really liked his Nautilus from his day 2 performance.
Well, you're coaching, so you can just make him go Nautilus every time then.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna bit of a curveball, right? I feel like I have a really strong top side. I don't mind having a bit of a sort of out there bottom lane. Kevo and Shredder, I think, honestly, from what we've seen, Shredder is kind of all around pretty good, to be honest with you. I don't think he's necessarily been one of the major issues playing Eminem's gameplay so far. And again, I feel like seems very capable in the Engage Champs, and his mage play might need a little bit of work, but we'll have to see.
So that's an entire team.
Yep.
Goldberg.
There is only one
Wrap it up.
you can choose at this point. And if you understand what I'm going for at this point, you know which one it is. It is the one and only Jeppe Hall in support role, coming in clutch here, raiding in from the Danish team, Singularity. I have to bring in him, of course. And you can ask, but it's once again building a team for synergy. You know, Den Voxen and Jeppe Hall played together in London United back when no one, for some reason, wanted to pick Den Voxen up, and they had to go through that.
Yeah.
Exactly, yes, you remember it. There's already inbuilt synergy in my bot lane here. So if I can't pick one, Stent obviously being an amazing support,
Yes,
well, I'm going to have to go with inbuilt synergy.
Okay, so this is the entire teams. Now you have 1 minute for the pitch. Why is your team the best? Can we leave it on the board though, so we can look at that? No, we can't. Tell me the pitch.
He just drafted a bunch of, like, I feel like the entire roster was Danish, wasn't it?
All except one, but we'll get to that.
So what was?
No, it's your pitch. Your pitch or your team.
My pitch
you
is
don't need to
simply-
take the other team. You need to protect yours.
My pitch is simply, I feel like I have a good, rounded-off team with fairly young talent, experienced talent, but also versatile players. I think across the board, everybody has shown that they're very capable of playing loads of different play styles. And I think especially for 12-10, that's a pretty good, like, sort of draft considering the, you know, the rules around it, not being able to pick anyone from multiple teams.
Okay, that's your pitch?
Yep.
What about you?
I did the count.
There you go. There's a trap.
And if you want to take over the North, you need a Nordic team. There was no way, and I calculated this, that I could get a full Danish roster. Only Danish top laner we had with Carlsen. If I went with him, I couldn't get a Danish mid laner. Senkush was the only one. But also in the champion pool, then Kreis was the only one I had to kind of round it up. And because of that, I needed a Swedish mid laner. I've got the team that represents Scandinavia. We got 4 Danes. We got a Swede. He doesn't have an organization, Swedish organization to belong to. He's got a place here at Scandinavia #1, coming in clutch to take over the entirety of this league.
It is a good pitch, Amara. It is a good... You cannot counter it, though. You cannot counter. Your time is up. It's on you now, as the chat will have a poll for you to vote until we know who was the winner. Also, we're allowing you to play this game. Head on to Twitter with the hashtag NLC Draft and tell us what is your dream team for the Northern League of Legends Championship. Before we know the results of who won in this game, we'll take a short break, and I'll see you soon. And welcome back. We have the winner. I know the percentage. I know who won. It is not up to me. It's up to you. You are the one voting. If you don't agree, I don't know what happened on chat. So, do you guys want to know who won?
I really...
Yeah. Okay. With the percentage of 56%, it was close.
Wow, that was a lot closer than I...
Finally, it was Goldberg.
I love democracy. That's all I can say. You know exactly what you voted for, and our team will bring glory to the league once again. And maybe it's just because we have majority Scandinavian viewers. I do hope so, but I mean, I'm happy with the result either way.
Okay, are you okay? Because you kind of cheered on for a few seconds by yourself, and I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. What I can say, though, is hopefully in the future, you will win a game, because, yeah, I think Nightmare at least won one so far, so I don't know what is going on with you, but I know which game we're going to watch right now. It's going to be JDXL versus Nuriki to open up your appetite. But before we do so, we have some key words from some key elements from Nuriki about this matchup. Take a look.
Some teams get stronger, but most of NLC teams I think got weaker after the remaster. And I think it's a good opportunity to shake up the current standing. And I think every team has a shot to being the best again. It's just a matter of how we will work and how other teams will work together. And if other teams might have some mental boom during the split, who knows which. Yeah. I think some old favorites might not never come back to the height they were. XL, for example.
I expect us to at least get playoffs. That's like the minimum requirement for me. But I hope to get top 2. It's a long shot, to be honest, but it depends how good we fit together with the team and how good our synergy is.
XL, because I think MNS is really good individually, but this is just for myself. I think XL will mount that boom and will not be at the top. And if they are at the top, this is just a showcase of they are good individual players, but I don't think they are a great team. They have huge ego and they tend to disrespect their opponents by playing whatever they feel like. And I think like they are kind of wasting their time. Like sure they are great, but they will never improve. I think they will get either eaten by the truly hungry players and truly hungry teams. And if they keep doing that, I think they will they will fail like they failed in last playoff. And yeah, this will be a showcase of their lack of discipline.
I mean, they look solid. Looking forward to play versus them.
I'm mostly focused on what I'm doing outside of the Rift more than inside of the Rift, because I think you can be the best only if you bring out the best of yourself from every situation. And I'm mostly focused on having a good mindset, having a good body, having a good mental health, and having a good sleep and good alimentation.
Pretty good. I was kind of shocked at like how serious they were. I did not really expect it. I mean, I think they had a really unlucky split last time, but I think now we have an upgrade in both jungle and top, and I think, I mean, that just sounded egotistical for me, but I think they had some issues which they couldn't resolve, but I think that's something we got under control for now. So I like the team mentality for now. We had some good practice as well.
Nuriki looking spicy, specifically Ado. JDXL failed in spring, they're gonna do it again. It is a hard take to start off the day.
Big words, but you know what, I can respect it. Coming into the matchup realistically as kind of the underdogs of you know, the game, give it fighting words, because then, you know, if you lose, sure, whatever happens, but if you win, it's big on the mentality.
For sure, but you also need to realize that XL failed towards playoffs once it was the best of 3 scenario. And the best of 1 scenario in spring, they look damn scary, okay? It's not per se a team that you want to mess around with, and I think for sure that Aero, of course, is coming from a place where he's got the confidence, and you need to have that. You know, it's a player like Perks who said that you need to be a little bit delusional every now and then to actually, if you want to win something. And that's, of course, the mentality you're going to have to come in with it for. But I also think that, once again, Nuriki did come from a 2-0 week. JDXL still looked great, of course, themselves. But this is not looking as clear-cut as, per se, maybe it would be.
Can I interest you guys in one lane I would like to focus, bot side?
Yeah, for
because
sure.
I think Nuriki are looking really clean on the bot side, and JDXL, in my opinion, the only side that is struggling at the beginning of the game is the bot lane.
Yeah, it's definitely been a small thing. I think FGG outside of lane in particular, when we've seen him on the Engage champs, you know, during week 1, fine. In lane, maybe a problem as well. Venza in particular, it's always been a thing with Venza, whether it's in the mid game or whether it's in the early laning phase.
Yeah.
He just likes to get caught out. He just does it. It's just in his characterization as a player. If he works on it, great, but I think this is definitely, like you say, it's an avenue for Nuriki to try and get involved in.
And it's interesting as well, because this is a bot lane. Despite Venza and FGG being on a new team, they were on the same team beforehand. They were both Dusty's bot lane. So this is not a bot lane who's coming in to build new synergy. This is a bot lane who got the time to build that synergy. And they're going up against one of the bot laners at Nuriki, who also had the luxury of staying together. And Asitor and Abagnale became key pieces in Spring Split for Nuriki. Asitor would carry performances, specifically on the Aphelios, but also Abagnale on champions like Rakan, where he had agency, even when it looked horrible, you know, into too much CC, where you're like, this is never going to work, you need the perfect flank. He found the perfect flank every time. And while that needle eye is even thinner against a team like JDXL, it's these windows that a team like Nuriki is looking for, and it's also what's making it difficult for them, but it's that kind of, you know, courage that sometimes catches a team off guard.
Okay, you have to be a little bit delusional to play League of Legends and to exceed in what you need to do.
Sure.
Ado, does he need to do that right now because he's against the solo bolo? And I do believe JDXL are no longer playing towards MNS. They're playing with the advantage MNS brings, but they're playing as a core, like in leaving MNS to do his own thing, and he's being part of the team. What can we expect from this? I'm throwing in topics I want to see.
That's a good read on it, to be honest with you. I don't think that's too far from the truth. I'm kind of surprised. Good job. No, like I feel like this is kind of correct. I feel like in general the early games aren't, you know, revolving around MNS like how they were in spring, right? Especially in the games where MNS would maybe have his happy games where he would go, you know, 0-3 in lane or something like that. I feel like they are just kind of playing with the individual lead that MNS gets and they just roll with it, but they'll have a game plan to ensure that, you know, if it's getting Cries ahead or if it's, you know, trying to unlock FGG so that you can roam with Dan, that they're playing towards those things. And if MNS is working out great in his lane, fantastic. Play with that and use that to our advantage.
I think Aero is good, but I don't think you can compare Aero to MNS on any of the parameters as a mid laner. I just think that clear-cut, MNS is just a better player. And that's just how it is in the end. But that doesn't stop you from perhaps drafting something scaling, like some of the not burst control mages, but like low CD control mages, like Victor Ori, something like that, Asir as well, that we've seen. Something that can let Aero just, you know, have a late game avenue, especially for a patch that also benefits that with a slower early game. I think laners who excelled at laning phase in the earlier patches, like MNS, for example, got cut down a little bit because people got more HP. They got more room to work around with. They got room for more mistakes. Whereas in the late game now, if you're a player with hands that could play team fight but maybe struggled a little bit in lane, well, now you have more avenue once you come to these team fights. And Aero might be that kind of player. So I think in lane, it's still going to be MNS with the advantage. I think for Aero, the name of the game is literally just don't fall too far behind. You got a patch that kind of benefits this. You get to the late game, you get to come together with a team, hopefully with your bot lane winning. Well, then you suddenly have a game plan.
It's a team with hunger versus a team that is constantly winning so far in Summer Split. But enough with guesses. We need to jump into Champion Select to see how this first game of Week 3 is going to go. What are our priorities right now? What do you believe is the picks and the bans we need to look out for? Is Viego going to be target? What do you believe?
I think this is actually a question we can ask ourselves and really ask the teams instead, where we don't have that clear-cut answer. Have you asked me like 2 months ago, right, with what we know is good on the patch?
Yeah.
We know, but right now teams, and us specifically as well, are also figuring out what is good. The teams we're watching right now currently don't even know fully what always is the best to go for. So I think it's really just interesting for us to more like analyze these drafts, see what the tendencies kind of come through, and then kind of get behind the theory that the team will have and the thought process that they're trying to get at.
Yeah, I think what's kind of great about 12-10 is the entire patch is kind of just a learning experience for everybody involved. So Senna is definitely one of those picks which has kind of slowly risen up over the last week throughout the ERLs and even at the LPL, which has obviously started up already, as kind of near one of the better AD carries, if not the best, on patch. So seeing that banned away does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? The likes of Talia that we've seen both in the mid lane and can be flex in the jungle, right? We know it for solo queue as well. Absolutely abysmal high win rate, okay? It's one of these champions where Raiden was out to say, you know what? We're throwing a big patch out here. We can't balance it immediately. And we will also see that on this patch. We will see champions with a larger power spike than majority of other champions. But speaking of champions we've had so far, Viego comes through. And if we wanted to attack down the bottom lane, I could easily see them just go for Lucian Nami here and then
take it themselves. And honestly, this could be a sort of a band-aid fix to that potential problem for JDXL of ensuring that the bottom side of the map isn't gonna, you know, kind of fall apart a little bit inside the lane, something that's not super abusable, and that could put Nuriki in a bit of a tough spot in terms of answering that off, right? What can you realistically play into the Nami Lucian? We've seen a lot of these passive lanes come out, actually things like Senator Kent, just some of the answers we see into it, but it's Nuriki that banned that one away, so what will the answer actually be here?
And generally, so far, I feel like the AD carry pool has been so diverse, it doesn't really feel like some champions are running away with it, and I still feel like a player like Acetal could still go, okay, you know what? Aphelios is up and available. It's comfort to me. I know I'm playing against Lucian Nami. It's a lane that will have to get ahead in the early game. I can rely on a scaling aspect instead, if that's what you're looking for. So they can look to stabilize down towards that bot side. They can do with that with Tahm Kench as well if they want to. But either way, I think that from the side of Acetal and Abagnale, once again, Engage from Abagnale has been named the name of the game, and a hyper carry for Acetal like the I was about to say Acetal because I think right, but that kind of just seems to me something like Nuriki would like to do.
Good luck game has been picked in place for Nuriki, but you want to talk about what?
Yeah, I mean, I think Gorborg, great call. Seeing the Aphelios come out, just pure comfort, even if we don't really see it too much on the top 10, it's just about ensuring that, all right, you might have a bit of an insufferable time into Nami Lucian in lane. If you can get out of that laning phase not too far behind in a position where you know you can at the very least play the map states out, perfectly okay on this, and rounding out with a little bit of engage definitely does pay a lot of credence. I think this Gangplank pick though is particularly powerful. You're already going to have what should innately be a winning 2v2, and on top of that now you have a global to almost always assist that bottom lane 2v2. It's going to be really, really hard for Azator and Abagnale to play out this 2v2.
And even greater, so when we see this GP come through, what me and Jamada will instantly think about is just that ultimate will always be used bot lane. At least that's what you're thinking about, because you want to go in level 6, you want to utilize the burst damage to come through. Acetor on the Aphelios is a very immobile champion. If his flash is burned pre-6 or something like that, Cannon Barrage comes down, Lucian Nami dashes in, you should be dead. And that's why all of a sudden this bot lane matchup has become way more scary because of the blind pick GP coming through from the top side.
Can I throw the question? Is this GP going top? Because we still have MNS on the mid lane.
Okay, all right.
It is the coin flip, you know that.
It's Kryze is really good at the champion. They're banning away Camille. I would expect another top lane ban to follow if they feel like there's something else in Banderas' champion pool that they have something to worry about. I would have suggested something like the KO because it can be actually picked into it. Vladimir, though, does make a whole bunch of sense. We've seen Banderas play that one already, and it is very,
KO was the first ban, though.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the kind of ban I would have expected from XL, but it's already been banned away by Nuriki. So.
It's also just the fact that you don't want to forfeit your mid laner here as JDXL. No. You're looking for a jungler here. You're looking for something where you already know you're playing against Viego. Yes, we've seen solo lane Viego in the past. But if you want to continue on the trend where you want someone who can brawl the Viego in the early game, that was not the one I was going for. That was genuinely not the one that I was going to be going for. Okay. But this opens up an avenue for an 80 mid laner as well for MNS. All of a sudden, the AP and AD pool you can go for here has been completely enabled, and pretty much any champion in the game is up for grabs for MNS when he picks that R5.
Wow, I'm not sure what to make of the Shyvana. I've seen a lot of different build paths. We haven't really seen AP Shyvana for a little while in the jungle.
Oh no.
It's particularly the strongest. I wonder why. But things like the Blade of the Rune King into the Frozen Fist are kind of like the strongest build paths. We'll see if we get a more AP variant of this though. In Dantan's spoke about how we wanted Aero on a safe mid lane pick. Ahri is kind of the personification of that, very hard to punish and can be played around. Of course, Ahri Viego, we saw plenty of times at MSI. Now I saw to Banderas, he had his champion pool pinched quite plenty, to be honest with you. I wonder if we'll just see the default Gnar pick, but it would be a little bit too weak in my opinion into Gangplank. But instead, just take more engage with the Ornn. I kind of get it, but now Kryze should have a bit of a free time in the top side.
So yeah, I think for sure that, you know, either you can go with the Sylas or Seer here if that's what you're looking for. Sylas just a very, not per se hard counter to Ahri, but it's a skill counter that allows you to play easier once you hit that level 6. And there's also a few ultimates you wouldn't mind stealing away either. But while I'm waiting for that pick to come through from JDXL, I just want to talk a little bit about the composition that we are seeing from the side of Nuriki. Because while we had our thoughts that this may be a team that, you know, had figured out 12.10, they have drafted completely, you know, 2 months ago draft here coming through. Okay, we're talking about Ari, we're talking about Viego, we're talking about Aphelios. They've decided to say, we have a new patch, we don't care. We're playing what works, we're playing comfort, and that's what they've thrown at them here.
But I feel like the crucial thing is they have go buttons, and I think against when you're the underdog team, having the ability to have the agency to just say, hey, pull the trigger, we're going right now. Those are the important moments for me, where I'll look at a team and I say, a lot of the time, especially on 12-10, we'll see, you know, Lulu, Karma, not a lot of go buttons, not a lot of, you know, hey, we need to fight now against these stronger teams on paper, and it just comes to bite them in the backside. So I'm happy to see that, yes, we might have a bit of an older style of draft, but it gives them the opportunity to try and go and fight whenever they see the window too.
And specifically, because JDXL doesn't have these go buttons, they have to play around the spacing, right? They have to play around the picks. They have hard damage that can come through a snowballing illusion. They have the space between GP and the barrels and the slows from the cannon barrage. And they have a Sharivana with good poke before a team fight breaks out. But they don't have an immediate go button, so if they fall behind the curve and Nuriki just are not afraid to pull the trigger, every objective they just want to fight, I mean, JDXL should just fall further and further behind. So JDXL, they have to be the better individuals.
A team that has been undefeated so far versus a team that wants to end the reign of terror of JDXL on Summer Split. Who is going to take this one? I don't know, but let us know on chat. Just spam it and make our Mord's life a living nightmare. Without further ado, I'll toss it to the casters. It is Viperoon alongside with TurboLink for the first game of the day.
Well, 12.10. This is the first time I'm in studio for 12.10, and I've been told on Twitter, Hitbrain especially has been like, oh, League of Legends right now, it's a bit slow.
No, listen, I saw your tweet the other day. You're like, I'm loving 12.10. It's the best time of my life. I'm like, no.
There was one game
no team
in Div
fights
2
until Elder Dragon.
that made me question everything. But fortunately for us, we've got two teams here. I'm looking at the compositions that we got as we actually move on to Summoner's Rift for the first game of the day. I'm looking bot lane. That is where my eyes are peeled, because you got Lucian, Nami. That can't be slow, can it?
I mean, I think it's kind of like the two sides of the coin right here. And it's really funny how Gubok also said the name Azita instead of hyper carries, instead of Jinx, instead of Aphelios, right? Because he's literally tied to all of these kinds of hyper carries. And this time he's got the Aphelios in his hands. Now, the major problem that we had with the Nuriki bot lane, even though Aztor is up there to like compete with the top 80 carries we've always had in the league in the NLC, is the fact that his laning phase isn't always that strong. So if Azita gets out of laning phase safe, yes, he can hyper carry and he can carry the entire game for his team. But then if you look on the other side, we have Venzer and FGG on a very aggressive bot lane, like you mentioned as well. My only question mark here will be, we saw this sort of bot lane when they were playing, I think it was Tristana and Rel last week for JDXL, and they found it so difficult to actually make that aggression work towards the bot side of the map, because, ladies and gentlemen, 12.10. We're playing on 12.10 right now, which means the towers deal a lot of damage, and the champions are not as squishy anymore. So you've got a Nautilus down there as well, who is very extremely tanky. So I just want to see what the Venzer and FTG can actually do in this early game. You see, Venzer is actually sporting the Ignite as well. So I'm expecting very aggressive play towards the bot side of the map.
Absolutely, the heal, of course, covered up by the Nami, and I'm very, very interested to see how they play into it, because as you mentioned, Aztor, this feels like the patch of his dreams, where you can be a bit anonymous in laning phase. He never really goes too far down. He never really loses hard bot lane, but his numbers aren't, well, his numbers are good, but the impact he has isn't necessarily the strongest in the world. There's already a little bit of back and forth between these lanes. Of course, we know that Lucian Nami, very, very potent in those trades. I'm going to keep my eyes a little bit on the jungle as well, because we were looking at the analysts, talking about the drafts there.
They're not there anymore.
Well, they've gone, but I pointed to
Look at the
analysts. I just missed their faces. But I'm a little bit concerned for JDXL.
Oh.
Actually, we've got an engage coming on through. FGG's in a lot of trouble here. The aggression was meant to be by JDXL, but it looks like it's Nuriki. Aztor's the one pulling the trigger as they move towards Venzer now, but he's a little bit near to his tower. Don't know if they're going to have the damage as FGG moves back in. The exhaust comes down onto Venzer. Aztor goes down the first blood. JDXL with the turnaround, and they're going to look towards Abagnale. He's going to be able to get himself a little bit further further away and should be too tanky, but that one did not work out for Nuriki.
Okay, I think this was like a very classic JDXL bot lane where like Venzer and FTG are miscalculating the damage right there, they're miscalculating the experience, and it's actually Nuriki coming up with a level 2 and instant engage by Abagnale. I think FTG played this really well to sort of separate from Venzer completely and move towards the top side of the map, and dodge, and of course the Q from Aphelios was the nail in the coffin actually, because then Venzer could turn it around with that ignite. So really well played right there from JDXL. FTG redeeming himself after getting caught after the level 2, and now it's the Lucian, 17 CS, almost 10 CS ahead at this point, having that kill extra in his pocket, and maybe now we could see some of these dives that we've been looking for getting realized later on once this Lucian has a bunch more items versus the Aphelios.
Absolutely, getting that early first kill is always so great in an aggressive bot lane, and hey, when the opponents are doing the aggressiveness for you, it's just a win-win, isn't it?
Now, the problem is that you're still playing Nami if you're FTG.
Yeah.
And this time you don't have flash, you don't have heal anymore, you have none of these evasive summoners to help you. So if that Nautilus hook hits again, I think FTG might be in very deep trouble. And as you can see here, Venza is also playing a little bit aggressive. Dan is also pathing towards the bottom map, potentially to shadow him, while they're trying to shove in that wave. I don't think we're looking into a dive yet. I would say you're looking for level 6. If you're playing Shyvana, you want your Dragon form to be able to have that extra mobility as well to tank the tower.
Absolutely, and speaking of Dan, I'm just looking at how these two compositions are going to want to play. We had some discussions while we were seeing the draft and a little bit before about how JDXL like to play, because we're already convinced with Nuriki on this patch. We know, hey, you guys are great, brilliant, kings of the patch, don't tell X7. But JDXL, we haven't necessarily been fully convinced every time they step onto the Rift, and it looks like they've drafted full AD.
I think this is the JDXL phenomenon right here. Oh my god,
he's already dead, and Flipper's just passing through. There's no gank to be had.
Wait, I was about to say this is the JDXL bot lane phenomenon, where level 3 and level 4, Venzer and FTG will overextend and then they die. But I think this Lucian-Nami combo is just so powerful that even when you're playing something as tanky as Nautilus, you really take a beating if you walk too close to the Lucian. And because if they didn't time it correctly with Flipper coming down for that gank, they lose yet another kill. 2-0 right now onto Venza, 15 CS up onto that Aphelios. They're gonna get the first Dragon off the game as well, giving stats over to Shyvana too from the passive. So that's a really good potent start from JDXL.
It's exactly what they needed, exactly what they wanted.
Exactly what the doctor prescribed.
Exactly, and now we're going to see them going back. What's the Lucian going to be able to pick up? Because there's a lot of AD in the bank right now, and the more power you get, the stronger you become.
All right, back to the question as well, or we might have a little bit more action here. As Eminus, oh, he uses stun, and there's 3 people mid.
Be a little bit careful, rooted up by Abagnale, and of course you can see the Viegos coming through as well. Eminus trying to get away, but there's just no route out. It's Flipper with the kill.
That flash was very ambitious by M&S. I'm not sure where exactly he was trying to go, but 3 members mid. Abagnale straight from the grey screen into mid lane to try and punish M&S, and I think M&S, if you will, has been one of our question marks when it comes to JDXL, because this guy is extremely competent when it comes to knowing his limits in a 1v1, knowing a bunch of these matchups that we don't even know about, all of these weird champions that he's bringing to mid lane, like the Kaisers and the Aphelios that he brought last split, the Zeris and all that. He knows the limits of each matchup so freaking well. Now, what the problem is here, that we've seen a lot of the times M&S overextending, trying to go for the kill, trying to go for the trade, and that's exactly what he did on Aero right there, getting capitalized on instantly by Flipper and Abagnale, making that way towards the mid side of the map. And this also sometimes will stop a lot of the initiative that your team has, right? When there's a plan going down and your mid laner dies, it sort of slows down the plan, it takes down the tempo.
Absolutely, and when you've not necessarily drafted a competition or you need to be around other lanes, so for example in this game, the aggression is down on that bot side. We know that JDXL have historically struggled a little bit at level 3. Not this game, obviously. They're doing exceptionally well.
It looked like it, but it was turned around.
Yeah, that's fine. They were like, oh no, call an ambulance, but not for me.
Oh, that was great. I forgot about that one.
As they just turn around, just Venza's face rising up from behind the car. But yeah, it can be a little bit concerning, and of course, that could be somewhere where Nuriki could look to capitalize, because they've got this Ari Viego combination, AD, AP, or it looks pretty nice, and now Flipper might be trying to make a way down towards the bot side, because as you can see, the priority, the pressure, it's just going to be with Venza and FGG, but it looks like they might have sniffed something out, because they're being very defensive.
Yeah, and Flash just came up for FGG as well, so he would be able to potentially flash an anchor if Bagnell threw one his way. But as you can see, because Dan is on the top side of the map, I think FGG and Venza have to really respect the fact that they don't have any jungle assistance towards the bot side of the map, and you also do not know where Flipper is at this current state. And they're going to shove in the wave. Colin came up. It's a really great way to poke and also push. But now, oh my god!
The tower, that's really aggressive. Flipper's already there. It's the shutdown going on to Viego. Abagnale moving forward, trying to get towards FGG, of course. They've already taken down Azator and FGG. There you go, there's the flash utilizes. He does get away.
So here's the thing, that was a trade 1-for-1, but why does that actually benefit JDXL? If you look towards the bot side of the map, 22 CS up for Venza. Right before this fight went down, Venza had shoved an entire wave underneath Azator's tower. Azator got none of this, and he dies. So he loses experience, he loses in gold, Venza is an entire level up, and also Dan is able to make a play towards the top side, getting that Rift Herald, might not get out of his life.
Arrow is there, the damage coming on through. Can Dan pick up the eye? Yes, he can flash the way towards Christ. He's going to put down the ult, but Banderas is there as well. Flipper is on a killing spree as Christ might be caught out. Eminez dives on through into the brains. A double kill for the Viego as Eminez is trying to get some work. Abagnale moves in though. You can't 1v4 there as it's Nuriki who take him down. Triple kill for Viego.
Flipper has been in 5 out of 5 kills for his team, and he has cashed in on all 5 of them, baby. 5-0 onto that Viego as well. He's most definitely gonna have Sandra when he goes back to base, and now this Viego is becoming a really huge problem, right? Because even though we saw the trade being positive for JDXL towards the bot side of the map, Nuriki took these death timers and instantly threw them towards the top side of the map. They knew that the Richter was going down, but because Dan was doing it on his own, he was very slow. Aero was able to push in the wave. He's the first one in River over Eminez, and then they ended up taking them down. The only saving grace right here is that, of course, yes, JDXL do manage to get the Rift Herald, but look at the top side of the map. Azator has already transitioned towards the top. He's taken 2 of these tower platings, and then Flipper, Sandra, 9 minutes in. This is going to be huge for Nuriki.
This is absolutely massive for the Finnish team. And for me, I was talking to a couple of coaches earlier. I was talking to Jamada actually when we were in Div 2. And one of the signs of a really good team, especially on patches like this, when a play is happening, when one of the teams pulls the trigger, look at the mini-map on the other side of the map. What are they doing? We saw JDXL going for that Rift Herald. That was quite a nice call, but then it went wrong for them. But Nuriki, they're so quick to just go in, adapt, and say, look, we know what's happening here. We're going to go get 2 plates on our marksman, who is a little bit behind. And that is going to be proving to be massive for them. Because yes, Flipper is a monster, but is he going to be able to carry this game on his own shoulders? No, he's going to lead the team around him, and that's exactly what Nuriki are trying to facilitate.
Sure, and if we take some flashbacks back to Spring 2021 in the LEC, Inspire was able to pentakill. First pentakill in the LEC for a jungler, I believe it was, with Viego. So if there's one champion you can possibly play make with, that is going to be this champion. You grab one of the souls, you grab Aurelia, there's so much playmaking potential. You grab Lucian, there's so much playmaking potential to do there. So there is definitely the chance for Flipper to make the plays for his team. Now I'm looking on the other side of the map and all of the money is on Venza.
So much damage comes through. Flipper picks up another one as he secures the kill.
Viego is stronger. That was the conclusion right there. All the money's on Venza, but Viego is stronger. 6-0 for Flipper right now. He's holding 100% of his team's kills. Eminez
is on the tower on his own. Going to be able to get the stun up, but it's Nautilus who's taking the tower. He might actually be in trouble because remember these tower shots do a whole lot more. Eminez dives away, securing the kill as he goes. They will lose tower plates, but they do grab the kill.
He does grab the kill, so that's the best of the worst situation, but Azator has cashed in on more than this Rift Herald is going to be able to give over to JDXL, unless Venza somehow manages to secure the mid lane tower right here. Aero has no mana.
Under the tower, there needs to be careful teleport coming on through, but I think Aero will be dead on arrival. The charm, the flash, that's really clean from Ari, as Danis needs to be so careful. Banderas won't be able to get the knock up as Venza dives away. Cries will get the assassination with the ultimate, but it's just going to be that one kill.
Okay, we said 12.10 is not the patch for action.
This patch is slow? I don't understand.
This patch is slow, everyone sits underneath the towers, right? But this has been action-packed. We have more than 1 kill per minute. And right now, what happened in the mid lane is that Venza got 3 tower platings from that Rift Herald, but the tower did not end up going down. And if you look at towards the top side of the map, I think Azator managed to almost get that tower. I think there's like 1 tower plating left, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, he says number 1. I can see that much. There's 1 turret plating left, which means that the time investment, the fight that they lost, the 5 kills they gave over to Flipper was worth it at this point for Nuriki, because Azito fell behind in lane, but they've managed to move him around the map and keep him safe enough to try and cash in on all this money he's fallen behind on.
And what did we say about Azito? He can be a little bit anonymous in lane, but he picks up massively later. If he's coming out of this laning stage, yeah, with a few deaths because the aggression was coming through, but if he's coming out even or even slightly behind, late game teamfights, this guy's a monster. He's on a Felios, which is going to be doing so much work just as a champion. Nuriki are going to be able to put themselves in an exceptional point. And in late game teamfights, or even teamfights now, you can't be focusing Asdor, because otherwise Flipper will murder you and everyone you've ever known.
Absolutely, and he's also got the... Well, it's still caps, but I call them still caps with an R between... Yeah. Yeah.
Never forget.
They're a little poopy, but in this point, you're playing against triple AD, double auto attackers as well in the Aurelia and the Lucian, so there's going to give you a lot of value from these as well. And I just really love the fact that on speedrun Anathema's chains, which I'm expecting are gonna go onto Venza. So the second this on jumps onto Venza and he's putting that damage reduction onto him, it's going to be huge for that on to be able to sort of push away the only fed member so far from the sort of JDXL, and then maybe allow Azito to do his magic in this fight.
Just transitioning back towards watching bot lane. We've done an awful lot of that this game already, as you can see members kind of congregating around Dragon. It's not going to be there for another minute and a half. JDXL have been exceptionally good with the Shyvana. Obviously, you want to be securing those dragons and have been able to do just that. Mountain Dragon will be the one on the menu for these two teams, and both teams will want to start picking their ones up. But it's around third Dragon when we often start talking about wanting to see those first major skirmishes.
Really quickly and really important right then. 1 minute 25 seconds, as you mentioned, for the Dragon. There is no teleport for Banderas, as Abagnale has been the target.
Yeah, he's going to be focused down, goes very, very low, the exhaust, but here's Dan, shoots at him and will be able to get a kill. Well, actually, FGG secures the kill as the fire goes wide, but it looks like JDXL will be able to get the priority they were looking for and secure themselves a tower.
That bot lane has been the recipient of a lot of action and aggression from the side of JDXL. And I think putting Venza ahead is a really nice plan to have, especially when you drafted that Lucian and Ami really high up on your list. And then on the other hand, for Nuriki, B1 on the Viego, 6-0 so far with the Sandra. We need to actually see Flipper come to life further on these team fights. Back to the Dragon, 45 seconds, and Banderas does not have the teleport available. Cries, TP up, ultimate up, and I'm thinking that Nuriki might actually give up on the third Dragon, give Soul Point to JDXL, maybe try to push a little bit in the mid lane with that Rift Herald that Flipper just got in his pocket, and then maybe fight later on for that Soul Point. But see Dan also towards the top side of the map. I'm not sure if...
I'm just keeping an eye on where they want to be playing for, because it was very quick from Banderas to start wandering himself down towards the Dragon, and it looks like Nuriki
It's a fanatic bush.
Nuriki, are you going to find anyone? Are you going to... It doesn't look like JDXL are actually going to be going through that direction. They just want to take control of the mid lane for now, but Dan, be careful.
So the thing is, right here, if you're JDXL and you don't have any vision, you want to mostly walk through that middle bush that you see Dan going towards right now, but FCG's going to walk the wrong way.
FGG to go in there, no, the flash goes through. That's an excellent read from Abagnale, and that's going to be the assassination onto FGG, but they managed to get the tidal wave off first. Nuriki now going to move towards this Dragon JDXL. Remember, they don't need to hugely fight this. Eminez is behind, maybe looking for an assassination. The Aurelia could run rampant if she gets going. Eminez just hanging out back there, but the chance going to land on the Cries, is going to be able to eat an orange and move back. Nuriki will start the Dragon. Is Eminez going to be able to do anything here? They look for the anchor, can't find the fishing rod this time around. Eminez gets the ultimate onto 2. He can look to dance through the fight, but he needs to be very, very careful. It goes low, but JDXL are ripping through the fight. The Dragon is secured by Nuriki, but they're sent running as Aero's the only survivor.
Cries with the huge damage through the barrels, absolutely ripping through everyone's HP bar. Yes, Nuriki managed to take away Soul Point from JDXL, but at what cost? And FTG right there chooses the wrong route to walk from, gets completely assassinated by what has been used so far. There is no Nautilus ultimate, there is no Ari ultimate, or an ultimate has been already used. And as you will see on the top side of your screen, Aero is using the last 2 remaining charges of the ultimate to try and catch Cries, who has the fruit, cleanses the taunt, and gets away. So all the crucial ultimates have been used. Flash, Hex Flash from Abagnale as well. And look at that huge barrel combo in the middle. Boom! Everyone gets absolutely assassinated by Cries.
And for Nuriki, you've got to ask if it was worth it, because losing so many members, allowing JDXL to take the kill lead like that is going to be a little bit worrying for them, and giving over so much gold into the hands of Venza once again, and of course Emnes.
Yeah, and I was about to say, I feel like, because Flipper had a huge shutdown on his head as well, and I'm looking at every single member, and unless Nami got the shutdown, which FTG did not, because he already had 1 kill, whoever that shutdown landed on, it's so much worth it, because all 4 other members of JDXL except the Nami are playing on carries right now.
And you can see the gold leads across the board as well. And even Flipper, who's been playing exceptionally well, we talked about what impact he's having, isn't massively far ahead of Dan on the other side, because while aggressive plays have been made by the Viego, Dan's been very effective at farming up and getting objectives around the map. You can see that by the 2 early dragons. Arrow's going fishing. He needs to be a little bit careful. Can't find the charm, though, as Dan is going to be forced to ult away. It's nice to see Nuriki still trying to keep this aggression going, but you've got to imagine, is this the best decision?
That is 2 ultimates used right there. Eminence is pushing one side lane, Kraz is pushing the other. Banderas had to TP. Down bot.
And Banderas is going to be clearing up down here, as you mentioned. It's just going to be stopping that push from coming through. But I'm a little bit worried about Nuriki, because they look so good, and technically, individually, I think they've looked pretty strong this time around. But JDXL, as we're getting into the team fighting, as we're getting into the slightly later stages, they've grown into this game. We said at the beginning, oh, we might get another solo kill for Emnes, as they're actually going to dive away as Dan is here to assist. But JDXL, they haven't always looked super convincing at every stage, but they always seem to win the League of Legends game.
Yeah, I feel like the early game stage is not the cleanest, especially since we saw Venza and FTG on such a strong bot lane, but then there were a bunch of hiccups where FTG is walking where he shouldn't, they don't respect the Nautilus very much, Flipper is down the bot side of the map, and then we see Dan getting caught at Rift Herald, so Eminence pushing too far mid, so again, XL are undefeated so far, but they haven't necessarily been very dominant in every game they have won. So Nuriki still have that Aphelios in the back of their pocket. Yes, that Aphelios is about 2,500 gold behind. That is a problem, and he is 0-4 right now, but he's trying to catch up, and once he has 2 to 3 items, if he's allowed to get to 2 or 3 items, because, mind you, they stalled for that soul point, and they took the dragon away, they're allowing that Aphelios to farm a little bit more. Now, when it comes to team fights, when you have such a short-range comp, such as JDXL, it is so important to have ultimates like the Nami ult and the Gangplank ult to either separate members of Nuriki and pick them apart, or bunch all of your AoE together, which is what happened in the previous fight at the Dragon.
Absolutely, and if they're able to catch up multiple members, then it will be really, really great for them, because if Nuriki can just stay back a little bit, maybe get some poke off, maybe just stay a little bit more defensive, then they're going to be able to run over team fights with champions that do go very well late. You've got the Aphelios, as we've talked about so much. The Viego is a monster when he gets going, and he's definitely going with that scoreline. And Banderas as well is going to be pumping everyone up with these ornaments.
Yeah, but this will take a little bit to get there. This is why I'm a little bit concerned, right? The Aphelios only has 1 item and a BF sword, whilst on the other side, if you look at the Lucian, he's almost at the 3 item mark, and it hurts a lot because you've got the Kraken and you've got the Essence River, you're going to be reaping through HP bars, and at this point, your own is not even that tanky enough. He bought Anathema's Chains to put it onto the Lucian, but it's not just the Lucian that's a threat right now. That GP is giga strong, the Aurelia is very strong. When that Demonic Embrace is going to be built onto the Shyvana as well, she's going to be pretty strong too. So Anathema's Chains, if anything, is making the own weaker right now, rather than if he had maybe something like a Frozen Heart or a Gauntlet.
There's just going to bring down the culling, but the anchor goes wide, so there's no re-engage coming through from Nuriki. And it's interesting looking through those items, as you mentioned, in the bot side, but with the Shyvana's checking in, Giovanna was talking about what is going to be built up, and it looks like the Frozen Fist has been secured, but maybe a little bit more AP on the side. However, we have to hold that point because Dragon coming up in a couple of seconds' time. Nuriki controlling the river, want to be stopping JDXL from finding through this one. It would set up some point. That's a really nice catch on damage. Going to have to ult away, but the damage going through now. Abignali goes so low and will be removed as JDXL take command of the Dragon pit.
And it feels like just the team fighting and their pick potential is just so much better, especially since there's so much gold ahead right there. Venza's going to get caught.
They're going to be knocked up as well. Banderas moving forward. Can he get the kill down? He's got the assistance from Flipper. There's the shutdown, but it goes on to the Ornn. Flipper will get a reset, but dies immediately afterwards. Emnes marauding forward, looking towards the Ornn, chasing Nuriki. Nuriki back. Aztor's too low to assist. Aero probably is too, as Eminez is just going to play bouncer as the rest of the team move to the objective.
Again, it feels like it's not clean, right? Because XL want to secure the Dragon, they want to secure Soul Point, but they just have no vision onto that river. They are very slow with the tempo, they don't get their vision first, but just because they have this composition where they can play aggressive, they're Lucian super far ahead. Dan is tanky enough to get caught by 4 members and not die and ult out, gain extra HP from the Dragon form, and then Eminez and Cries bailing him out together with the Lucian. It feels like the outplay is there, but it feels like the fundamentals are still lacking, and I think we need to keep our eye on to the last Dragon in 4.5 minutes time, because we need to see how JDXL are actually going to approach this macro-wise, right? Pushing down your side lane, push down mid lane, establishing some vision, and not having to face check every single time, and in return maybe losing a kill or two. Talking about losing a kill.
As the talk goes down, Aero is here, maybe gonna try and pick Aero. He just finally realized that Eminez is there and will have support coming through from Bandera, so it's going to be a 2v1, but what can Eminez do here? Dancing between the towers, Liquid Stun won't be able to find it as the ultimate from Ari is blown. I think this Irelia isn't too long for this world, but it's actually dancing through the minion wave, does get shut down eventually by Banderas as Abagnale.
XL are running Baron. XL are running Baron right now. They have an exceptionally fast Baron timer. The Shyvana Lucian Gangplank combo is tearing through that HP bar. Flipper is around, doesn't have his flash available though.
So Flipper might try and get the steal down, but it's going to be very, very dangerous. All has been called. Baron goes super low. He goes to the back of it. He's going to get away. Flipper grabs the Baron. As now we're going to see if the fight, who can get away with the objective. Banderas waddles out. Flipper needs to be careful as Dan moves forward, wanting to get vengeance. One slow might be all it takes, but the charm from Aero could be massive. Nuriki are running to the wind with their objective. They've stolen it away. That's Baron on at least 3 members.
Ooh, the desperation play coming in from JDXL. They're losing Eminez down the bottom of the map, but Nuriki lose Azator, which is the hyper carry. But guess what right now? Azator is nothing for Nuriki. He doesn't have the items. He's not the hyper carry yet. Aero deals a lot of damage on that Ari. You've got Flipper with 6 kills in his name, 2 items, completed the death stance as well. And Banderas on that own has been a huge mid shield for them. Look at Flipper diving through the back wall of that Baron pit and just steals the Baron away right under Dan's nose right there. That must be so freaking frustrating for XL, losing the mid laner, then losing the Baron. But for Nuriki, this gives them so much life because they can actually push down the lanes, establish some vision, and give Azator a lot of that much needed farm that's going to be pushing towards them.
And it's on 4 members because Azator did manage to secure it as well, respawn just in time, which means that they're going to have so much pushing power and a little bit of combat advantage as well coming through from those stats. So while JDXL have looked dominant when it comes to fights, Nuriki might have just gained a little bit of an edge that they need. My question for you is, with this Baron, do you want to see them be assertive and try and initiate plays, or is it just about stabilizing?
I think it's about stabilizing, right? A lot of the players in the scene, solo queue, would call it hurtling. You sort of like slow down the pace, trying to get these items onto your main carriage. You see Death Cap is almost completed for Aeros Ari. You also see Bloodthirster completed for Azator, which means that he's going to be that much harder to kill. Yes, he deals less damage than if he went a Zeal item second, but that makes him much harder to kill as well. JDXL are going to completely ignore that, but look at the TP flank coming in.
Behind, they want to say is fighting Nuriki, and they've got Abagnale on the side, but he's been caught out by Vision as there's multiple different wards in there. Abagnale going to get stunned up. Eminez has dove onto him, but the ultimate's going to come on through, and now Eminez might be in trouble split from the rest of the team. The T goes super, super low, will be secured by Banderas, who looks for the knock-up, turns it, only lands it onto Dan, but that might be enough as Azator moves forward. It's multiple members of Nuriki trying to catch up members of JDXL. Cries does have TP. Will he look for it? The ultimate hasn't been available for this one, and now Banderas is moving forward, but as you said, he can't tank all these members as Spencer gets the kill onto Abagnale. JDXL, look at the teleport coming in behind. It's in the bush, but it looks like Nuriki are going to step backwards. Cries is here, though, setting up the barrels. How much damage? He's not going to land it onto anyone, though, as Banderas looks to catch him out. Nuriki are caught in the pincer. Asbel needs to be careful, but there comes Flipper, grabbing one, resetting, looking to survive. Will be able to do it with the ultimate. Manages to get 2 and resets again. Cries is in retreat because he just couldn't take down Banderas as Flipper decides against chasing. That was so close.
Flipper is deciding he is not losing this game. What a performance on that Viego, managing to kill 2 right there. And mind you, every time you pick up the soul of a very squishy support, it's usually a huge bait because all your defenses go down and your mainly helping your team set up for another kill, land the bubble, land the heal, and all that. But as you can see, MNS chooses the wrong path from his team, which means he ends up going down instantly. Venza with a really turnaround kill right there, but Nuriki are marching in strong as 4 members, and they're waiting now Dan's ultimate as well. Banderas is gonna take the flash from FTG as well. And whilst all this is going on, Christ is pushing towards the top side of the map. Venza sees an opening, kills Abagnale again, and now that it's a 3 versus 3, this is where Christ chooses to TP in. But some really nice footwork from Astor right there is going to get away from all these barrels thrown his way. And Flipper, wait a minute, is that
find
deja
the same
vu?
location as we come on.
I thought that was deja vu.
It's another replay. I thought they were just going to start again, but we're going to see a call coming through onto Dragon as Nuriki are the ones huddled in the pit, Aero over the back, but all of JDXL are coming down that choke point. They want to try and contest this one because it would be solid. They can secure Banderas, looking for the ultimate, lands it onto 2, but it's not priority members. Tries actually to get knocked up. So much damage going down on him, but it's still on half health. Emnes on the side, looking for Astor as he dives away. Vender's there too. Who will win of the marksman? It's going to be Astor with support of Aero as the fight looks like it's going JDXL's way in the other side, but both carries majorly from Nuriki are still alive. They're looking towards Astor, takes a little bit too much damage. JDXL have confirmed themselves sold, but Nuriki put up a decent fight.
Yeah, and they're pinging down towards the bot side of the map as well. This huge wave down the bot side is going to push for that inhibitor tower as well, if not take it completely. And Soul is going to be secure for the side of JDXL. It looked like a really promising fight actually for Nuriki, getting that huge on ultimate right there. But you just see the power of creating space with the Aurelia ult, with the Gangplank ult, with the barrels, with the Nami ult. There's just so many key components in this fight where even though, again, JDXL's composition is so short range, they're just making it work due to these ultimates, and Nuriki just could not break the streak of the dragons and give the soul away.
And that's going to be pretty mad for JDXL. Now they've got this dragon, they've got those tank stats, but maybe most importantly, we're going to have soul. But this is what we saw last time, and as you mentioned, JDXL just a little bit too good when it comes to scrapping.
Yeah, and as you can see right there, MNS also is going to walk towards the flank, towards the bot side of the map, but JDXL members are stuck in a choke point, which is the perfect way for Banderas to start this fight with the Ornn ult. You see that Prize is left behind, he gets knocked up, then Abagnale is going to hit one hook onto him, and then this is where the fight starts. But Venza is playing from the side, and MNS is dispatching on whoever is on the side, then he chases over Flipper, and then once your jungler is down and Smite is not a thing for you, JDXL will secure the dragon themselves. I feel, okay, it was a little bit, now that I'm seeing it again, Venza jumping into 4 members was a little bit of a question mark being because he ends up going down, but let's say
creating space.
Exactly, he was he's the one that should be created space for, but he was creating the space this time. Good one, Viper.
He just dives on forward. It's going to take both.
He's like, guys, I want to give you what you've been giving me all this game.
He's like, I will be.
I got you. I got you.
Diving forward, and if it takes 2 carries to bring him down,
I am the space now.
He's just one moving Gangplank ultimate. He's like, you can't come next to me. I know my team's short range, but I'm keeping you away. And JDXL have actually moved towards this Baron buff. They're starting it up. Members.
Okay, Flipper, eyes on you again.
All right, Flipper, what you got? He's going to be caught out on a ward, but he should be able to clear it out in short order. Dan's like, guys, no.
Not again.
Let's start this fight first, because I don't want to get this stolen away. That would be disastrous. Banderas caught out by Eminem on the side, but he's a little bit tanky, but it's only 1 member. Look at the other part of the fight, though. Dan has the ult, but he's going to throw some fire down, trying to keep Astor away. Banderas is like, please, help me, team. I need some support. The ultimate's going to come through
everything
from the Northerners. Banderas is still alive, but he will be cut down eventually. It's Venza with the kill. Era has to go on. Astor on the back, looking to get the damage down, but he can't find too much, but they do manage to get the charm on the first kill. Flipper now on the resets. What can he do? Looking for Dan, but won't be able to find him as he slithers away. No, the red buff secures the kill as Azator, full health, could move towards this Baron, potentially chasing JDXL away.
What a full chaotic fight from both of these teams, but at the end of the day, if you don't have Smite standing for you, you cannot start a major objective. But you know who has Smite? It is going to be Nuriki, Cries, and FGG. What do you have? MNS, full HP from the top wave as well, and Nuriki have to actually go back to base and regen some of that HP because I don't think it's worth it throwing the game right here and giving a free Baron away. And honestly, if there's something that I really love about this patch is the fact that it feels like gold leads don't really matter too much. It feels like one objective can turn the entire game around. You secure 1 Baron like Nuriki did before, and you can actually stall the game and try to get more gold and items onto your carries. And suddenly, look at Azita. 3 items in his inventory. He's got the upgraded Gale Force. He's got the Infinity Edge. Look at Aero as well. He's got his Death Cap right there. Just purchased the Magi. This guy is that confident right now. So the damage is there. The items is there. Very similar. I don't think it matters anymore that Venza has an item over on Aphelios, because Aphelios is just that big hyper carry. And right there, because he had the Sniper and the Chakram, he was able to play even through the wall.
Absolutely, and as this game ticks on, I know that we need to be careful about using terms like scaling and late game.
Hashtag we scale, boys.
Hashtag we scale. You say that in all of your solo queue games is absolutely fine, but...
I don't play Katarina.
Oh, so you don't do anything?
I don't scale. Nah.
Oh, I'm sorry to...
Yeah, I'm sorry too, man.
I play tank, so all I do is scale. For me, it's a case of, I just feel like JDXL have been the team in control most of this game. Nuriki have fought valiantly, but the further this game goes on, I look at Nuriki's composition and I say, hey, one big team fight. We know on this patch that one big team fight can be all it takes, and we've got Elder Dragon up in 1 minute.
I think we didn't notice right there how much Banderas was winning 1 versus 2. It was MNS plus FGG versus 1 Ornn. Guess who wins, chat? The Ornn!
The problem there is that FGG was there. If it was a solo kill, it would have been Eminence by a long way.
He took Eminence down even on a 1 versus 2. This Ornn is so freaking tanky. He's got the Anathema's Chains. It's most likely going to be either on Venza or on MNS, and now they want another fight.
They're going towards Bandera, sending more than 2 members this time around. Tidal Wave might catch him up. The Gangplank Ultimate 2, as it looks like Abagnale is just going to go for the full retreat, but Banderas has fallen, and that's a lot of tanks that is going down. Eminence in the backline, look towards Aztor, Flipper finds Aztor, Flipper has to flash away, but the Irelia is running rampant. Aztor needs to keep retreating, looking towards Venza, will be able to get the kill, but he's the only member surviving. Aero dives away. Eminez is playing Warden. Could that be it for JDXL?
Absolutely. JDXL ran down the entirety of Nuriki right there. Only Aero survives. He will not have the ultimate. Does he have what it takes to clear this wave and actually help his team survive a little bit longer, because there's 4 members of JDXL running him down?
They're just chasing him down towards those turrets. Aero flashing away, needs trying to out the minions, and so many members of JDXL, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. It was valiant, it was stalwart, but JDXL, it doesn't matter how well they play, because they win the League of Legends as they take their 5th win and destroy Nuriki's Nexus.
Whew. Okay, I think we set it up really well at the start of the day, right? We're like, undefeated, but are they dominant? No. Did they look dominant this one? Not really. I feel like their individual skill is bailing them out of such hard situations that they create themselves a lot of the times. And I feel like Nuriki had really good weapons of turning this game around, but some very unfortunate fights, right? The fact that maybe all the gold and kills went towards Flipper, and Nasdaq was like star for the majority of that game might have been a problem. But if you're Viego, you have to take those and try to carry. And I think Flipper tried his best. It just feels like for yet another day, things from JDXL just worked better.
And I mean, it's kind of the Eminence story in a team, right? They take lots of different shots. They try and make these flashy outplays. Eminence went for every flank available that game. Some of them work, some of them don't. But at the end of the game, enough of them do, that they came out with the victory. And while Nuriki, not the result they would have wanted, have proven that last split we were kind of down on them.
Hey, you take the dub and you take the 5-0, I guess.
I mean, the performance was there. The result was not, unfortunately. We're going to jump to our desk to see what they made of that first game of the night.
Thank you, Viperun. And there we go. JDXL still undefeated so far. No one can take them down, but there were a lot of points where Nuriki had the lead.
And once again, I generally feel like this game became way more competitive than it should have been. We said it when we talked about the matchup initially. Yes, you're looking at Nuriki against JDXL. It should just be JDXL, but some of the mistakes come through, and I think some of it comes down to the drafting differences, and some of it comes down to Flipper with a monster little performance at Herald.
We need to talk about Flipper. We need to talk about the early game as well.
Yeah, Flipper was just in the right place at the right time in the early game, was able to pick up that shot that I'm pretty sure was a shutdown by the time he got to the bottom lane to sort of stem the bleeding a little bit. Obviously, we saw the 2v2 at level 2 not go the way, unfortunately, of Nuriki. It was a little close.
That was, oh no, that was cringe. That's what we said. Okay, I want to give you the unfiltered.
Yeah, if you want the unfiltered,
unfiltered. Me and Jamada, we're watching bot lane. Okay, we're watching the play coming through. And it's looking good for Nuriki. all of a sudden, Abagnale, Azator, completely not on the same page. One flashes after the Nami, the other one just doesn't do anything, and they end up failing in the 2v2. But this is the big one for Nuriki. The fact where they finally pick up some kills with Flipper.
Yeah, and this is just one of those moments where you just have to kind of sit there and accept that Viego is a champion.
Oh yeah.
He can just kind of do this to you. But I feel like realistically, this was just significantly better setup from the side of Nuriki, able to have their numbers there first, respond to the play. I think I would say a little disrespectful, but the fact that JDXL didn't potentially see the full collapse of the team coming, I think for a Herald take, definitely a little bit risky compared to what we typically see from these Herald takes.
It's one of those things, specifically with team as well, who's first adding up with the objective setup, is that they go through all the correct steps in terms of setting up for the objective. They get the objective. Yes. But that last thing, that what happens after you got it, sometimes goes missing. And that's why I think Nuriki this time around, they came in with really good punishment of coming in with a man advantage, getting the resets on Flipper. And yes, they lost Herald, but they still get the team fight that makes them remain competitive.
And was this game as close as you guys thought it would be?
I feel like I got the game I expected. I actually kind of felt like we would see, probably because of the Band-Aid Nami Lucian, we talk about, Venza and FGG maybe having some laning issues. Yeah. Seeing that, come to a front and then they, get their own lead between the 2v2. And then we get this mid-game where Stefan obviously kind of popped off and held up Nuriki, but again, some of the team fighting tools available to JDXL were just a little bit too strong.
Yeah, I think as well, this is the exact same scenario. You get on the Drake, but you have no vision control around the left side, you have no control around the blue side, and you have no control around the bot side, right? So there's realistically speaking only one way that you get in, and they get access to that. But afterwards, they just get pincer maneuvered, and once again, no engage of JDXL, they relied on ground control through their abilities, and when you walk into a chokehold like that, and all of a sudden you're caught in between the Gangplank barrel, the slows from the Aurelia ultimate when it hits as well, you just get blasted. You don't find a single target you can blow up and get the resets with. Yes, they get the Drake, but they lose the fight, and that's the pivotal thing.
This means JDXL start another week with a perfect score so far, but we're heading on to the interview. I think I got some information that it's Tarak on the other side. What are you doing? I was promised 10. Why are you back?
It's not my fault, man. I keep trying to get these players to go on interviews, but some of them don't have webcams. Dan's webcam fails. It's not a good time, all right? I'm trying everything for you. I'll get some people on eventually, okay?
Okay, but you're trying a lot of new things as well, bringing in the Shyvana as well, the adaptation on the bot side, coming in with the Lucian and Anami, because you do believe your bot lane, we're going to do that dance again, okay? We're going to tangle again. We're going to do it again, Tarak. You do believe that the bot lane is still shaking a little bit, so bringing the Lucian alongside with the Nami was like your flex tape to make sure that you would be the aggressive one?
No. It's I still have faith in my bot lane. Okay?
Obviously.
And when I look at Lucian Nami, I'm saying they're getting first blood, right? They come in there, first blood. They're stomping the game. Venza FGG, sometimes Venza likes his montage plays. He thinks he's going to be UC, but aside from that, it's all good.
Okay. Talk to me a little bit about those objectives. It seems like the game resolved around every single objectives, where we went to the Dragon and all that. We went to a Nettled, we went to a Baron. Talk to me about that.
Well, when you pick Shyvana, you're really looking at taking a very objective base game. The Shyvana as a champion obviously profits a lot from taking Drakes for our own team. We had the bot priors to sort of enable us to take skirmishes around those areas. Gangplank also enhancing our ability to take early Drakes, right? So when we lock that pick in, we're basically saying we're going to fight you on every single Drake. I think we could have got Soul Drake a little bit earlier if we played better in this game. We probably could have got Herald as well if we played better. And the idea is we'd also not Flipper Baron versus Flipper, right? So I think across the board, this could have been cleaner, but yeah, we wanted to play an objective-based game here.
Okay, still undefeated, and I'm going to toss you a question that I had specifically for Dan, and you can answer me as his coach. I saw his tweet saying that patch 12.10 was disgusting, but now he brings in the Nocturne, he brings in the Rek'Sai, he brings in the Shyvana. Is this patch allowing people to play things that are not so meta-ish, and it can explore more options? Or you still believe it's kind of a weird patch for everybody?
I always believe in playing whatever champion that you think is best in the given state, right? And so as we saw last split with Eminez playing 14 to 16 different champions, I can't remember how many there were, right? And sort of a similar vibe with Cries up in the top line. We were playing a lot of different champs there. Now it's Dan's turn. So, he gets to come in and play any champion that he feels like. And so far he's whipping out 3 different ones over the last of our little stint on 12.10. So who knows? Maybe we'll get to see a huge variety of unique jungle champions in the near future.
I hope so, because I know he loves a specific champion, as I do. Thank you so much for this interview. We still have a bet going on, and it seems like you're winning so far. So I'll see you soon. I know I'll see you soon. It's not like I have an option. So thank you so much, Tarak.
What's that bet?
Thank you.
Oh, you weren't here, yeah.
Okay, so the bet is Tarak told me that he's going to be undefeated by the end of the split. Not only he, but the AD carrier as well told me that in an interview. And if they are undefeated, I have to make a video apologizing for JDXL for not believing in them. If they do lose, though, they have to make an apology video for me.
I mean, Torok, you might as well get the film rolling. That apology video is coming out for you at one point, that's for sure.
Apology video with tears, you know.
The whole bit.
Yeah, a whole bit.
Entire package.
Get a puppy.
We're sorry.
Deep sigh at the beginning of the video.
The carpet, fireplace, in the air, like every scenic shot you could get.
Yeah. This game was actually close. Even though the score was kind of one-sided at the end of it, there were a lot of options for Nuriki. And one of the players that allowed that to happen was Flipper, the jungler coming in from Nuriki. And this is why I want to have a conversation with him. And there you go. He's ready for this. It was a tough game, obviously, but you had an amazing start. Can you lead me by the beginning of the game? We don't talk about the entire game, just the beginning of it.
Beginning of the game went pretty good. The only thing that maybe went a bit wrong was the bot lane shenanigans that was going on. Our main goal for the team has been to improve our early game, so having done that is very nice, and now we can move on to the next steps, which is obviously going to be improving our mid game and late game.
Okay, when you got that lead, when the team got that lead, it seemed like you didn't really know what to do next, specifically versus a team as weird as it did in terms of champion select. Do you believe that the disengage capability was higher than your engage capability?
I think our engaged capability was fine. I think our draft was pretty good, and I think the main issue I saw was mostly that when we were having fights, we didn't have proper setup in my eyes, and we weren't really on the same page in some of the fights. So yeah, we would probably need to improve on that.
Tell me something. Are you happy with the result? I know for the fact everybody knows that you guys wanted to win. You had the game in your hands a few times, but are you happy that you made JDXL bleed as much as they did?
I mean, I'm happy that we made the team sweat for it, but obviously we're not happy with the loss. But I like that we are able to show progress on improvement. So our goal right now is obviously, as I said, to improve our early game. So I would expect you guys to be able to see that we improve our mid game later on in the split, so that we're able to maybe next time take the challenge up to XL and beat them.
To wrap it up, Flipper, you were considered on the pre-show one of the best junglers in the league, by the way. I don't know if you know that, but just letting you know that the analysts...
It was on my team.
It was, yeah, you were picked by Goldberg, by the way. And I cannot with you. But one of my questions is, the champion select that you brought in seemed like the previous patch, the 12.9 or even MSI patch. And we were talking about Nuriki having such a good adaptation for the 12.10. Can we expect something different on the later day of the week?
Yeah, I think we will probably be adapting our draft probably every week to make sure that we have what we deem the optimal draft. So if we think that last week we maybe had some gaps that another team maybe can punish, then we will try to adapt it so that there's no longer these gaps.
Okay. Thank you so much for the interview. You made them bleed. You played really well. So congratulations on that note. And I hope to see that adaptation coming in from Nuriki.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. There you go. On your team, I know. But this is really
I didn't know I drafted Pablo Escobar in my team, man. Flipper coming in clutch here with the Mushna. Like, back when I knew him, you know, he was looking younger. This time around, man, it's been a couple of years, man.
Last words for this game, though. What could we take away from this for both teams coming in with JDXL?
Do you want to take XL or should I?
I think JDXL still, like, I don't think that this is, for example, a draft that I would pick against any better team. I think you would would get punished immediately by that. I don't think you can rely on your players individual because they can be matched at later stages. And I think it's good for them to get a close game against a team like Nuriki. And I think for Nuriki as well, it's good for them to have this kind of team come against a team that
wasn't really punishing with their own engage options, so therefore making it a bit more competitive and slower towards the mid game. But I mean, definitely in the NXL just being the one that runs away with it.
What about Nuriki?
Honestly, I think positive in terms of, responding to the Herald play. Some of the team fights, yes, maybe I think a little bit suboptimal, right? But I think you can maybe accredit XL on how they actually approach the team fights, right? Always having M&S come off on the flank, or always having really well placed cannon barrages from Kryze. I think those are the key things that really stopped Nuriki from having any real teamfight success after the first 10-15 minutes. But I think realistically, just some of the map-wide responses that we did see were probably some of the better takeaways. And also, I feel like their draft wasn't that bad. I think when you, maybe take into the context of 12-10, you might have some question marks, but I think reading the room of, okay, we need the go buttons, we're the underdog team here, realistically, we have to make sure that we can always be the ones that are picking these fights. I think that was really nice to see.
Okay, how does this game affect the standings? Let's take a peek at what happened. JDXL obviously are still undefeated at the top of it with 5 victories. Nuriki, though, jumped from 3rd place into 8th place with a 2-3 at this point. Obviously, they're 1 game away from the rest of the pack, so this doesn't mean a lot, but it's
they just went from making playoffs to be out of playoff contention. That's crazy. In the 1 game. Wow.
It is week 3.
You guys didn't see that at home, but Gorborg held the most serious stare with Archer as he said that. Just deadpan, no sarcasm in his voice.
I miss this, lads. Yes. I miss this guy. Okay, moving on to the next game. We have Dusty versus Vanier. 2 teams that are in the middle of the pack, or maybe outside of playoffs. We don't know on week 3. But what can we talk about these teams? Because Dusty, they're looking mean.
Yeah, Dusty looked mean on 12-9. Then 12-10 rolled around, and yes, they might have had a couple of hiccups. I think, like we kind of heard from Den Voxney in particular, just need more time on the patch, and I feel like we'll see the same level of Dusty that we saw in week 1, the very decisive, very clinical Dusty. But I am curious at how they'll approach it via the draft, right? Like we said.
I think they
wanted more time for it.
Yeah, for sure. And I think they have the insane talent on the roster to back it up too, for sure. Yeah. Like, I feel like Den Voxner, unlucky split he had in Spain. I think we can all agree on that. But we know what he's capable of. We've seen it as well in the NLC. And I think pairing it up with Stend as well, who's like really good in solo queue, coming in with a lot of hype as well on the competitive scene. I think we've only just scratched the surface. And having Kerberos back in the north really just offers you a lot of flexibility in a patch where we only talk about flexibility so far.
It's a KO patch, and they have Kerberos. I don't know what else to say, really. It's written in the stars.
It is a good angle coming in from Dusty, but they're against Vanier, and we do have some words specifically from the players of Vanier to tell us how they think this match is going to go. Take a look.
I mean, Dusty is also looking decent on paper, I would say. Like, they have some talented players. Of course, like, Kerberos is always going to be interesting to have on their team or play against, because this guy plays so many world champions. Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking forward to play them and see what their level is at. I never played against Backlund before, but from what I heard, it's like decent mid. But yeah, I don't really have an opinion on it of him because I haven't played him, and I haven't really heard that much about him either. So, but I think it's like a solid mid laner for the NLC.
I love how they are talking about Backlund. Like, I don't know what to expect of him. We didn't get to see a lot of him, but during this season, I believe he's one of the shiniest members of Dusty so far. One of the remaining members from the previous split, and now he's shining.
Yeah, it was definitely very interesting to see so much of the Dusty roster sort of, be divided and split off. Very cool to at the very least maintain Backlund, like you say. And I feel like the roster that's been built around them is just really solid. It's star-studded almost, you can say, right? And I think that's always what's going to make Dusty such a scary team, no matter what, is you can always look towards the bottom side and say, okay, then Voxney, kind of scary, very much carry potential. Same thing for Kerberos and Backlund. We saw that from Spring already, what he's capable of when he gets resources. And hell, even in the jungle role as well, which is something we don't get to say about a lot of junglers, Linkus kind of half made a name for himself on some of these carry junglers out in the other heroes.
But I'm also looking in the opposite direction. I'm looking at Ericsson, right? This is a guy that, you know, we haven't really seen him in the North for the longest time, but this is a guy that's been around since I competed as a coach, right? Like I've been in matches against this guy, and he's been been as like a franchise player, standout player, if that was a thing we could say back then, for the longest time ever. And he was always one of these players that, when he plays UK, he was known as like the Giant Slayer, and I think Envision or something like back then, because they were the one who would take down the strongest guy. Yes, Barrage, yes, of course. So once again, just like a player that has the capabilities on a really good day, and I think this is just a guy that has not been talked about enough. I'm hoping that he can get back to form, because on a good day, well then Ericsson has been looking really scary.
I'm going to do everybody a favor and do the caster start the game. I'm going to press the button.
Oh, nice.
So we can finally get into Champion Select to see what the teams are going to pick. Dusty versus Vanier, you don't go anywhere, and start spamming on the chat who you think is going to take it. It is a Kayle patch. Obviously, she has been banned on the previous game.
KOB1, or just on the, it's going to get banned. I think from what I've been seeing from, particularly in China, it's been like, it's starting to get banned basically every blue side team. I'm not sure how it's landing in other ERLs. We still need to see how teams have adapted going into week 2. But it seems like there, it's just like borderline pickle ban right now, because it's just so hard to punish.
And I think so far with the bans we have coming through, Diana has been an interesting champion to me, because while she was buffed a little bit on the shielding and, you know, some of the damage coming through, burst assassins haven't really flourished on this patch. Like, majority of Dianas I've seen dive in, don't do much, and then die. So it's a curious one to see, but maybe it's something that we've seen in scrims that you know, just kind of half flourish. So far on the Dusty side though, Talia so far makes sense, right? It's one of the champions we talked about. Gwen, once again, these two seems like so far the red side stable that we're getting. And after that, yes, you got the likes of Wukong, you got the likes of Viego if that's what you're going for. But these two specifically has been very volatile and dangerous in Southern Patch so far.
Kayle is still open. Maybe we get to see it, and you were talking about it.
I don't think we're ever, like, I don't think we'll see that specific blind pick Kayle. I mean, well, okay, Jamada, was it going to be blind pick though?
I think the problem is on red side it's really powerful, because you can pick it on 3, and then you can ban away 2 champions you don't want to have to deal with, and it's effectively just turns into a safe blind. Wukong will be followed up with that, so curious. Senna, alright, yeah. So obviously banned away blue side last game, not banned away here, and Vanier will snap that one up. So expect to see probably one of the pairings, right? Sion perhaps, and then Dusty, yeah, the Viego is probably what I would expect answered at the very least.
I've seen the Senna with loads of things at this point already, right? We've seen the Sion a couple times here in our own league, but I mean, once again, I take a look at the Spanish league again, we've seen it paired up with Ashe, because Ashe gives it an auto attack, Senna gives it a Q.
God,
it's just like that, you slow on, slow on, slow on, slow on, you just kite them around with the extra range. Now, Ezreal coming through can give you more safety for the Ezreal to farm into the center lane, but it can also give more leeway to the pairing you will have, because Ezreal is not one of these 80 carries that will punish specifically.
Yeah, and this is the thing, I remember all the way back in sort of like season 10-ish, when Senna first came out, one of the champions that absolutely got dominated in lane was Ezreal, so definitely looking to play safety, like you say, in lane. Once the second item comes online for Ezreal, Miramana, Triforce, or Divine Sun, or whatever it will be, that's when Ezreal really starts to have his own agency in a lane like this. Lilia, the other really big broken champion on the patch, is here. Very excited to see Krax on that one. You can really outpace in the Viego matchup, but again, it's about getting to that point where Viego starts to potentially fall behind, but it's all about the skirmishing for the Viego side.
Lilia is just so disgusting. She's got one of the fastest clears at the moment. You go Conquer Runner, you go Riftmaker, then you just build straight up tank if you want to. You can go Force of Nature, you can go Demonic Embrace like this. Frozen Heart, like it's just very cheap itemization, super high value for, you know, pretty much nothing. So that's why one of the reasons that this champion's been picked so much. But it also opens up for AD champions in the mid lane, and specifically Ericsson is one of the few mid laners that's very happy about the Aurelius, very happy about the Yone, so I'm kind of expecting that to get banned out, or at least looked upon by Vanier if it's open.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think even from last split where we saw Ericsson on Verdant, even though Verdant as a team in Division 2 was really struggling, Ericsson was one of the few key members that actually tried to keep the team afloat. And yeah, in his champion pool occasionally, even though yes, it was predominantly mages, sometimes you see things like the Aurelia, even like the Yone, which I think could fit kind of okay here. Mostly squishies, things that can get jumped on and set up by the sleep from Lilia, and it's definitely a pairing that we've seen a couple of times. Na now removed away, I think that definitely makes a whole bunch of sense. Expecting to see a lot of sort of safe laners taken off of Hesera's champion pool, so that Kerberos can probably get a very powerful R5 counter pick.
Oh, 100%, but it's still the fact that, you know, this sign, it's still viable very much in the top lane. Like, he's one of the champions that when you look across win rates across the few leagues that has played so far, in the top lane, he's actually doing very well, together with On Still specifically, and there you have it, at least Yone getting banned away here, and I think that's just very sensible when you think of the Lilia-Yone pairing. We've seen it a couple times as well in Div 2 with Unique coming through with Shafty and Eden as well, bringing that out quite a lot. So I think it's still a pairing that is respected and should be banned away.
GP is going to kick the bucket right now as well. That's one I was looking for, maybe for the top lane to try and get that disengage or help for Kerberos. We could get some spicy ones, but they're saving the last pick for Kerberos, obviously.
Expectation is, yes. We'll see a lot of poke if they want to go for the Zoe route. So what I now maybe expect is some kind of a duelist out of Kerb is maybe my read on this. So you have a lot of poke, a lot of sort of disengage, and you're looking to maybe win out on the side lane, or you just fully commit to the poke comp with maybe something a little more utility based up in the top side left.
That's the thing, right? Because on Dusty, you have yourself cut out for that poke comp where you have to play around with the spacing. Right now, no go buttons, okay? You're relying on the sleep, and when that's the case, if you have a composition just runs you down and you don't have the getaway for it, this will be very difficult to pilot. So they're reliant on being the one who's kind of the first on the objective already. Whatever they kind of pick as the R5 here, I don't think it's going to solve that situation too much. They will still rely on the backline damage coming through. Okay, this is great. This is great. Okay, because this opens up for loads of opportunities, right? This could still be signed down towards the bot lane, but Senna, Seraphine is disgusting because of the Q being a slow, and then if you hit your WE with the Senna, it not only roots, but it also stuns afterwards. It creates so much spacing, and currently any champion can be flexed around right now on Vanier, but the R5 to come through there really opens up for a side lane.
Yeah, that's why I kind of called out for it, because I think you either commit with full poke comp, or you go down this route where you have the core 4 and then something that's always going to outscale whatever you see on the opposite side. And Fiora is perfect. Whatever matchup she ends up in, whether it's the Sion, whether it's the Aatrox,
it's a good matchup.
It's just a good matchup. So I expect Linkus to probably just kind of sit his lane, just make sure that he gets as free and isolated 1v1 as possible, or if the opportunity arises, just outright gank him, get the Fiora ahead, because as soon as the Fiora gets ahead, nothing is going to match it post 2 Ions, and that's going to be a very scary issue for Vanier to have to eventually answer.
This is something that really just reminds me of 2020 Samsung Morning Stars at European Masters. United back then would put a lot of Sign in the mid lane. You would have like Senna towards the bot side as well with, I think, Gooby and Click was the bot lane back then, but still either way, it's something we've still seen in the past. It's not a new set concept coming through, even though it seems weird with this champion pool coming through from the side of Dusty here. But either way, I think you're completely right. Having that Fiora R5 there really opened up for a strong side that was going to win no matter what.
Ticking time bomb.
Yes.
Challenge was thrown by Vanier, and Dusty accepted on the top lane with the Fiora for the split pusher. Let's see if this is going to pay out. But to see that, we need to jump into Summoner's Rift, and that's why we're sending it to Viperun alongside Troubling.
Nice, I like that a lot. Javana knew what was going on there. That's all the analysis to gain this game.
Yeah.
It's fair. It's very reasonable. I looked at the draft and I was like, I came in a couple of minutes late, just getting a touch up, making myself look beautiful. Someone else was making me look presentable.
You always look beautiful.
Thank you. But I look more beautiful than usual. And we find our way on the drift. But the start of the draft, I was like, yeah, this makes a lot of sense. And they finished it. I was like, oh, we're doing some things with champions, aren't we?
Okay, honestly, I feel like the Senna, Seraphine bot lane was bound to happen, especially on 12-10, because even though they're both very squishy, durability patch makes them a lot more tanky in the early game. And also, because they have these two sustain/push/poke champions, they can match the sustain and perma-push that an Ezreal Karma bot lane does have, which allows Lilia to stay a little bit more safe in her jungle. Because if we look in the mid lane, backland onto the Zoe, it's going to be perma-shove in the lane. If you look in the bot lane, Ezreal Karma want to be perma-shove in the lane. And then you've got a Fiora towards the top side of the map for Dusty with an Ignite that wants to be played for. So all of these hard shoving and priority lanes can move further in, word, and then you can have your jungle playing towards the top side of the map for the Fiora to keep her safe, right? But if you look on the other hand side, You see Vanier with a perma-scaling composition.
Yes.
Lilia scales really well. Aatrox is an absolute monster into the late game when the healing comes in. Talk about healing, you've got a Senna, you've got a Seraphine in there. Sion with the ever-scaling HP as well. Senna with the ever-scaling stacks too. I think does this go late game, Vanier's composition will be just so difficult to kill because on the side of Dusty, you just do not have consistent damage. You do not have a hyper carry that will shred through the heals and shields and HP bars. You've got pure poke and burst with the Zoe and the Ezreal, and I don't think it's gonna be enough when you've got a 10,000 HP Sion soaking up all of that poke.
I'm looking towards this and I'm seeing, looking at Linkus especially and being like, okay, in the late game, you're going to have to do a lot of heavy carrying. Are we going to see this Viego getting as fed as the one we saw last game? And unfortunately, we saw how that turned out for that Viego. But we're moving into the Rift and just keeping our eyes across all the lanes. Kerberos, of course, Jamada, when he was saying, look, you've got a composition that's poke and then you've got the one split push. And I was like, this man has seen Kerberos play before. Because back in the day, this is a little aside. Back when I first joined the esports scene, I was an observer in a league that Kerberos was in.
Did he play his infamous Cho'Gath Trinity Force?
He played Cho'Gath at least once, and he was playing Kayle, but we had to have an observer in games that he was in, just following him. Because occasionally, he wouldn't join his team. He's like socially distancing on the Rift at all times.
He's doing it properly.
And he occasionally would just be like, I'm just going to 1v2. And we'd be like, well, we need to catch that on camera, so we need someone who's just like directed cam Kerberos in case he does something crazy.
So he's the Kim Kardashian of his teams?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
You need a camera constantly behind.
Yeah. You need to just be like, there's a reality show where we just follow Kerberos around and see what he's up to day to day. I would watch that show. Might be the only one.
The Kerberos.
Being But I'm excited to see what he does later on because again, he might be someone that they need to rely on a little bit because, as you say, it's that burst. It's not those hyper-scaling carries that we're used to seeing. But the junglers are going to be having a little scrap already. Kriox needs to be a little careful as Linkus just have the health advantage on him and we'll be able to steal away the Gromp.
And we mentioned that from the start, Buckland on the Zoe, he's going to have perma prior. And the only prior you're actually going to get, or maybe a shoving lane, is towards the bot side of the map for Kriox. But look at top lane. Kerberos pushing on the Fiora, Buckland pushing with the Zoe, bot lane even pushing for Dusty as well. That gives Linkus such a very open window to grab one or even two of his solo laners and just try to invade, taking Kriox's jungle away.
And there's that priority, as you mentioned. It's what we were expecting to see, but now utilizing that very effectively. Great start from the Dusty jungler. And as we mentioned already in the pre-show, and the casters were mentioning it as well, the idea that Dusty didn't adapt to the patch particularly well. But if they can go into this game and grab themselves a win, maybe they've had a little bit more time scrimming, they understand what they're doing a little bit more, their focus is definitely here rather than on 12.9 where they were very, very good, then we're going to be seeing hopefully a different side to Dusty this game.
Yeah, and I think right here, when we talk a lot about junglers as well, Linkus has been one of these moving gears for Dusty that makes things happen for them, especially when he's on more aggressive, proactive junglers. Right now onto the Viego, he has to do nothing but farm. This is why it's so important and it's such an integral part of the composition that he has so many hard shoving lanes. The fact that he's able to walk into Kriox's jungle, grab the Krag away, means that his two camps, he's one camp up onto that Lilia. He's gonna be very soon level 5. Level 4 of Kriox, Kerberos, calculated.
I don't know if that's calculated or lucky. I'll give it up. I don't know. I'm not sure, but he does get away.
Flash taken, calculated.
And he doesn't even have flash. Yeah, Kerb, genius. Once again, coming in on the top side and has that summoner advantage. If he wants to utilize it, will be teleporting back in. You've got to imagine that Hazera with the wave where it is might want to do the same, but Stend is going to take a little bit of poke from the Vanier bot lane. The Seraphine and Senna, as we talked about, can go blow for blow with this Ezreal Karma. So very interesting adaptation to put those down there and send Ericsson mid on the Sion, who, as you can see, is keeping up relatively well at farm, but Linkus, that's an aggressive flash over the wall. Want to try to get Gag down onto Vanier's bot lane. Zaremba and Merbs already in retreat. Can Linkus find his way onto Senna, who flashes away and does manage to escape?
Disaster from Linkus right there. We had Noodle do this last split in spring, where he would literally take his red buff from red side, then flash through the Baron Pit and invade blue. But Linkus tried to pull out a very cheeky gank right there, loses his flash, but takes triple summoner from the side of Vanier. Mind you though, that is pre-6, so he has a very tight window if he wants to repeat that gank, because later on with the Senna and Seraphine ultimates, it's going to be extremely hard to approach, especially since the bot lane with Ezreal and Karma doesn't have a lot of setup for him.
Yeah, they really have very little. Lakama running forward and getting a chain on is what they're going to be working with, you've got to imagine, but that's not going to be the same as going towards the likes of a Zoe, or even the likes of a Fiora have a little bit more ability to have agency when the gank is coming through, but Linka's just going to return to farming as all good junglers do. Kerberos stacking up a huge wave on the top side as Zero going to be able to pick this one up, but it's certainly been a quieter early game than what we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, I feel like this could have also been a big window if you want to dive, because look at that, Backline has moved towards the top side of the map. He has a rocket belt on him. You see Linkas is level 5. You see that Zero was level 5 at that point versus level 6 Fiora with an Ignite. So you take Zoe towards the top side of the map, you take Viego, you get that Fiora level 6 with the Ignite, and I think you just put that Aatrox further behind. That was triple wave that was stacking up with a cannon right there. But again, 12.10, a lot of teams do not want to take the risk. This tower's hurt a lot, and if this Aatrox, by any miracle, was able to take 1 or 2 kills away with him, this could have flipped around really quickly.
Absolutely. And just taking stock of what we're seeing across the Rift, seeing if there's going to be any plays around stuff like Dragon or Rift Herald coming up very, very shortly, but
Alcov Gaming?
you know, is he going to make it work? These are the questions. I've seen a lot of Alcove Gaming not work.
I'll say he doesn't have the flash to flash through that wall yet.
He's also been called out on a ward, which isn't necessarily optimal. Good game sense from Zero, just saying, look, I feel like something's up, just giving himself some defensive measures, and will catch out Linkus for doing so. But neutral objectives haven't been touched yet. Creox knows where the enemy jungler is and has started moving down towards that dragon, but his bot lane's not in a super great position to help, but are putting down some poke.
And I think this is the correct timing right here to try and establish a little bit more vision towards the bot side of the map. This is why you will see Ericsson together with Creox moving in, putting some vision further into Linkus' jungle. But
They're going to cleanse away from Creox's ultimate, the losing lullaby, and we'll be able to flash away.
So how's your solo queue been going?
Bad. Why?
Just asking, because this game is going to be one of these ones that is probably decided by Elder Dragon.
My match history is horrible.
I baited you hard.
It's not good. And
let's not talk about mine. Oh my god!
Oh my word, here we go, some action. Stand goes low, but does manage to survive, and it's going to be first blood going over to Merbs as they move up towards the dragon area. Dusty were looking to retake, but can't find it, and are forced to back out.
Hey, if you cast the Cursed, you might get some action.
Devious.
That was, thank you very much. That was every single summoner from the Dusty bot lane. They end up killing Stand as well. The kill goes over to Seraphine. The faster you go towards your items, the better it will be. I'm expecting maybe Merbs to go for some more AP-oriented items. I don't know if he necessarily wants to go towards that Moonstone so he can keep Aatrox alive when he goes in for these trades, but you do have a lot of zoning potential right there. So even if you went towards something like the Leandris, it could also work. It's going to be the Lost Chapter, so I'm expecting for the Seraphine to go towards the Leandris.
There's going to be Dusty moving towards the Rift Herald first and foremost off the back of that not optimal play in the bot lane, giving up first blood, but they will be able to secure themselves this neutral objective. It doesn't look like Creox might not even be aware of this one. Is in the neighborhood, but not going to search it out, and Linkus should be able to secure this one, and that's going to be quite nice to try and crack open a couple of towers or get some plates at the very least and grab some money back into the pocket of the Icelandic side.
Yeah, exactly, and you lose nothing, right? There is no counterplay right there. The dragon was up, but it's not taken away from Vanier. Top lane has been pushed, mid lane has been pushed, bot lane hasn't lost any CS, even though Stan roamed all the way to the mid lane together with then Voxney. So that was a really worth Herald in terms of like putting in the effort and the numbers and the time. I was lost for words right there. I found them last second.
It's one of those things where, yeah, the bot lane play doesn't look great for Dusty, but then they turn it around and say, look, we're going to try and get more gold off this Herald than you got off First Blood.
They got nothing from it. I was expecting to see maybe a Dragon go down for them, but then again, if you look at the champions they're playing a Sion, a Seraphine, a Senna, a Lilia. You don't necessarily shred through HP bars of neutral objectives. So again, generally, when you look at the Vanier lineup, you expect them to get their advantage through team fights that will come later on. So look at these Dragon fights and look at these Herald fights probably, and you will see them trying to play around the Seraphine ult, the Senna ult, the Sion ult, ways that they can actually engage fights, stay alive, get that CC, win the fight, and then maybe transition it into an objective.
And how Dusty are going to play around the composition that Vanier have built as well, because when you know that the enemy team is going to be so great at taking down fights, as Voxney goes reasonably low, but should be able to sit back safely and just recall. I want to see how Dusty are going to be able to play at range, avoid the damage that's coming from Vanier, and even take the fight to them when things are looking a little bit scrappy in the late stage, where, as you mentioned earlier, all of this really powerful long-term scaling starts coming into effect.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit difficult. I'm assuming the plan right here is that your Zoe is so fed, your Ezreal are so fed that the damage that you're going to put down is just not going to be healed that easily from a Seraphine Senna. But that's a little bit difficult, right? Because you've got double healing and shielding coming through the bot lane of Vanier, and then you've also got this mega tangles. Ericsson will become later on. He's got his Frostfire Gauntlet right now, so he can very easily face check a lot of this damage coming from the Zoe, coming from the Ezreal. I think a lot of these fights are going to have to be Kerberos on a side lane, potentially getting something while his team is trying to play it safe.
And again, we talked about this last game across the map, looking at the map saying, look, this fight will go either way. It might be good, it might be neutral. Hopefully it's not too bad, but if Kerb can get 2 plates in the early stages, or Kerb can get a tower and an uncontested wave, maybe that's worth if we just lose one member and don't allow them to snowball it into a later Dragon or Baron. So this is maybe how Dusty wants to play. This is how the competition's built. We'll have to see if it pays off.
But here's the thing, right? For Kerberos to be able to be so strong in the side lane, you need to be able to win on a side lane. And right now, Hess0 has not been deprived of any farm, of any gold. He's not been dived, he's not been threatened at all. He's equal level with Kerberos. He's been farming a Storm as well, only 10 CS behind. And if you look at Ericsson, he's going to be so tanky that he's just going to be able to soak up damage like this.
And Dusty going to be able to throw down that poke and a little bit of damage. Won't be able to take Ericsson down the Sarn, as you mentioned. Just, he's too tanky, bro. You can't do anything with him.
He's got one item. I feel like for Dusty to be slowing down the pace right here is sort of a mistake. You need to use that Viego level 6. You need to use assassination potential. You need to use Backland, hurting people with the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. And right now, Hess0 has finally become the target for Dusty, but there's 3 more members moving upwards through the jungle.
Looks like they're listening to you, but Vanier looking to defend him. A lot of damage going down onto that Rift. How does Triox moves in, tries to get the ultimate down, will send a couple of members to sleep. It's going to be the Karma that's in trouble, though, as people dive over the wall. It's going to be Hess0 securing the kill onto the support. The first tower did go down to the Rift Elder's Backland. Now needs to be careful as Aatrox continues the charge, moving forward, but can't find the knockups that he needs. It's just going to be 1 kill to Vanier for the tower.
Yeah, and a bounce of tower platings going towards Kerberos as well. But again, at the end of the day, it's pretty even. There's like, what, 600 gold separating the 2 teams right now. And again, I will be favoring Vanier when it comes to these team fights. You see that Hess0 actually is pretty even in golden experience. 1 kill going over to Kraox as well, onto that Lilia. Once you've got that Rift Maker as well, it's just going to start hurting. You can go Demonic later on. You can go towards Hourglass. The guy said it as well. You can go towards so many different build paths. You can build Frozen Heart right here and literally destroy Fiora, Viego, and Ezreal, all 3 in one item. But I'm assuming it might just be a little bit easier if Ericsson goes for that Frozen Heart, because he's going to be playing in their face, and then maybe allow Lilia to go towards a more defensive path like the Hourglass or the Demonic.
Absolutely, and giving that little bit of extra tankiness across the team when you've got the Seraphine and the Senna who are going to be at the back, just buffing you up and keeping you alive. So if you've got a little bit to weather through the burst, as it were, you know that the support's going to start coming in, especially if you're someone like Kraox who might get caught out as a priority target. Of course, Ericsson's not really he's not the priority, and if he can't get caught out because he's just such a large lad, it's going to be quite difficult for Dusty to break through these team fights and skirmishes, even at relatively early stages.
Dusty right here are pulling a 4-man gang towards the bot side, and Vanier just walking away.
Yes, Ren might be in a little bit of trouble.
Walking away.
The enemy team needs to be careful, but here comes Sion diving on forward, sending Backland away, but he's going to be sent to sleep. He goes drowsy, but gets that shield and will be able to march backwards. Lingers to and fro, thinking about engaging, won't be able to find it. Backland now going to try and move forward to grab something, a bit of poke down, but again, Sion does not care. More damage going down onto him, but he's just now been taken below half health. And Dusty, they do a reasonable amount at this stage of the game, but it doesn't look like it.
It just feels like they're trying to make something happen, but it's just not enough, because when Linkers went towards the bottom of the map, we're like, okay, he took Merbs and Zarembas both summoners. That means they're extremely squishy, they're extremely immobile. Hesior might have been caught in the jungle.
He's not as tanky. It might be in a little bit of trouble. It's just Linker's doing damage right now as members move through, but he needs to be careful because Remember has been caught out. A bit of damage coming through from Zoe, but Ericsson turns attention towards the rooted Astral, and the damage coming through. It's a dunk from Hezero to secure the kill on Linkers. Dusty trying to pull the trigger, but they just can't find anything. And Vanier once again capitalize.
Yeah, again, you see how tanky Ericsson is. They literally walked him down the entirety of the bot side river with a bunch of poke, a bunch of sleepy trouble bubbles. The Qs were landing from Zoe. Everyone was onto him. They literally just scratched him. So Vanier right here, they're gonna take the kill. They're gonna chase away the remaining members. They're gonna take mid lane tower. They're gonna take the second Herald. And I think, even though this game looks to be very even in gold right now, it is very much in Vanier's hands just because of the composition they're running. I think unless Kerberos goes absolutely crazy on the sideline and somehow Dusty managed to stall a bunch of the fights and fix the waves in a way where Vanier cannot actually access any towers and any pressure on the map, then yeah, maybe Kerberos can do something on the side. But at this point, Hesior is gonna back after this wave, probably buy his item, which means he can side lane versus Kerberos. Ericsson can even be on a side lane versus Kerberos. So it's going to become a difficult win condition to just have Kerberos bail you out through a side lane.
It's looking harder and harder as this game moves slowly forward. It's definitely not the same pace that we saw in game number 1, but hey, League of Legends, you got to get a bit of variety in you. Maybe it's the slow games where the action hits different when you get that huge team fight in the latter stages. But right now, Vanier, they're super happy with this game being slow. They don't really mind if nothing happens for the next 5-10 minutes, as long as they're the ones trying to control these objectives. It's Infernal Soul, which could be massive.
But you guys can tweet us your drafts. We made our own drafts. Schoolwalk and Jamada made their own drafts, and I'm gonna press the first button.
Okay.
See who drafted what.
Oh, that's
It is not. There we go. Yes.
Draft.
I'm not going to try to pronounce the name because I'm probably going to butcher it, but that looks like a pretty darn good lineup to me.
I have an issue with
Shikari, EU Masters. Dan, arguably the best jungler we have in the league. Tempt, insane performance at EU Masters as well. Chrisberg, he's my boy, I have nothing else to say. And of course Stan, that's had a fantastic performance so far, right next to Voxne. Unfortunately, not having the best one here, but hey.
Chrisberg
Can't have it all.
in a qualification game once, so I haven't got over it.
You know what, I'm a
like
big fangirl of Chrisberg, so I can't say anything bad
Likes lasagna. this was the joke, because when we were playing him, we saw the roster we were up against and we were like, no. And we looked at Wikipedia, and his Wikipedia says, Chrisberg loves lasagna. You were like, that's funny. And then it hasn't changed. So I went back on when I was in my prep for this split of NLC, and I was like, he still loves this lasagna.
We need to ask him in an interview if he actually still loves lasagna.
There's content to be made. If we can get Chrisberg to like a kitchen, I will go to Chrisberg's kitchen and we will make lasagna together. And I'll just blankly stare at him and say,
NLC Twitch stream.
Oh, cooking with Chrisberg. NLC, there's something there. I'm giving you content ideas for free. It's brilliant.
If we could ask our producer to please write that down, note it.
I'll write that down here, don't worry.
All right, great.
I've got that here, so...
Thank you very much. Meanwhile, Vanier have decided to use the Herald towards the top side of the map. There's no one there to defend it other than Kerberos. As you can see, Dusty actually have to bundle up in groups of 2 and 3 together to try and shove down a wave, because it becomes really difficult to just push in, especially when you don't know where the Sion is as well. And I think Dusty here might be able to push in for a tower. Zaremba was scored.
Yeah, I don't think Zaremba's getting out of this one alive. Kerb's doing just too much damage.
And back and left him to dry.
Yeah, I don't really know exactly what the logic was.
Okay, redemption arc. Kerberos with his first kill.
Yes.
This is where the snowball begins. We mentioned and we said that if Kerberos managed to take absolute control of a side lane, somebody's going to have to keep an eye onto that Fiora. Now, looking straight into Ericsson's inventory, I see a bunch of armor, I see a bunch of anti-heal, I potentially see there are Randuins or Frozen Heart being built, so I think Ericsson will have more than a good time being on the side lane, not necessarily 1v1 in the Fiora, but you'll be able to stand underneath your tower and clear waves, wave after wave, and you see that even Vanier want to do that. They want to put this beefy full armor Sion on a side lane where Fiora cannot dive. On the other hand, Zero is just picking up waves from wherever that Fiora is not, getting towards his spike as well. Gold Drinker has been purchased, getting that anti-heal right there together with the armor, going towards that death stance later on. He's going to be so huge, he's going to be healing so much. And even though, don't get me wrong, anti-healing items are pretty strong. Yes, have they been nerfed? Yes, they have. And Aatrox heals a ton together with Senna and Seraphine as well, which provide not only heals, but shields.
It's a very interesting game plan because it does look like Ericsson is kind of acting as, is going to act as this bridge, right? You put him in the side lane, you neutralize it, Curb's like, wah,
He's
wah.
like Brom's shield.
Exactly.
He's not a champion.
You put him in front.
It's just a wall.
And then you're like, stand behind me, Zero, who stands behind him and farms a little bit. And then 20 minutes later, Zero is like, surprise, Curb, and then just beats him up.
Okay, just so we don't make it all peachy and nice, right?
Team fight. Nah, it's fine.
Okay, so just so we don't make it so peachy, right? Vanier do not necessarily have the easiest way to engage. Krex with a flash.
Yeah, he was looking for the engage there, get some damage on the back. But needs to be careful. Kreox is caught out, will go golden to survive, and Hezero moves forward to defend him. Of course, San isn't here. He's going to have to go back to a curve. He's gone! Big, and there's no tank there, but Link deleted. How do Vanier keep getting away with this?
I'll tell you how they keep getting away with this. Heals, shield, gold drinkers, Aatrox. It's just crazy. You see how much Dusty threw onto these Aatrox, literally everything and the kitchen sink, and he just does not end up going down. Now Dusty, really low HP bars. They're taking the TP from the sun as well. Kerberos is in the pit.
Yeah, Curb's going to the back of the pit, but Ericsson's here as well. He's going to escape him, and Curb has to slide his way out. I don't think he's going to try and flash and steal because he's a top laner, and that's the Dragon secured. That was only third Dragon, remember, and it's going to go to Vanier.
Yeah, and Vanier can very easily start stacking those. And again, the only sole point on Vanier's lineup is that they don't necessarily have hard engage, especially when Ericsson is on the side lane trying to stop Kerberos. They don't necessarily have somebody that can run in and try to get an engage. And you see, even when Kreox flashed in onto Buckland, Buckland had the cleanse through the spellbook. Then Voxney is also running the cleanse. So even if they get caught by a ball from Lilia, by a flash Q from Lilia, it'll be very easy for them to actually get out and get that out of jail free card with the cleanse.
Absolutely. Dusty is going to take down that mid lane tower, remove a little bit of safety from Vanier because I'm a little concerned and just looking at someone's inventory. That's the frozen heart. There it is.
He's up on the tab, that's his full armor, and he's going from item to item to item.
He's just searched
Bone Mill coming up next.
How do I stop Kerberos having fun? And then buys those items.
Anti-Kerberos build.
I mean, you're Fiora, you're designed to split push, you just look at that and go, what's the point? Grow up.
I think at this point it's an anti-Kerberos build because whether it's Fiora, whether it's Tryndamere, whether it's Darius, it just works.
Exactly. It just, you buy Anathema's chains, you stick it on Curb and he disconnects from the game. Because at that point he won't be able to do anything. It's actually Den Voxley in the side lane now, just clearing out the minions that Ericsson is putting through. But notably, Ericsson no longer has teleport, so if Dusty can pull the trigger on a team fight, and we saw that they can do a decent amount of damage to everyone else at the moment.
Yeah,
maybe
they also have a decently sized wave clear amount of abilities, right? You've got the Zoe with big AoE, you've got the Karma, you've got the Ezreal that can dish a lot of damage onto the wave from a very safe distance. So Vanier do not necessarily have the easiest hard engage, and they also cannot push under towers, which means that dragon stacking is very important. Possibly baiting Dusty onto a Baron fight is very important for them. Just having Dusty walk through choke points. Now, what's not with Vanier and their plan is Infernal Rift, because it's completely opened the map. The walls are much thinner, and there's big gap for Dusty to play through around Seraphine ultimates.
And lest we forget, giving them extra damage on that poke does mean that not only will they be able to attempt to chip down Ericsson a little bit faster, but if Ericsson's the last person standing, and you can get past them, you can get to Merge, you can get to Zaremba, and take them down in 1, 2, 3, 4 hits, then suddenly there's a big tanky frontline. His Zero is still going to be ripping through, but suddenly the Vanier roster in teamfight starts to look much less scary, and Kerberos is still pushing down in the side lane. His Zero is the one defending and actually managed to get Curb to ult before running away.
And Demolish is a very fair rune as well. I think he took 40% of that tower's HP just with one hit. And it's insane, right? Slowly but surely, you see what we talked about. Kebros is about 60 CS up on Hes0. He's one whole level up. He's tearing through those side lanes. He's taken 2 towers towards the top side of the map. That tower towards the bot side is the last one remaining. And then my question is, what do you do after this? Because pushing towards the inhibitor tower is going to start becoming a little bit more difficult. You're going to have to start running through Fog of War. You're going to have to light up the jungle. And Dusty are going to have to help him with that vision so he can push in, but also make sure that he's safe pushing towards these towers and these objectives. But so far, Dusty have understood the assignment. They know they cannot necessarily win 5 versus 5. They allow Kebros to just do his thing on the side lane.
Well, this is the thing. This is all about space creation for Dusty right now. And as we start getting towards those more important late dragons, the barons, when Dusty start getting into a position where they can threaten these objectives, suddenly it's a question of, well, are we creating space for Curb, or is Curb creating space for us, or is it kind of both? Especially if this Fiora gets back into a position where you can just drag Sana across the map.
So this is a very healthy relationship between two people. It's a give and take. Nobody gives more than the other. They both give equally and they both love each other equally. So Dusty create enough space on the map by shoving out waves and having Vanier constantly have to put away the pressure from the waves, whilst allowing Kebros to do his magic on the side lane. And whilst Kebros is doing his magic on the side lane, Dusty, all they have to do is just keep pressuring the waves just so Vanier cannot get onto these towers. It's a give and take, and it works beautifully so far, I believe.
It does. And Devox, they just dancing away. So we haven't talked about too much in this game because, once again, cameras on this man, jumping forward, getting some decent damage on those objectives. And if you can break open an inhibitor, that is disastrous for Vanier, who are then going to have to put even more resources into wave clear. Actually using that ultimate, actually going to miss, but it does manage to dissuade members of Dusty for a few seconds longer. Dragon's going to be started up. Creox is there, but I'm a little bit worried. Vanier is taking a whole heap of hope.
It's just so dangerous to walk through this choke point. Seraphine ultimate can hit every single one of them, but so far Dusty are just driving Vanier away.
He's going forward, going to get the Drowsy onto 2, needs to get some damage down. Will be on Vanier ultimate, the Dark Light kills onto 2. Devox, they force back. Link is on the other side. Vanier take that time, they find them in the choke, as you mentioned. It's not the right ability, but it's the right result.
Yeah, and Hesir is stopping Kebros from joining the fight right here. Then Vox and Linkas are fighting for their lives, trying to steal the dragon away. But at this point, I think Dusty need to give the soul point away to Vanier. Vanier 5 minutes away from Infernal Soul. This is absolutely huge for them. And honestly, we talked about how dangerous it is to fight into this choke point versus Seraphine, but Creox has found engage after engage on the Seraphine, and we mentioned how important it is through Spellbook for Zoe to grab that cleanse. When this time Backman was not lucky enough because he did not have the cleanse, that Voxen had just used his E as well. So Creox will see the opening when 3 people are all bunched up on the same position. You see Buckland and Stan will move back into that choke point. Creox sees the opening, hits his spell, bonks them on the head and goes straight into Zonias. And every single member from Vanier is following, and honestly, it looks like this Vanier lineup is a very well-oiled machine. I feel like Creox is the leader right here, and every single person knows when and how to follow his calls. And honestly, seeing an entire new lineup coming in from Vanier, I didn't necessarily personally have any expectations from them, but it just works.
It was really, really impressive team fighting. You can see the second that the call was made, because suddenly abilities were going through, the center shroud was up, everyone turned at the same time, and it paid off dividends. They've set themselves up for that Dragon Soul point. Trouble.
My eyes went really wide right there. I was like, what?
Moonstone Senna?
I mean, why not?
I mean, your job is to heal and get these juggernaut fighters in the front line.
Okay, so when we're going into this game and we're like Seraphine Senna, this is not a fasting Senna scenario. This is a pure support Senna. This is 100% support Senna. She's not there to dish out damage. She's there to clear the map off of wards. That's why you see Umbral Glaive onto her. And she's there to make sure that she heals as much as possible, as much as creating space as well. So these heals and shields are going to be much more beefier with the Moonstone. You also allow, as the box is being chased away right there, really nice cleanse from him to get out.
I don't know if he's
Will he get out?
just yet. Ericsson seems pretty
Just about
chasing, but Kerberos did break down that in a tower bot, which was the last one standing outside the base, so the split push is continuing, and they're going to have to send Ericsson back with a teleport to cut off Fiora from breaking open their base.
He just lands asleep. But I don't think you can stop Kerberos from actually taking that inhibitor tower. I think Kerberos might have to move out right here because yeah, Ericsson is really easily will clear out this wave. And of course his team, because they didn't go towards Baron, that means that Kerberos has to respect the fact that more Vanier players might be moving down. So far, so good. Again, Dusty's win con is sort of working for them. The 3,000 gold diff that you see on the screen right now mean absolutely nothing. And if we see this again, I'm not sure, did Kerberos just 1v1 Hezero?
Does get a lot of damage down actually on the tower.
Absolutely did. I just love the fact that he pops the ignite just as he dives him off the tower, so Hezero cannot get any of that healing through Gold Drinker and through his ultimate. So really great 1v1 right there from Kerberos. And again, Dusty's win con is Kerberos in the side lane. You need to invest somebody to stop him. If you invest Ericsson to put him into a side lane versus Kerberos, you initially lose your hard engage and your threat potential for a team fight for Vanier. If you put Hezero on side lane, well, you threaten your top laner for, like, with death.
Ericsson's threatening, but will land into the wall rather than stem box there. He's going to be able to jump away. No flash required this time around. Going to hurl down the ultimate to fin through Murbs' health bar and also take down the wave as Vanier back away, but it's a war of attrition with Kerberos. We see it so frequently. He's just going to keep chipping away, eroding at your structures. And Vanier needs to make big decisions.
He's playing on a very busy side of the map. Even though he has teleport, it might have been wiser for him to push towards the bot side of the map, because as you can see, the only member on Vanier's lineup that has teleport right now is Hezero. And Kerberos 1v1s Hezero on the side lane. He also doesn't have flash available onto him, so playing towards the bot side of the map, away from that Baron, maybe threatening to 1v1 Hezero again on the side lane, could have been what would take Vanier off the map, trying to back up the top laner, right? At this point, if you do put Ericsson onto a side lane, again, you lose the threat of having that hard engage for Vanier.
I mean, my question now would be, is it worthwhile for Vanier when he's on the top side around the Baron? Hey, commit 5 members to Kerberos. Just murder him, and then you can look towards the objective.
Exactly, because you're playing towards this Baron, right? You're playing towards your ult-timers. Every single one of the ults are back up for Vanier. You group up as 5 at this point. You allow Kerberos on the side lane, and they have also grouped up Hezero. Kerberos is just going straight for the inhibitor tower. No one's going to stop him.
The Dragon is up in 5 seconds. That would be Sol. Vanier might just want to make that trade, but I don't know if they're going to be able to commit too many members. Hezero is going to go back. We know how well he defends, but the tower's gone. The inhibitor will probably follow. Zoe's going into the base as well. What is going on? Teleport coming through from more members as they try to defend. Murbs is back on the Seraphine, but it looks like Dusty just going to try to end this game with the backdoor. The first Nexus tower goes down. Dusty say, hey, that's well worth it for us. We're going to back away and just keep bothering you. The Dragon isn't up because there's a scrap around it as well. So no one's got the Infernal Soul just yet, but it's pulling around. Linkus actually gets the kill on Zaremba, gets himself a reset. Creox is moving forward alongside Ericsson. Now there's a teleport coming in from Kerberos, who's decided that he's going to join the fight. Stend on the side as well. They've got themselves a numbers advantage over Vanier somehow. I have no idea how they've created so many advantages so consecutively, but Creox is in full retreat. He's going to be shut down by Kerb. Is this it?
They can end the game right here. They can actually choose to push through the top side of the map. They can take Baron. They can stop the Infernal Soul. They can actually finish the game right here. This is game-breaking because Dusty have managed to pull this out of thin air due to Kerberos being an unstoppable force. Yet again, what do you know? On a side lane, he takes the tower, he takes the inhibitor, he TPs back to the fight, he makes it an advantageous position for Dusty to team fight. Dusty takes the soul away from Vanier for the time being. They stuck 2 for themselves, and now it's an open inhibitor towards the top side of the map. Somebody's going to have to play towards the bot side, because I'm assuming this is where Kerberos is going to choose to go next. But right now, he doesn't necessarily have TP. So if you put him on the bot side of the map and you threaten Baron, he will not be able to join.
Kerberos is playing...
He's going to do it anyway. It's Kerberos, man.
He's playing 3D chess. The rest of us are playing checkers. Because, look at this. He's down bot. He's forcing teleports. This is the scrap that we didn't get to see. But somehow Day and Dusty come out winners in this one.
Linkus almost flashes through the wall from the Dragon and almost stops the TP from Seraphine. Had he actually achieved that, the game would have been over. And Dusty would have won the game. But yet again, I think Linkus instead played this really well. They delayed the fight with the soul right there that Linkus is able to pick up as well. He's getting more HP. He survives for longer. So Kerberos then can get into this fight, chase Kreox away, take the smite, hold it down, and then they take away the win con basically from Vanier, which was that Infernal Soul.
I love how Ericsson sees the situation is like, I can't improve this, I'm out. He walks past the collapsing Kerberos. He's like, yeah, you go ahead.
Oh, Kerberos 1-4.
I mean, the Baron on the other side of the map, though, if they don't get Kerberos, this is disastrous. They're not going to get him. It's Baron on 5 for Dusty, and Vanier gain nothing.
I can't believe we're seeing Flame Horizon top side of the map. This man is unstoppable. It's crazy. They commit 4 members down the bot side to try and kill that level 18 Fiora, and it's impossible. He's playing them in their own game here, Viperun, and it is a matter of a love relationship, right? Dusty is giving to Kerberos the space to split push, while Kerberos, in return, is giving them the game.
I'm just watching this and thinking, oh, hold on, Zero trying to engage. Ericsson might try and engage even harder with the ult, looking towards Devoxley, but he's not really someone you can jump onto because he's just going to jump away, and Vanier.
Look at top and look at bot. Dusty are pushing both simultaneously. Topside has a super minion together with Linkus, pushing it with Baron buff. And bot lane is under threat as well. Look at mid lane, then they're syncing up 3 waves simultaneously from the side of Dusty. And now Vanier have to spread themselves thin on the map to try and defend all 3 lanes.
Of course, Kerberos has got a hull breaker. Of course he does, but Vanier are looking...
I'll defend him here, was his last item.
Yeah, but...
There you go.
He's still upset about it, as Linkus managed to take down the inhibitor on the top side and now crashing those minions towards that single next tower. Remember, one of them was taken on that mad TP play. Vanier are just trying to defend their base, but they're being pushed further and further into it as members of Dusty are moving towards this final standing inhibitor tower. It will fall. 2 inhibitors down. They're looking towards a third. Cracking this one open would be huge. The winning wave is going to become harder and harder to clear out with Baron still running for a few seconds longer. It looks like Dusty can continue the assault towards this last Nexus tower. Members of Vanier are all here. There are 5 of them up. Will they be able to defend this one? Kerberos is moving towards tower. Ericsson looking to pull the trigger, looking towards backlane. He's going to be able to flash away, and now Ericsson has to reconvene with his team. The first tower goes down. The last tower goes down, rather. Linkus looks towards the Nexus, but will be fought off. Vanier are huddled around their objective. It's backs to the wall, backs to the win for Vanier, as they need to get rid of these minion waves and the members of Dusty. Teleport coming in. That's Kerb full health. He's just back. What are they going to be able to defend? They can just send members back. Zoe's going to be able to teleport back in. They're resetting easier than Vanier are, as they're just going to keep...
Linkus is 0 HP, and he has to stay because his entire team decided to back and TP back in to end the game right here, right now, but their jungler cannot actually compete, so this is a 4 versus 5 for Dusty.
Can they do it? I'm not sure. They're going to keep the pressure on. You can see Diego running as fast as his little legs can carry him. He's like, guys, I'm coming, but it looks like Ericsson wants to pull the trigger. Look towards Foxy, but he's going to be able to flash away.
Oh, he's doing it.
Is running towards what will be the dragon now, as Ericsson is chased back. He's gone a little bit low for the Scion. Foxy's jumping away, but they will be able to get the shout onto Kerberos. That could be massive, as members of Vanier are now chasing away the remaining members. Send has overstayed his welcome. Cut down for a double. Kriox is now chasing onto Backland, looking for him. It's a triple. It's a quadra for Hezero. Now they're chasing down Linkus. His legs have turned the other direction, and he's fleeing into the jungle.
No way. No way this ends like this. No way. No way this ends like this.
Kriox on the other side. Remember, it's a quadra for Hezero. Can they get a damage down? The center ultimate is going to assist them. Linkus doesn't want to give this one down, but Kriox is getting the damage as much as he can. Nice flash over the wall, and they decide not to chase. No Penta today.
Sion is coming in, drifting as well. So they've left Seraphine at the back. Ericsson is still chasing. He's going to take the tower down the bot lane. Mind you, this is still an open Nexus for Vanier. And they've got double super minions running through every single lane. Vanier are going to take that Infernal Soul. They're going to take the Quadra kill onto this Aatrox. Now the question is, how long can you hold on for? Because at this point, Dusty cannot push into your base. Vanier have the Elder Dragon. They will fight them 5-5 and they will kill them. I feel Dusty made a huge misstep right there. Linkus instantly gave the call, guys, I'm 1 HP, I cannot fight this, we cannot 4v5, we can all back, get items, get pots, get vision, walk back in. That Nexus is still gonna be naked. in like 40 seconds time that it would take them to back, buy items, and walk down mid lane again. Huge overextension by Dusty, and he might have cost them the game.
This is mad. 40 minutes into this one, we've got Soul on one side, no buildings for Vanier. They're just out in the open saying, we need to be careful because I've seen
who
Curb
needs
back
buildings when you've got all neutral objectives on you?
Well, I mean,
Except Baron, fine.
Vanier might.
Ah, maybe.
Potentially. I've Curb's in the bot lane. And this is the thing, though, because there's no teleports at the moment, but I'm scared. I'm not even playing and I'm scared.
Okay, so here there's two things that can happen.
Okay.
Kerberos backdoors.
Okay.
Or Dusty loses.
Right.
In a fair 5 versus 5. Mind you, Elder Dragon still active on the Vanier members. Dusty, yes, they're pushing in those waves, but have to be extremely cautious. I think what Dusty is waiting for right now is the Baron, but the Baron doesn't spawn for another 45 seconds, and by the time it does, they will not have double super minions running through every single lane, because one of the inhibitors would have spawned, so it breaks the streak right there. It gives Vanier enough time with that Elder Dragon buff to actually defend their base.
This is where Kerberos space creation comes in, because of course he's not going to go to that Baron.
Watch him sitting in that bush.
He's going to be in the bot lane, and he's going to be pushing towards that
He's just chilling down there.
And we know that there's not going to be free inhibitors up, so Nexus will be targetable because that top lane one was cleared just before the fight kicked off last time in the base. So keep your eyes around that Baron who decides to go towards it, because Vanier are going to have to commit members if they want to try and contest it, but they need to be defending because there are still super minions crashing in. There's still going to be Kerberos crashing in with the Hullbreaker on his own. He's going to be a tricky customer, as a Zero is the one that they've decided to leave against him. Kriox doesn't manage to get the ball down, so we can't see how low the Baron is. It's going to go super low. It's going to be taken down uncontested, and Kerberos is going to be able to sit back and relax. This is huge for Dusty.
Mid lane and bot lane inhibitors have spawned. The Elder Dragon buff has run out, if I'm not wrong, at this point. And that means that we could potentially be looking down the last fight of this game.
I think it's going to have to be, surely. The thing is, Vanier, even if they win this fight, they've got a lot of clay to move through, a lot of structures to take down.
Fine, they've got Sion.
Yeah, that's true. You are right. The sun and they are late, so a lot of items have been picked up. Then Boxley looking to clear out Merbs. Won't be able to do so, but you've got to imagine this is going to be the final fight. Curb in the bot lane. You've got to keep your eyes on him as well if he starts creating mischief looking towards the inhibitor. But they can't afford to send too many members because the mid lane inhibitor's fallen down. Dusty are just creating the pressure onto the Nexus. These minions are going to be tough to clear out on their own, let alone with the enemy champions. Curb takes down the third inhibitors. Doubles are spawning once again as Vanier are looking to defend. Ericsson was the target of Kerberos' ultimate, but he's half health and had to back away. Can't get the pop, can't get the heal coming on through as Vanier, stalwart once again, are just sitting back and saying, come into us, we want this fight.
Lilia ultimate has been used. Kriox has been so spot on with those. And right now that it's not a factor, Dusty can actually push in. The only thing they have to be scared of is that Seraphine ult. But there's still two cleanses onto Backland and a Voxnay.
Ericsson can't find the ultimate either. That could be massive as now the top lane inhibitor is going to be cleared out once again. Dusty need to try and push forward, but they also need to be careful. The overextension could be disastrous. We saw it once. Will it happen again? Kerberos on the bot side is just looking to heal up, cut through the minion waves and create pressure towards this Nexus. But Vanier, they're just clearing away. They're just defending. What is going on? They're just able to sustain through this one. They're taking shifts back to the Nexus as then Voxley goes below half health. Now they're looking to get onto it though. Enough means of pushing through them. Maybe they can try and get towards them. Remember, get towards the Nexus, puts some damage down the center. Ultimate comes on through to keep Ericsson alive. The knuckle instead might be enough, but Kerb is going to dive towards the sun. He won't be able to get the kill though. But they're looking to target the Nexus now as Kerb dives through, and finally they managed to crack it open. 43 minutes into the game, Dusty finally secure the win.
What just happened?
Nexus exploded.
I have no idea what in the world I was looking at this entire game. It was Kerberos literally versus the world. It was 200 CS up his opponent top laner. He was wreaking havoc on the side lane, taking inhibitors, taking Nexus towers, taking Nexuses themselves. It's like, it was insane. I think it wasn't Dusty's business to win this game, especially with how flawless that teamfight composition was from Vanier, but they just could not find these fights, and I feel like they left Kerberos unchecked on a side lane to the point where an 18 level Fiora is just gonna tear apart all of your side lane structures.
I mean, a couple of people who are very aware of Kerberos' work in the past, and of course in that game, are our analyst desk. We're gonna be jumping over to them to see what they made of it.
Well, this was a game. This was a long, long game with a lot of things to talk about. So I need my analysts at full potential. Because on one side, we had a team that were fully in control. You're like, they're going to win. But then, Fiora.
Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick.
Okay.
We talked about it in the side lane. No matter what. So if we go back to the draft, right? You remember?
Yep. Yes.
Cyan, Aatrox coming through. Jamada, he said it. This Fiora matchup, no matter what, was going to get the best of both worlds. It was a win-win situation for the R5 to come through. It's a good matchup either way. Fiora's not supposed to just dominate the early game and just take it away from there. Fiora's never been an early game champion. Fiora's been the kind of champion that you leave her untouched in the mid to late game. She will just take care of these towers, even more ever since she got her buff where her Q works in towers as well. And we saw that in this game. It was Dusty just moving Kerberos around, first starting off with the top side, then moving it down towards the bottom side. And once again, it came to the point that if you ever send Cyan to Fiora, she's just going to ignore him. She's never going to do anything. And just like that, he started taking away these turrets.
You're talking about TikTok, but they did have Cyan and Senna, two menacing late game. But Senna with Moonstone, Leandris for Seraphine.
I think there was just like no real late game threat, it felt like, from the side of Vanier that could actually deal with that. And it's kind of strange because when you have this like Cedar Seraphine, like great, it scales, but not side lane. It doesn't scale on the side lane. It's for team fighting. And Dusty have a composition where realistically, at most, they're going to meet you with 4.5 if like the Fiora teleports to a dragon fight, which we saw a couple of times. But even then, that wasn't even really the successful points of the game for Dusty.
I generally just think that the team comp that came through from Vanier, had this game been only about team fights, they would have taken it. And I think you see that quite well in a B-roll like this. Yes, it's a 4 versus 5 situation, but even then, it's the fact that you have Lilia paired up with the amount of CC that can come through in the backline. You just don't win at Dusty in these scenarios. But what you will pay attention to is the fact that Fiora, sorry, I said 5 versus 4. It is, of course, 4 versus 4. With Kerberos keeping the Aatrox in the top lane. Because you need to have this. It's the pressure that Kerberos continuously brings to the team.
Yeah, and I hope we get to see more games like this with split pushes in this meta.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Because I feel like because, you know, the games were decided so quickly on the previous patch, on 12.9 and before, it felt like teams were pigeonholed into effectively only drafting.
It's a lost art, you know?
Yeah, it is. You know what? You say it almost sarcastically. Split pushing is a bit of a lost art.
I meant it.
Oh, you meant it. Well, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Teams just have forgotten, it feels like, because dragons are so pivotal, because the soul is so pivotal to just playing League of Legends in its current state, that we don't get to see it too frequently. Kerberos is one of those legacy players who was he was the side lane menace. He was the guy. Jax trimmed him in. It was absolutely ridiculous. And there's just loads of moments like this on the bureau where, I mean, Kerberos is just outright taking towers in front of people's faces and then diving them underneath this. This is the inhibitor tower about just before 30 minutes into the game, I think. Like, it was absolutely absurd.
And it just created so much pressure. We don't see it here, but Cyan then had to TP in. Does that matter for the Fiora to take down turret?
No!
Absolutely not.
It was a sweep, though. Yeah.
This Cyan literally doesn't do anything. It goes back to the old meme. That guy was right from Reddit all the years back. But either way, Kerberos, I think you put him on a pedestal in this game. Had he not been having the Fiora performance he did this game, I think Dusty for sure would have faltered to the pressure we saw in the early to mid game coming through from Vanier.
So, from one side, Vanier did take into account the entire champion select. We're like, okay, we got you. Whatever you throw at us on the top side, they didn't account to the split push god. That's what we're counting into it.
Are you asking a question or are you making a statement? Because your statement is correct.
I'm making a statement and I'm making a transition into the interviews with Dim Voxne that is waiting with us. There you go. Okay, I got you. Well, this was a rough game, long game. Talk to me about team fights. Before we go into Fiora, talk to me about the plan on trying to win team fights versus the composition that they brought in.
Yeah, that was never gonna happen, and that was never the plan. We had like already the plan kind of from draft that Fiora is gonna be 1v9 on the side lane, and in theory I think we have 3 winning lanes, so it should be like a kind of quicker snowball. But I think we messed up a lot of things, and then the team fights became hard, obviously, because we were not as ahead as we should have been. So we couldn't stall as much time for the Fiora, and then we had to wait even more time. And then, you know, at some point it was still like they cannot deal with her at all. So that was just what we had to pray he would 1v9, and thankfully he did.
Was there any part of the game where you felt insecure that the Fiora could do the 1v9 in split push and get the base?
No, not really. Like that's kind of why we picked it. You know, we see their champs and we see, okay, no one can actually deal with this champ. Like both matchups are good sign and Aatrox. They have no like AD carry that is usually good into Fiora. Yeah, Kerberos should be able to do it, and he's comfortable, and Fiora very comfortable. So it was just okay. We have to wait and play around that, and we messed up, as I said, in the team fights, gave them engages and stuff like this, and then yeah, obviously it made it harder for him. But
that is a lot of trust on one player in the team and all this experience. That is a lot of trust to take in. Tell me, how important was this victory for you guys? Because we're looking into the middle of the pack, and obviously you're facing versus someone that is looking for the same place that you're doing. How important was it for you?
Yeah, obviously we came back from a 0-2 week here, and it feels nice to get a win. It's not that great that how we won. I feel like that was we didn't show that many strengths, but at least we got the win, and I think that's the most important part. And then we hopefully can fix a lot of these things we didn't do very well at all, like laning phase and some of the dragon setups, our reset timings, our tempo. A lot of this just wasn't on point today. So.
Okay, you did have a little bit of time to practice with the 12.10 and find not weird, but different picks. Everybody is approaching the meta in a different way. Do you believe this durability patch is allowing you guys, you players, to bring not the usual sort of picks, or to get different windows into the game and give you more liberty into the game?
Honestly, I think there was way more opportunities to pick like a lot of different stuff in the last patch, but I think people were just unwilling to do it. Like you saw us with the Soraka and stuff. I think that strategy has been made a lot worse now, but I still think there's a lot of things you can pick. For example, the Fiora here hasn't seen much play, and other late game scaling champs, and I feel like it takes, as I've said before, it takes a bit of time to really get comfortable on the patch. And I think last week we for sure weren't ready, and today we showed we were more ready, but still a long way to go.
Whatever the future holds, at least you start this week with a win versus a team that is looking for the same spot as you are right now. So congratulations on that one. Thank you so much, and good luck on Wednesday.
Thank you, thank you.
I just want to say, if you thought that maybe why is he sitting in a bathroom or in...
I didn't, but explain now.
So he goes to a campus called Campus Vejle. It's essentially an esport college in Denmark where we had loads of players. Colson attended there, Champion attended there back in the day as well. And it's basically just an industrialized building that they have renovated with a space for 200 PCs just sitting there with bootcamp facilities too. And players just take their high school there instead. So that's what if you ask why was that his setup, it's not his home. He's sitting at an esport facility.
The cool thing is, every single time Goldberg is on the show, he's trying to convince me to go to Denmark.
I'm just bringing out a cool story we had here. I'm just saying.
It is a cool story. I would say it is a cool story. On the other side, though, you cannot always look into a game with happiness. We need to look into grief as well. This is why we're going to talk with Merbs to understand what happened. Welcome back, Merbs. Now on a different part of the NLC. So congratulations, by the way. I mean, this was a rough game for you guys. As soon as you saw the Fiora, did you understand what the composition was about?
Yeah, pretty much. We knew that they wanted to split push because, yeah, we used to have a better teamfight comp. But we didn't really play to it. I think we just let Fiora do whatever she wanted, and it got out of hand eventually.
I have to be honest with you. When I see Merb's name, whenever I see Merb's name, I'm like, okay, this is going to be a hyper carry. He's gonna style on those kids. He's gonna style on those kids. He's gonna do it. And then you bring the Seraphine, and you bring the Leanders. And I was confused. Is this a new approach that the team is taking, specifically with specific champion select, or do we get to see more champion pool coming out of Merbs?
I mean, the Seraphine was just specific kind of how I wanted to play like this game. I think more there's a lot of more to come. I think I'm not only a hyper carry player, so I will show something else.
No, it's good to see more faces from Mervs, obviously. I like to see you play hyper carries, but it's good to see more champions coming out of you. Tell me something. As soon as the Fiora got the bleeding going on, was there ever a plan to come back from that specific position? What went through your guys' minds as soon as you saw the Fiora just split pushing non-stop and reaching the inhibitor turrets?
I don't know. We just went crazy on the wave clear, and we just were looking on a team fight. But yeah, they just played with range and never really gave us an opening. Besides that one good fight we had in the base, but yeah, it was a bit rough. I think we just got choked out.
I made this question for the Voxne. On one side, I'm going to do the opposite for you. How tough is to take this L versus a team that is looking for the same spot as you guys are? Because you were tied up 2-2, and now losing versus a team that is facing you on. How tough is it for you and the team? How are you feeling?
I think the game, we're quite happy with the game anyway. We have had a pretty rough week of scrims, but I think we did a pretty good showing today. We only missed the part where we let Fiora do whatever she wanted, and yeah, we select on that. But I think for the future, I think we will be looking much stronger and yeah, looking to beat them. I think this is just a slip, and yeah, won't happen again.
It's the best start on the week, but it doesn't matter, by the way. Congratulations. Whatever happens, I don't care if you're playing Seraphine, if you're playing hyper carries. It's just a pleasure to see you play more often. So thank you so much for the interview, and I'll see you soon.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
As soon as we saw the Fiora, I mean, hands on deck. What do we do?
I mean, yeah, we kind of, as soon as we saw the Fiora get locked in and draft, we were just like, there is realistically no answer. Try your best to shut it down in the early game at best, but even then, Fiora works really well as an answer into Lilia, into the CC that the Aatrox can provide as well. Like,
the one thing you can do to do it is that if you win the Drake fights that they did do in the beginning, and you get an advantage on one opposite side of the map, but then you swap your entire strong side to play into the Fiora. So you're playing in a group scenario where Fiora will need help. All of a sudden, you turn Fiora into a team fighting champion, and then you can fight on your front. But it's very unique, and as we've already mentioned, it's so long ago that we've actually had split push win conditions. So all of a sudden, these teams are going to have to adapt to something that they didn't have to on former patches.
Yeah, and I feel like it's such a nuanced situation these days. Like you said, because it doesn't show up as frequently, and also even at the kind of windows you do that is what, like Herald, sort of like 8 to 12 minutes, and teams just don't really full rotate their bottom side to the top side of the map anymore like they used to. It's effectively, half roam from the AD and then the support goes all the way up. You don't see these full lane swaps to shut down those split pushes like that these days. And yeah, I think things like that just kind of played into Fiora just getting, effectively a free laning phase into hitting 2 items super early on in the game. And as well as credits to Dusty for, dropping the Herald towards the top side, getting Kerberos super far ahead and accelerated, because like we saw there was just no answer for Vanier, unfortunately.
It's a victory for the team that is actually going for 3rd place, if I'm not mistaken. So let's take a look into the standings. And don't shoot there, though. Let's see how the standings are right now. And there you go. They are on 3rd place. Astralis is right behind them, getting closer on Bifrost at this moment, and we're finally getting to see some formation on the standings. I'm not going to look into Goldberg, I'm going to look into you, Jamad. It's our conversation right now.
A little bit, but unfortunately, I feel like Bifrost by the end of the day will probably be sole possession of 2nd place, because they have their tax return game today. Team Singularity is up on the schedule for them, so I have a feeling that we might see them being 4-2. And that Dusty, unfortunately, shouldn't be contesting them for 2nd place at the end of the day.
Do it.
I think he's right.
Yeah.
There you go.
Analysis.
Which leads us into a segment that every single team is enjoying a lot every single show day. It is the NLC Social Media Clash, where we get to see the teams showing on the social media and making posts, either the teams, the players, whatever it is. We evaluate the teams, and then we score them on show days. So if a team is going to take 1st place on that day, they win 5 points. 2nd team will take 3 points, and the 3rd team will take 1 point. And then we have a standing to understand how they are. Yes.
Unfiltered, I just want to say, I love this segment. As soon as I heard the pitch for it, I was like, this is great. I can trash orcs that are so bad at social media. You know who you are out there. Unfortunately, we're not going to do that. We're going to
mentioned the good guys. We're gonna, you know, pay them with a reward rather than punishment.
Hey.
You know you aren't there.
It's okay because we get the standings at the end, and
So then you can
trash
do
the
it.
teams
I was
in
thinking
last
about it.
place.
Yeah. Shall we start with the third one, though? Okay, on the third one, it's going to be Singularity when they faced off Nuriki, being a staff member on Nuriki, and it's slowly going worse.
Yeah.
The problem with this post, though...
It's the irony.
Yeah, they lost.
I don't think you understood that. The irony of it, yeah. That's tough. I mean, to be fair, good meme, SNG.
For sure.
Good meme, SNG.
You have to take it, you have to try.
Yeah, no, respectable.
Honestly, if you have to like trash talk before the games, never after, and I feel like they, you know, they were bold enough to do that, even from a bottom place position. So for Singularity, they were brave enough to do it. It was a calculated move, but damn, they're bad math, right?
That's 1 point coming in for Singularity this week. Let's see who's in second place. It is the team M&M coming in clutch. With the NLC prediction lists, it's impossible to predict. Every team is so good. The Singularity at 10th place.
That's a great one. I can.
This is a lovely one.
Can't contemplate. The only thing is you could maybe respond and just take out good and put M&M. I feel like that's how other teams may feel. We'll see whether or not, because I actually have a fair amount of faith in this M&M roster.
Honestly,
but yeah.
why is it the bottom tier teams with the better content here coming through? Well, I feel like our top teams need to step up the game a little bit.
Man.
Yeah, and you mean we're talking lower budget here as well. We're also talking lower budget social media, man. You know, I'm just saying.
It's a way to win on any standings, you know? It's not on the NLC standings and on NLC social media clash. 3 points coming in hot for M&M, but on first place this week, well, this day, it is X7 coming in hot. When Riddle took a shot at them, and X7 replied to, come back once you've managed to take a tower. Got a lot of clouds this day.
God damn, that's rough.
Teams are going hard at this.
That's a brilliant format to use in this situation as well. Just, you know, outstanding.
I really appreciate this. Honestly, from Riddle as well, because Riddle kind of went out of their way to start a war with every organization in the NLC. And, you know, fair play to the orgs that tried to clap back. X7 clearly clapped back the hardest.
I've always said it's easy if you want to have a good war, just put it UK against Scandinavia. There you go. It's the easiest fought battle.
My question for the post of Riddle is they tagged you and me. And I'm still unsure why.
Yeah. Listen,
I had nothing to do that.
Yeah, can I just steal the camera for a second? Don't associate my name with all this. I said just be more active on social media, and we're out here starting social media wars.
Jamada, we got you.
I didn't say to do that, but you know what? Good job. Great content at the very least.
You know,
Thank
technically
you, Riddle.
correct. Like they did do what you told them. I mean, I think it's you should be more specific next time.
You know, more defined rules. Yeah.
Be specific.
Okay.
X7 with 5 points on this day. Let's see how the standings are for the social media clash. Vanier in first place so far with Riddle like right across their backs with 10 points. X7 climbing up the ladder with 8. Team Singularity on 4th place with 7. Bifrost with 5 points. M&M Gaming kind of lonely there with 3 points. JDXL looking rough. And then Astralis, Dusty, and Nuriki.
Big week for the middle of the table, I'd say. A lot of movement, a lot of, you know, new names.
Are you not seeing enough movement?
I'm not. No. It's particularly from the bottom half. Your Danish brethren. What
I'm just saying, Intake, what's going on, man? You get the memes out. You know how to do it.
And you know what? Kind of surprised to see Dusty and Nuriki not having charted anywhere, specifically Nuriki, because we've seen the videos. We know how feisty the players are. Bring it to Twitter. Bring them to socials.
Social class brings X7 rising in the standings, and they've been rising as well on the NLC overall with 2 victories on the previous week. And that is the game they're going to watch right now. X7 versus Riddle, by the way. A game that I'm really excited to watch. And we do predictions before every single show day. And I'm going to tell you guys, I predicted Riddle are going to take this one.
Okay.
I know. Hot take.
So let me take the host role. Okay, Artrum, I hear that you predicted Riddle as going into X7 here. Obviously, Riddle are underdogs. What is your reasoning behind this this prediction?
So I'm going to steal Goldberg's position. And but Denmark, I have no idea.
We don't have a Danish player on Riddle at the moment, I think.
Oh.
That's tough.
Should I?
That's tough.
I think I'm the only one that listened to this, or did you listen as well?
No, I didn't.
We have a leaderboard as well for predictions.
Oh.
It seems Jamada is in first place right now. Oh, there we go. With 14 points.
And you know what's great about the predictions is that I've cursed for Eminem twice. So mentally, I'm actually up 2 more points than I am. But 16, first place.
How do I have 5 points? I've not even put in a single prediction
Because
so far.
if you miss,
I've been on vacation.
If you miss the predictions, then our social.
That's not fair. I was on vacation.
If you miss the predictions, look, Doku fills it in automatically. It's randomized, or he just picks the team that he feels like is going to lose.
I would say we need to put in 0 points for Goldberg then to make this even, to make sure that he's down in the bottom. But no, to me, if I'm being serious, I do believe this new composition of Riddle just needed a little bit of time. As soon as the entire composition came in hot, like they finally are able to play together, I do believe the bot lane from Riddle will take a big advantage versus the bot lane of X7. I know this is a hot take. I'm an Attila fan, a major Attila fan with Kasing as well, but I do believe Riddle will take the bot lane and that will control the game.
I don't think that's a hot take. I think that from what I learned over the offseason in particular, Attila and Kasing as a laning duo, really not that strong. Once you get them out of lane, Attila in particular is one of the best AD carries potentially in Europe at teamfighting, period.
That was always the strength of Attila as well. Like, you go back to all the LVP games you're watching, even on Champions like Ezreal, the guy will put on a 1v9 performance to the point where you're just dropping your jaw. And I remember it from watching so many of the games. But as you said itself, it's not just a full clear-cut best AD, whatever. It's like, I'm very good at specific style, but then again, we have seen a lot of late-game team fighting so far, so it is a style that can benefit a player like Attila.
Let's see what happens in Champion Select, because that's where we're going right now. X7 versus Riddle on your screen. And tell us on chat, who do you think is going to win? Show us and make the mod's life really difficult.
You like saying that?
He really does.
I love it.
Loves it.
Because I know our social media is also a mod on Twitch chat, so there you go, my friend.
Just make it more work for him.
Make it hell.
Make it hell. Yeah, there you go. I actually, honestly, talking about the bottom lane, I expect X7 to probably ban away Lucian. I think just removing Lucian Nami as a potential, having to deal with that from Kebo and Nash, we've already seen it from them once last week into Eminem. Looked pretty well executed, if you ask me. Yes, you can maybe make arguments of execution on the other side, but I think Kebo and Nash seem to have that lane down, and I think it would be a bit of a slight to allow that one to go through. As we said, Attila and Kasing laning, we're not so sold on it right now.
Take it a step up as well. I can really already respect the Asia ban to come through, because it is blindable, but it's also something that is so much in the toolkit of Temp, who you know has been so known for the control mages as well. His style, both in laning phase, but also positioning later in teamfight, that makes him so damn scary and a little bit caught above the rest. So I can already respect the fact that those are some of the champions being banned out.
Gwen, Wukong, both of them up. One of them has to go through. I'm not sure how Riddle will feel about this. I would even maybe consider not banning either, banning away a third champion and then trading between the two and then picking up a third. And it seems like Riddle are actually going to ban away MC's Nidalee, playing into that fad. I definitely expect the Gwen first pick. Like I said, I think Gwen is the most broken champion on this patch. I think she is by far the strongest. Now it's about how Riddle will want to respond to that. Ahri seems to be one of those picks here right now for Vladdy. And we're also going to see the center at the same time. But my issue is, what if we see MC pull out the Viego and then Temp just goes towards the Lissandra, and then you probably have a losing 2v2 in the mid jungle?
It's definitely a scary thought to have in front of you, but to go back to the Gwen again, I feel like, of course, this is a very good champion, but I still think there are some counters you can break through. Unfortunately for the side of Riddle, Jax plans Jax is something that can do well into the early laning phase initially, and there we finally have it. I cannot tell you how much Jamada has been talking about where is
do you know why?
The guy watched Doonby, and he's the biggest fan of this champion now.
But not only that, if he was watching the LPL this morning, care on the Swain, out of his mind, he still lost the series. He was kind of 1v9 on the FX's side. But I've been kind of infected by Orcs, unfortunately. He's by the Bible of Orcs. It's just a really, really strong champion in this Mel. You drain tank super well. It's very, very hard to burst you down. Now, Riddle do have a couple of champions that can at the very least try and CC him and try and lock him down, but it's going to be difficult post 2 items. Curious to see the build path as well. Ezreal followed up, and then we also have now for Jackson.
I just want to set that up, the build path, because we'll have some time going into the second ban phase. I've seen so many different builds coming through from this way. We're talking Imperial Mandate from Doonby. I'm talking about Everfrost from Seiken. I'm talking about just from solo queue experience, Leandri's Torment coming through. And then we also have the likes of Frozen Heart with Moonstone Renew as well. Like, there's just so much versatility in this champion. He can fit in with so many different styles in terms of what the team composition needs.
But where do you believe this one is going to be delivered? Is this a Tempt? Is this a Tilak, a Sing?
There is still room for this to technically go bot. I think the lane matchup would have to be super weak on Riddle's side, and there's still a lot of flexibility between, you know, the Senna and what she can be paired up with, and whether she's the AD carry or fasting. So I realistically just expect this to be an answer into Ahri in the mid lane, and then we're just going to be looking towards MC picking up something sort of stable that can at the very least kind of, you know, provide a bridge for the rest of these champions to get to their iron points, because right now, or the iron break points, because right now, Gwen, Swain, Ezreal, they all realistically need, you know, IM and a half to really come on, have some agency for themselves. Whereas on the opposite side for Riddle, a lot of these champions innately just have that level of agency that X7 right now haven't drafted for themselves.
It's very interesting seeing the Kindred Band come out and then see come into the Graves as well, because this is very reminiscent of like Season 10-9, I don't remember specifically, but these were the only two junglers we could see for some time, where it was always these two against each other, and now that the jungle pool has been even more trimmed out, it kind of only leaves open the Lilia, but they're never going to pick that, because you have Swain,
so much AP.
you have Gwen, you're going to overload the combination, so you have to go for something like this.
I'm not sure how much I like the Nocturne here.
Really? Well, go on.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they don't really have any go buttons, so I kind of understand wanting to go in. I feel like you probably are happy playing something a little more sort of neutral, maybe like Lee Sin, even though Lee Sin on 12-10 kind of like stinky, but MC, we've seen MC's Lee Sin before, and it's pretty damn good, to be honest with you. X7 now toying with quite a few ideas. I'm sure loads of scaling options still available, because they are into the center. They're likely going to just kind of suffer the lane regardless, and they're just going to go for the Yuumi. Now the diving of Nocturne having potentially the Yuumi on the back to provide the Lost Chapter, to give access for the rest of the X7 members, does make a little more sense. So we'll see how they're able to execute that Riddle now. Last pick.
Even Gwen as well. And Gwen Yuumi
is so
Gwen
Yuumi is vile.
It is.
I mean, it's terrible. I think it like having a Nocturne now at least gives you the luxury of paranoia on side lane as well with the Gwen, if that's what you're looking for. Awesome setup around the objectives. But it's definitely not an instant engage. It relies a lot on pick potential or straight up team fight you blow up with the Yuumi and someone diving in, of course. But Seraphine, once again, being paired up with Senna. This is something I asked ago last season when Senna was first reworked. I've been screaming for it for the longest time. So I'm super happy to finally see it come out. But you don't have super tanky members where you get a lot of value of the healing to come through in these extended team fights. So you're very reliant on your Na not falling behind and your Graves not falling behind, because these are going to be the members that you buff up with the healing and play around with in an extended team fight scenario.
I have a lot of things to talk about, but we're not allowed to because we have to jump into games. So final takes, and who do you think is going to take? Jimada, start with you.
I'm looking towards Riddle, and I'm saying you have a lot of early game lane priority, in my opinion, from these lane matchups. And Stefan on Graves, I feel like he's been one of the better individual performers from the jungle pool. Very strong pather. I want to see how he does into X7, because I think he has a really good avenue to potentially take over the game.
What about you, Goldberg?
I think if we're going to have a more slow-paced game, just because there's not too much setup coming through, I think if we are seeing action, either it's going to be from the junglers just flipping it, going in for a skirmish, or it's going to be after we've had the level 6 and there's something to play for. But I'm expecting a slower-paced game coming into this one.
Who's going to take it, though?
One of the teams.
One of the teams. I'm going to say X7, but nameplate's off. I would actually probably say Riddle. I have a lot of faith in that composition.
With prediction, once again, you miss your prediction, so thank you so much, Goldberg. Without further ado, without time to waste, we'll throw it to the casters. Trouble alongside Viper Moon. Take it away.
I want to make a public apology. Hip Rain, I'm sorry. This meta is very slow and boring.
Thank you.
I would like to... Last game, there was like an explosive... There was a Kerberos. We had the Kerberos factor. This game...
Still 40+ minutes, by the way.
It's the supports. They're colluding. You see them just sitting at the end like, oh yeah, things might be interesting. Yuumi's Seraphine. Don't worry about it. This is fine.
I give you worse. Senna Seraphine.
It's just right.
You just get hit by a sleepy trouble bubble?
It's just like that. But we are on to the Rift for our third game of the day. The middle game in the NLC sandwich. With 2 pieces of red on each side.
I wish the camera was on you while you were doing that. Because it was great what you do with your hands right there.
I got in trouble by Jamada on NLC Division 2 because I made the sandwich analogy and he just like stared at me through the camera. But something that should be noted, we talk about the Seraphine Zeta bot lane, which didn't super excite me. Riddle have done so much work to deny everything that X7 built last week.
Agreed. I think from the 2 games that we watched from X7, there were 3 identical factors, and that was 3 same champions. Viego for MC, it was Tempt's Azir, and it was Attila's Senna. Now, our question, because also the patch changed, right, between week 1 and week 2, when we saw 2 different X7s, patch 12.9, X7 went 0-2, patch 12.10, X7 going 2-0, but it's on the same 3 champions. The question will be, was it comfort, or was it the patch and the team cohesion coming together? And is this X7 lineup actually gelling together very well, warming up to the new members? Or was it just pure comfort from the champions they're playing? Really nice late invade right here also by Riddle, if they can actually get away with that red buff. As you can see, mid laners are moving as well. We might have a level 1 Fiesta.
MC, the red buff is much more in target for Stefan, who's going to be able to secure the buff. MC going in though, Tempt is here but can't find the claw. A lot of damage going down on the 2, there's not going to need to be careful. The Yumi's on top, can he survive? He's burning low. The flash run from Kevo secures first blood, and now Tempt is in trouble. Gets slowed down, it's another as Vladdy secures it. Kasing will be able to float back and looks towards Nash, but has to dive away. Perfect start from Riddle.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Level 1 from Riddle. Stefan spot on with his smite button right there. Gets that level 2, gets the extra mobility onto the Graves. He has the Q as well. Vladdy moving in first from Tempt, poking him on his way to that red buff fight. And now Stefan pulling in that level 2 gank. Remember, Tempt does not have flash.
He's just trying to walk away, but Stefan's just going to be able to slow him down with that red buff, reloading the shotgun. It's going to be another over to Vladdy.
That is absolutely huge. I think this is, if you're going to have a great start versus X7, that is probably going to be the best start that you get right here. Stefan, spot on with his smite on the red buff, takes that level 2. Huge mobility for the Graves, being able to dash in and out. Takes 2 exhausts on him, 1 from Yuumi and 1 from Ezreal as well. Survives through both. Cashes in on 1 kill. Ari cashing in on 2 more. And this game, early at least, is looking to be slipping away from X7's hands. And again, going back to the question, has it been comfort that took that X7 lineup on the 2nd week to a 2-0? Or has it been the team coming together? And I think a lot of this question will be answered later on in the game when they're going to have to come back from this situation, because a lot of summoners have been burnt. And X7 are not looking great.
Absolutely. This is the thing. It's interesting to see them at a deficit very early on, a very bad deficit across the map. And now the Ahri, Vladdy, super far ahead, needs to be the one producing in this game up against Tempt, a well-lauded mid laner on the Swain. He's also been listening to Orcs, and now MC moving in towards Ahri. Vladdy needs to be careful. No flash available on the Ahri. It should also be noted as MC moving forward, but Stefan is there. It will be a 2v2 as Vladdy actually managing to get away. Can Tempt find anything? No, but MC is now going to look towards Stefan, but the health bars are not looking so healthy. The Eye of Ember, the vision, is there as Tempt secures the first kill for X7.
And all the attention is falling into the mid lane. The Ahri versus the Swain matchup. Tempt hits back, brings MC into the mid lane. Vladdy lost his flash in one of the earlier exchanges that we saw in this game prior to 4 minutes. And it's pretty much even right now. Honestly, no lost chapter onto Vladdy is pretty huge right there. Had he stayed longer on the map to be able to purchase the lost chapter would have been huge. Having a perma-shoving Ahri that can roam together with Stefan's Graves would be huge. Comes back into lane with boots and double amplifying tome. Will be able to shove in the lane, sure, but the mana problems might start coming through earlier. And again, moving to the junglers as well. I think MC has been deprived of a lot of his experience and his CS due to his start being much slower, not having his teammates help him leash, losing his red buff earlier on to Stefan. Stefan is about, what, 3-4 camps 3 camps ahead at this point over MC. He's an entire level up, and actually Graves is one of these very, very annoying champions. If you give him a lot of utility and CC, he can actually play the teamfight so well. And right here, you've got a Gnar, you've got Ari Charms, you've got Seraphine and Senna that can keep you actually super healthy in this team fight. He's got perfect setup to shine. Got his serrated there, which is an absolutely broken item in the early game for how much it costs. Stefan is in a big, great position to carry this game.
He's been put in a great position, and as a player, as we know, very, very good at doing just that. Riddle have looked mixed throughout the split, but he's definitely a strong one. And it should be noted that there's a connection. He's actually going to move into the mid lane towards Temp, get the near side. The smoke comes through, the charm comes down, and Vladdy will be able to get a lot of damage on the Temp's back. Secures another kill.
This is just so unfortunate right there. Tempt has to overextend. Look where his wave has been frozen right in front of Vladdy's tower without quite hitting the tower, which means it's been frozen there, which means he has to either try to shove it in really quickly and crush it onto the tower, or actually back off. He was on the in-between trying to crush and not, and he gets instantly punished by Stefan and Vladdy. Again, Vladdy right now, he's gonna back, he's gonna get his lost chapter, and this is where things are gonna start getting very tricky. There we go. Because this Ari is gonna permanently be shoving that mid lane, and the second she goes into Fog of War, MC is gonna have to respect that MC is still level 5, not 6, cannot put the paranoia down, cannot hide into this Fog of War. So we're gonna have to have our eyes onto Vladdy, see when he shoves in the wave, goes into Fog, potentially maybe ganking bot, ganking top lane.
I mean, for Stefan, teaching X7 a lesson. He was teaching them lessons last split, but in the back.
Different ones.
As the coach, now he's on the Rift against them. 4 assists in the first 7 minutes. Has been absolutely dominant and is seeing what he can do in the bot lane. But this time around, MC manages to get his red buff, but he might be caught out on Krog.
Oh, the tracking is incredible by Stefan right there, and MC is in a lot of trouble.
A lot of trouble. Going to be forced to flash away until it's there, but not a pleasant game for the Nocturne.
Stefan's tracking, Yamada was talking about it, his pathing, his tracking, the way he moves around the map is just incredible. Level 6 Ari from Vladdy as well, moving towards the bottom of the map. Attila and Kansig actually have to respect and move a little bit away from the tower. But again, Stefan, knowing that this camp is up and available, knowing that MC is still level 5 and doesn't have his ultimate available, MC has to burn his flash as well and die. Stefan right now has been given the kills, he's been given the resources, and he's walking away with that early game. 2,500 gold lead for Riddle, only 7 minutes in, and this team is ever scaling. You've got Senna Seraphine down the bot lane. Once the damage, once the heals and the shields start running in, this Graves just want to walk over his opponents.
I mean, yeah, the question has to start being as Jack Plank is going to be forced away from the wave by Chasey, who up in the top side has looked down to the rest of the map and gone, oh, I don't know what's going on here. It's Jack Plank just got a Gnar against the wall to put down some damage. It's up on cooldown every time you go large, so that's absolutely fine. X7, they're in a pretty deep hole for this point of the game. How do they climb out?
So this is a bit of a question mark. I'm not sure which one of the analysts raised it on the desk. The fact that, yeah, you do pick Nocturne, and Nocturne is a great pick, right? We've talked about this before. I think Finn was talking about it on the first week. It's like, it's just so easy for somebody to run through a side lane and then get picked off by Nocturne, whoever is on the side lane, because you just forget the range of this champion. You forget the ganking ability of this champion, right? Right here, I don't think Riddle necessarily care about splitting the map. You've got a Fed Graves, you can use your Seraphine and Senna to like bundle up as 5 and try to pick up team fights, start stacking the dragons. They already have the first one, so Riddle are in a great position. How do X7 actually break this? Maybe use Chasey on the side lane together with Tempt, right? These are 2 champions that sustain so much, they heal so much on the side lane. Maybe try to use them as a nuisance, as a distraction for X7 to sort of split up their 5-man later on and try to get something like this until your Swain comes online, until your Gwen comes online, until your Ezreal comes online, and then Yuumi is just such huge value right here because whichever champion you choose to attach onto if you're Kasing is just huge value.
So you're saying that we need to see Chasey become Kerberos?
Exactly.
Okay.
All cries from last Wednesday.
Either works.
Yeah.
Why not both?
Yeah.
Just be like a cosplay of half each, and X7 will still have an opportunity, but...
Kerberos' side lane and Cries' team fight.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're building the perfect NLC top lane, is what we're doing. Which I'm very into.
Talking about building.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of these rosters that have been built over on the social media as this Rift Herald goes down. This one.
Oh.
It's looking pretty similar to one we saw last time. It's actually Riptide is going to be secured, but Jax, Blank, Dan, Tempt, Merbs, Highway.
That one looks pretty good as well by Bifrost Romp.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Jax Blank in this game, actually. Dan again. He seems to be very popular. Tempt again, also very popular. And Tempt is actually
popular in this game as he's going to be the target once again of Riddle's ire, sending multiple members.
Very popular.
To his exactly.
He brings all the boys to his yard.
And he's like, please go away. I don't want you here.
His crows bring all the boys to the yard.
And they're like, stop ganking my lane.
I didn't even rhyme. That was terrible.
Well, you know, he's sitting there like, doesn't need to rhyme. I'm sick of seeing Steffan's face.
Just get away.
I thought I got rid of you when you left the team, but it turns out you're back and you've killed me twice, 3 times in fact.
And now it's personal.
And I'm not happy. Goodness me, he's gone for the Imperial Mandate on the Swain. So he's going for that.
Wait. I don't know if this is some dark tech. I'm going to be completely honest right here. I have no idea what a Swain is doing with an Imperial Mandate. I don't know if this is, again, new tech. The patch is brand new. We haven't seen, you know, a lot of leagues playing on this patch, but I don't think I have seen, correct me if I'm wrong, Imperial Mandate Swain. I'd love to know what this is about.
Well, we're going to see it throughout this game. Whether it's just a case of him needing to go for something that's slightly quicker spike because he knows that he's not getting too much time to get into the
I'm just thinking that the thing that I'm thinking about is like, there's no way somebody can assist MC jumping in the back unless there's like a flag from chasing maybe onto the Gwen and then they both sneak around the back, Nocturne with the ultimate. But hitting a very long-range spell with Swain, proccing Imperial Mandate on a champion that's far in the back, and then sending your Nocturne for assassination could be the name of the game. So Tempt right here could potentially be a 6-head.
So turning that Vision of Empire into an engage tool, or at least an engage trigger.
Yeah.
Which could be genius. Of course, Tempt might be on like, nah, that's not where I'm going with it, but...
I'm just playing full support here. Don't know what
he's just like, oh yeah, we just roll swap, don't worry, because things going to grab around, but his Death Gap is Vladdy is happy to take these exchanges because he's so far ahead of Tempt at the moment. Looking for the charm potentially. Just going to be one more auto attack. The smoke comes through, but Stefan not able to do too much.
I think Stefan has something personal right there with Tempt.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on between those two. I'll give it up.
And again, the duo of Stefan and Vladdy, they were the recipient of the kills in the early game on that level 1 invader. Look at that. Stefan is around. Once the charm has landed, he's gone. I wasn't even able to finish my sentence.
I'm just...
He's 1 and 4, Viperun, 1 and 4.
I want to know what Tempt said in all chat before the game.
MVP last split. Oh,
get it, he's dead.
Don't zoom in.
Observers, no. Something was said in all chat beforehand. Tempt was like, you can't gank me. And then Stefan was like...
He just purchased a stopwatch?
That's going to stop one gank. Maybe. Dragon also secured by Riddle.
Talking about ganks.
I know, coming on through. MC looking towards Jax Blank, who's just going to be able to hop, skip, and jump away.
Very, very well done. Uses the flash first to close the distance between himself and the minion wave, and then jumps away to get out of the taunt. But you out of this.
MC called out. Chasey is going to run away. The Rift Tower should be able to get the charge on through. There it is. A lot of gold coming on down. But for me, Riddle, completely different level at the moment.
I mean, we saw it versus XL, right? They were playing a pretty good game. They were 10,000 gold down versus XL, but they were close to winning the game, especially with that Kog'Maw Lulu they had. We saw Vladdy onto his Yone as well, reaching into the backline. And this Riddle lineup, honestly, shows so much potential right here. Arguably, this is one of the best teams that we have in the NLC, even if they haven't performed the best so far. X7 are the returning champions of Spring Split. So right here, Riddle, I put it in a clinic. 4-1, Vladdy versus Tempt. 2-0-4 for Stefan versus MC. This Nocturne is just not working at all. And it feels like our question was it just Comfort that was winning X7 games? So far, 40 minutes into the game, I think the answer shows yes.
Now Tempt is going to be in trouble once again, gets that ultimate down. Remember, he does have the stopwatch this time around, which he's going to have to burn. And now needs to fly away, but Vlad is going to move back in towards him. Stefan is still there as well, but MC moving on through. Doesn't have the paranoia available just yet, so can't get into the fray, but will be able to secure safety for Tempt.
Oh, that's it. Your stopwatch is down. You do not have birds. You're susceptible to getting ganked yet again. Now the Riddle bot lane is actually going to try to approach the river.
Can't manage to get anything down as Attila flashes away.
Okay, 3 minutes till next dragon, and everyone is fighting. Everyone almost has used their ultimates. And it's just chaos. I think Riddle are going way too hard right here. But what they've forgotten completely of is that Gwen towards the top side of the map. Chasey, 5 tower platings to his name and first tower of the game on the top side of the map. He's completely been left alone to his own devices, and they hopefully can use that power off the side lane on the Gwen. Take a few more towers, create pressure points on a side lane, make this Gwen be completely unbeatable on the side, take more than 1 members of Riddle towards the top, and maybe secure some dragons with your remaining 4 members for X7 towards the bot side of the map, because Riddle are already stacking them. And if I'm not wrong, this is going to be a Hextech Soul? Yes, I can see the gates. It's going to be Hextech Soul, which means that's going to be very powerful for Graves to just walk in, zap you, slow you, 100% zero you.
And Riddle going to be able to get that push down on the bottom side. It's been interesting to note because X7, while it's looked, they've been hemorrhaging gold and hemorrhaging kills. Top and bot lane, pretty hard touch. It's been all around Tempt in the mid side. It's been catching out MC in the jungle. And now it looks like X7 are going to go towards the second Rift Tower, get themselves a tool to break down some objectives. But now towers just being secured.
Yeah, and they're exchanging objectives across the board, right? Riddle are gonna take the bot lane tower, and honestly, if you can move the Seraphine Senna bot lane where you know it's completely safe and they're completely unharmed, you do this. Seraphine and Senna are very squishy, they're extremely mobile, and yes, they have very potent and powerful ultimates, but they're gonna initially have to use their summoners to actually get away from potentially a Nocturne plus Yuumi, right? So making sure that they're staying safe and pushing down the bot side of the map, taking this tower, now you can transition it towards the mid lane, and in 1 minute, this dragon is going to come up again. Attila might be in trouble.
The charm, the damage is there. The Senna ultimate burns through, and it's another kill for the Ahri.
Wow, Stefan doesn't even have to use his ultimate. Vladdy is actually popping off this game. He sees Champion, he kills Champion. He has 1 more charge on his ultimate as well.
Dances away from all of that, but it turns out you're not safe even if you're not Tempt in the mid lane. You step foot there, Vladdy's gonna get you.
Maybe it's not Tempt's fault, maybe it is the mid lane.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
It's starting to look more and more like that. Tempt is, of course, back in the mid lane with Kasing hanging around to give him some moral support, if nothing else. And I'm just very, very concerned for X7 right now. Riddle playing so well. Vladdy looks monstrous, and we were talking about this just before the game as well. You've got Greek solo laners up against Korean solo laners. Currently, the Greeks are winning out.
All right, so top lane I think is a little bit neutral, but due to Chasey taking that tower, even with assistance, maybe it's a 1-for-1, a 1-on-1.
Potentially.
Like Vladdy beating Tempt and Chasey beating Jaxplank so far. But the thing is, like, for top lane, for Jaxplank, he doesn't necessarily care to beat Gwen in the laning phase. He's more about creating that space for his team later on with his Megana. Talking about Megana, he's TPing in. He has that Megana available for him. Riddle want to walk in for soul point.
He's looking for something, going towards Tempt, but can't find him as it's the flash away, and now it looks like X7 is trying to turn this fight around, jumping on top of the Jaxplank. He's going to be able to get away, but Kevin gets the first fight onto MC, and now Vladdy's moving forward. He's full out, remember, gets towards Tempt and is now looking towards Chasey, who's running back towards that mid lane tower, but Vladdy's going to continue charging forward. The calm doesn't land, so he's not going to be able to secure the kill, but Riddle take the fight.
And that is soul point as well for Riddle. It's going to be Hextech. Again, it is so difficult for Graves to reach champions such as Ezreal because he's so sleepy and he plays from such a long range. You dash in, you get that proc from the Hextech soul right there, slowing, doing the zapping damage, and it's GG. And look at this play right here. It's just so difficult to play against Seraphine when she has that big ultimate into that choke point. And Jaxplank, again, he doesn't have to beat the Gwen because all he has to do is be the frontline for his team. That's exactly what he does. Survives long enough, soaks up all the damage, and after X7 have dished all the damage onto Jaxplank's Megana, this is where Riddle turn it around with all the heals and the seals and the chasing potential. They take 3 with them, and soul point. X7 need to wake up. These are not the champions from Spring Split. And again, it seems like the synergy is just not coming together. Riddle, though, on the other hand, are looking so strong, especially that mid-jungle duo.
I'm just the Nocturne is looking less and less viable in this game. MC is, when put behind in this matchup, that's kind of bad. And then when you're put super far behind, that's even worse. And when you're in a composition where your support on the dive is either Gwen or Vision of Empire from Swain, maybe if that's the idea, or a Yuumi that, yeah, can be on you, but realistically can be on anyone in your team, so it doesn't hugely benefit you more than anyone else. I don't know how MC contributes to this game anymore.
I think this game is just going to become more and more difficult at this point. I think you need to use your Nocturne together with your Gwen or side lane. Pick onto the Gnar, maybe push that side lane down, give Chasey a little bit more agency right here, because it's just not working in team fights, right? It's just really difficult. The only problem is you do that, Riddle are just going to speedrun a Baron. They're going to speedrun your towers. They have so much power and so much range with the Seraph and Senna and the Graves that they can take any neutral objective down just like that. And if you engage them, they also have a lot of peeling and kiting potential again with the same champion. So it's just become really, really difficult. 11 kills as well. 10 out of 11 kill participation for Stefan, and it seems like that level 1
going in, trying to get onto Stefan. The Yumi's there as well, but they're not getting the damage down, and now the defensive utility is being used by Riddle. Stefan managed to jump away. They get the first kill of the fight, but they will lose Senna. Stefan's going to be chased down by Chasey, who's looking to get another one, has support the X7 players, but you can see the Hex Gates are being utilized by Tempt for the collapse, but that could be big for X7.
So well done right there. We're asking, how in the world is MC going to use that Nocturne? Chasey has to actually run away, but Vladdy
goes low. Vladdy might have overextended, though. Tempt is there. You can see Kasing will be joining on through, so it's a 3v1. Vladdy misses the charm and just dives away.
Again, MC, really great dive right there, but what do you gain from this? There was no dragon to be taken, there were no objectives to be taken, yet you cash into one very important shutdown, and that's Stefan's shutdown, right? And I think it went towards Attila, if I'm not wrong. You get a lot more mana into that Ezreal, get him closer to his third item as well, but again, I don't know if this will be enough, because you basically gain nothing from that kill. You didn't move your vision line too far into the opponent's jungle. You don't necessarily become much stronger from this. Like, your Swain still has an Imperial Mandate. He doesn't have a hard AP Mythic on him. Yes, you've got 2 items on your Gwen, but you had 2 items before. Your Nocturne is walking, is building towards a Frozen Heart. He's not necessarily going to do that much more damage. It's going to be more tankiness. And I'm just getting worried right here, because that was a misstep from Stefan. He gets punished. Does he do it again, though? Because in this one, he didn't have flash. In a minute and 20 seconds, he will have his flash up and available, and this will be soul point for them. And don't get tricked by the top left. It shows it's Cloud Soul. This is Hextech Soul we're talking about. It is so important.
And it's going to be hard to catch out Stefan, because he was caught out on his own, essentially. And Riddle are just going to be together, aren't they? They're just going to be... Ah, Tempt. Is Tempt actually playing support this game?
Kinda.
That's a Raleig's second pickup. Of course, he's got the Merc Treads as
The
well.
saving grace is that you have a Gwen in the top lane that's dishing out a lot of AP damage.
Yes.
So you're going more utility, making sure you create a lot of space around for your Ezreal. But I don't think the Ezreal at this point is strong enough to be able to carry these team fights. Because if you look at the inventory, you've got Solari onto Nash, you've got Heal on Nash, you've got his Q and his shields from the ultimate, you've got a Stopwatch onto Kevo, you've got a Banshee's Veil onto Vladdy's Ari, almost a death cap. You've got shield coming in from Stefan from the Eclipse, and my screen just went black.
No, you're
Okay,
back.
We're back. We're back.
I was good here as X7 are trying to entrench themselves along the river, trying to defend this dragon. Of course, we mentioned it's soul if it's secured by Riddle, but it's a 5v5 that's going to be contested. Now the question being, who wants to go in?
Kevo?
Going backwards. Kevo goes gone. Just want to, show his bling before the fight. As X7 now looking to get a catch down, a little bit of damage down onto Stefan, but the root is going to land on 2, and that could be the trigger that is needing to be pulled. The temp goes so low this way, needs to regen up, diving on forward. MC's there, but a nice damage to the wall. Jack Blunt goes down though. MC follows, and it's a 1-for-1 at the moment. Riddle moving back and forward, have a little bit more sustain. Land on Chase, that's massive, because he's going to have to go gone, but there's no support for him. As the Gwen is cut down, it's a double for Senna, it's a double for Nash. And now X7 still defending. They've got 3 members, 4 members for Riddle. Riddle's health bars are a little bit nicer, but it looks like X7 are not willing to give this all up. But now the root lands onto Ezreal. He's going to fall. Attila goes down. Kasing dives towards 10, but I don't know if that's a route out or a quick route back to base, as it's another kill for Stefan. Kasing cuts down for the ace. The double for Graves. The soul for Riddle. X7 routed.
Riddle walk away with everything that was on the map, and by everything I mean 5 members of X7. They see them, they kill them. There's Dragon on the map, they see it, they kill it. Another great fight, and honestly, that route landing from Nash was the go button for Vladdy to jump in, get that taunt down, and yet again Jaxplank is soaking up so much damage. But once MC has fallen, once the smite is down, they know that Riddle can take this Dragon. And again, the taunt and the dash is coming in from Vladdy have been spot on. He will get yet another one later on. You see that Tempt and Attila are sticking around because they have the Yuumi, they've got the healing coming in, they've got the poke coming in from Attila as well. But equally for Riddle, they've got Senna and Seraphine, and that route was absolutely nasty landing in from Kevo. And so far, I feel like Riddle are playing like such a strong team all together. It's going to be a 1-for-1. But again, you're trading your jungler for support, and Riddle, what do we say? They walk away with everything they see on the map.
Got Baron on 4 members now, and for Riddle, hey, it's a slower meta, but I'm looking at this game and I'm thinking, what are Riddle going to be happy with taking? Because there are 3 inner towers there, which you think usually that'd be enough, but they're so far ahead.
I feel like there's so much to take away from this Riddle lineup, right? Because they went for a passive top lane and a very passive bot lane that is both scaling, right? They got the Nart in the top lane and they've got the Senna Seraphine in the bot lane. I'm gonna pause my thought right here because Riddle started the Baron onto this replay. MC dives into the back line, but Kevo is right there to stop him. He doesn't get any way to get back into the pit, and by the time he does, the Baron is actually dead. And yes, they trade Nash's life, but they also kill MC. Support for jungler and Baron, you will take this. Coming back to it though, they chose such an aggressive mid-jungle duo, and even though you wouldn't expect for Stefan to be that aggressive on the Graves in the early game, I think Vladdy's aggression really complemented the way Stefan wanted to play the game, especially after the very strong level 1 that Riddle had, and it just worked for them. Getting a more passive bot and top lane, and then allowing your mid-jungle duo to create constantly plays has put X7 in such a position that whenever they tried, they just kept failing because they were that far behind.
And for Stefan as well, a lot of people were saying going into this split, this guy's super smart about League of Legends. This guy has a brain in his head. Are his hands going to be able to keep up? Yes, is the answer. Strictly speaking, he's playing so well. And I mean, Vladdy's been a monster as well. We can't take away from this mid laner, but the whole game was kicked off by Stefan invading, getting those kills, getting things rolling, keeping Tempt so far out of the game, he might as well be playing for Dusty at this point. As Tempt is going to get taken so low, the Yuumi ultimate's been burnt down. The snipe from center won't be enough. Vladdy goes forward and will be enough, as this tower is going to be taken low. Vladdy's gone into the base, and now they're going to look to rotate towards this mid lane. Remember, they have the Baron buff, so this tower is going to be cut down as well.
Keep your eyes on Kevo because he's keeping the bot lane wave coming as well, and they still have Baron mid lane is going to fall, and Kevo made sure that they have yet another wave towards the bottom of the map because she cleared that one coming really quickly. So they're going to take 2 in 1. Tempting's still dead. They've got 5 members in the base, and Riddle have opened up the map completely for them. They're now 12k, sorry, 11k in the lead is the same at this point, and they're looking to take down former champions.
I really like this from X7 though, because we talked about it last game when a really dominant Dusty squad went into the enemy base with Baron, sat around, almost gave up the opportunity to win the game. This time around, they take it to inhibitors. They're like, cool. We're going to reset, we're going to get our items together, not just our jungler, and then we're going to fight you around the next objective. We've got Elder Dragon up in 2 minutes. We've got a Baron up in 3 minutes. We're confident that we can maybe take both if the game goes long enough.
I mean, at this point, if you look in the inventory as well, it's what? 3.5 items on Stefan, 2 levels up onto MC. MC has to actually flash away, he might still die.
He's going to be able to get this chase down though under tower. Nash is here, and MC survives, but at what cost?
Yeah, he's getting bullied out of his jungle constantly. He loses his flash right here, and I think Riddle are just going to use the man advantage they have on the map. There is TP still on Jaxplank. If you see his rage bar, he's keeping it at a level where he can just TP and instantly transform into Mega Knight as well and be ready to fight. And I mean, Riddle could very easily be ending the game right here. This is why X7 have to back all of their members and have them there ready to fight.
Riddle's going to keep pushing forward. Chasey trying to clear out as much of the wave as he possibly can. And it looks like some damage is going to be thrown down. Temp goes so low, but there's the ultimate coming down from the Yuumi. Teleport coming on through to get Jax back into the fray. He is large right now, ladies and gentlemen, but he's about to go small.
Look at the waves.
It's not looking great for X7 on this defense. They've still got one inhibitor tower, but it's been taken to half health, and it's been chipped away. Stefan inside the enemy base might be a little bit careful, but Vladdy dives forward. The damage comes through. That's the first kill, and that's the Yuumi. That's a big one to catch out as Chasey tries to dance away. The other wave condition goes down. It's a double for Stefan. Vladdy jumps forward. Temp goes golden, but I don't think that matters. He's cut down. Riddle take the fight. Riddle take the base, and Riddle take the win.
And you mentioned how many win conditions went down in this fight for X7. I'll raise you my own reverse card right here, Maroon. There were no win conditions left because Riddle made sure to take them down level 1.
I think that one, more than the other two games we've seen today, is X7 needs to go back to the drawing board because you can see what the comp was meant to do. And yes, it was an abhorrent start because they lost so many members so early. But there was no real comeback. We talked about the comeback mechanisms they had. Chasey being in top lane was literally it.
I just feel like this doesn't work because I feel like MC is completely out of his own. It's like taking a sea salt fish and putting it into a sweet water lake. Like, it's just not gonna work. Picking AP mid and top takes MC completely out of the picture, especially when he can't play his Viego. Like, his Rumbles, his Lilias are just so into meta right now, and he's just not being allowed because his pool just quite doesn't work with X7. And we asked the question at the early on, we're like, was it the Viego, Azir, Senna comfort? It seems like it was, because once they were completely deprived of all 3 picks and put onto other comfort, which is technically the Ezreal for Attila and Kasing's Yuumi, it didn't work out.
I mean, if you put the fish in the wrong kind of water, it is going to die 8 times in the game. But some very smart fish are our analysts. We're going to jump to the desk and see what they made of that game.
So what?
We are small fish.
Smart fish.
Smart fish.
Smart fish?
Yeah.
Nice.
Small fish in a big pond.
Welcome back to the desk. And this was, okay, if I may, this was a beating.
Okay, all right, I've got it. If this was a scrim, this would have been remade at minute 3. For
sure. No question.
This was just a really good read from Riddle. I think recognizing that, hey, we have much stronger level 1. Let's just go and abuse the hell out of it. And not only did Stefan win the smite at the red buff, actually, I think it got smited down to like 4 HP and he auto-attacked it, something like that. Either way, won the smite, doesn't matter, took the Raptors, and then immediately transferred that into mid lane after already blowing Temp's flash and then killing him again. Like, this game was basically done by level 1.
And listen, I could talk about what I wanted to say here, but let me just give you a summary of what happened backstage instead, okay? Because I'm literally sitting next to this guy. It's Jamada, everyone, and he's sitting about, listen, Stefan, I'm telling you guys, he's legit one of the best jungler, if not the best jungler in the league that we have currently. Look at how good he is. Look at the pathing. And left, right, center. What do you know, Stefan? He is creating plays. So yeah, Jamada, what do you feel about it?
I mean, I'm just glad that I was converted before the start of the season to be a Stefan believer. Thank you, veteran, by the way. And he's just showing up, like really showing up. I can't really point out a moment so far in most of his games where I can say, yeah, this pathing was maybe a little bit suspect. Like, he just knows where to be based on, you know, lane state, based on game state in the early stages, and he just creates so much pressure for the rest of his team.
And once again, this comes from a guy who was jungle positional coach for Haru next play. And even when we were interviewing him, he was kind of saying, well, yes, I'm the coach for Haru, but it's more me learning as well from Haru as well, from the games I'm watching.
He learns.
So, you know, this is a guy that's been coaching and been under the learning teachings from a former world champion in the jungle role. So, of course, he was great before.
And he's showing up so much that he's actually with us today on the interview. Welcome, Stefan, coming in from Riddle after the victory versus X7. Were you listening to my 2 analysts talking about you?
Yeah, I did. Hello.
Hello, welcome back to the studio. Okay, finally I get you on the big wall. Tell me something. How good does it feel? How important to you it is to win versus the team that you were coaching and helping as well in the previous split?
I
I don't think it gets that personal. Like I feel like it's just a regular game for me. Honestly, feels amazing because I think X7 is one of the best teams in the league. So beating them is always gonna be really good.
Okay, you came back as a monster right now. Riddle is destroying pretty much everyone they put their hands on. But explain to me what was the plan at the beginning of the game and how did you guys plan to shut down X7 through minute 1?
I think it comes from draft, honestly, because we kind of predicted everything so far. Like we got what we wanted to play, what we practiced in like scrims. So from minute 1, we knew that we have a lot stronger bot side. We can invade. Of course, the red buff was kind of close. I think that was mostly due to us miscommunicating, but it shouldn't have been that close. Even if it was that close, I think we still win the fight. So kind of knew how the game would go from minute 1, and yeah, just played on with that.
And from that point on, you didn't stop pushing them on the ground. You never let them breathe. Was that part of the plan as well? Like take the first lead and never allow them to come back into the game?
I mean, yeah, I felt like our win condition is getting Soul as fast as possible because they're like a decent scaling with Swain and Gwen and Yumi, so we kind of had to ramp up the game a bit. I was super ahead, like I was perma 2-3 levels above enemy jungle, so I could always contest every objective, except for Rift Herald, because we felt like they're stronger topside 3v3, so we kind of just gave that objective and put Jack's flank on weak side and fully committed to bot side and Drake's.
Okay, I know it's really early, Stefan, but tell me, what is the objective of Riddle? Because you guys are looking mean, machine. What is the big objective, Stefan?
I told you the last time we spoke that I think everyone on the team wants to win it. We want to win it all. I don't think anyone is satisfied just going playoffs or, I don't know, having a decent result. I think everyone on the team wants to win, and we're going to aim for that.
Okay, last question for you, and this is really important, okay? This is really serious, by the way, Stefan. What is that stuffed toy right next to you?
I mean, it's a really complicated story. No, it's really not. It's just I was with a team and I went to the supermarket and I saw this plushie and I asked my manager, can I have this? And he said yes, and now it's here.
The first fan cheering you on. He's helping you carry all these games. So he's not boosting you, is he? Right? Okay, just making sure of that. No, I love that one. So I just wanted to share the story with everyone else. Stefan, you're doing godlike in the season, by the way. Everybody believes you and Dan are at the top of the league. Let's see who's going to win when you guys face each other. JDXL versus Riddle. Is this something you're expecting or looking into?
I mean, we already played them.
Yeah, but on the second one.
But yeah, I mean, it's like, as I said, it's just another game. I think we're gonna keep doing what we're doing, keep improving with enough time and enough practice. We're gonna be a really good team, and I think we can beat them for sure.
Okay, let's see what happens. Thank you so much for the interview, and I'll see you soon, Stefan.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
There you go. I needed to bring the
I feel like he's been PR trained, you know. He comes in with
the
I was
thinking about
every time,
that.
you know. And I'm not saying it's bad. I actually think it's, you know, he seems genuinely very humble as a person, and that's great when you see a great player like him too, just taking step by step, game by game, but bringing that answer that, you know, we're so used to.
What I can tell you is we have a challenge that will appear eventually on the live. I'm not going to spoil it. And of all the junglers, he was the most cool-headed one. I tried to get on his nerves. He did fine. I didn't get to him.
And it's hard not letting Archerum get to your nerves.
Yeah.
Take it from experience here.
Firsthand.
Yeah.
Wow. Looking into the other side of the spectrum, we're going to talk with X7. I did receive a name. Okay, it's Attila. Welcome back to the show. And we need to stop meeting like this. This was a heavy defeat for X7. I know I'm touching on a wound, but guide me through this game. What happened?
TLDR, because gamers are TLDR people. They really had a good plan, Luan. They just went for the buff, and instead of handshaking and saying, sure, the buff is yours, we flipped the coin, and the coin was not our side. So basically, after low 1, they got 2 kills. They got every single flash. They went mid as well. Tempt had to TP. He died, and after that, we were 2k ahead on the game start, you know. So no matter how good you are, 2k behind level 1, it's pretty rough.
I don't know if you recall, but back in Portugal, I brought up the rule of Attila with 26 minutes in. If he gets to 26 minutes in, he's going to win. But how difficult it is to pilot a game with Ezreal not allowing you to get to those 26 minutes because every single lane is bleeding.
I mean, it's a rough game to play from behind, right? Like, you want Nocturne normally to just power farm up to level 6. You want your Swain to be healthy and able to choose power 6 level as well, you know? And you just want like a stable lane with Ezreal Yomi, you want to scale it up and even start a tier, you know? But I guess instead of like stacking it, I started crying from the low one, so it sucked really fast. But yeah, it was hard, you know? Like, it was, as I said, it was a good debate from the enemy side, and we just didn't respect it at all. Like, we liked respect and we paid for our sins.
Attila, I'm going to be naughty. I'm going to be naughty with you right now, and I'm going to ask you something that is really tolerable to ask players. How do you rank X7 right now in the league?
Right now?
Yeah.
Probably around top 2. I don't care about these results. Like, 2 of our 3 defeats, we lost the game level 1, you know? Like, if you saw, like, one invade, we were the ones invading. There were 5 men there. We lost the game. Like, we had no flashes. Give enemy first blood. Bimbo, our jungle, is super behind. This game happened the same kinda. So, like, so far, the only team that really beat us good per se with us not really screwing over ourselves. It was XL, and they beat us without our main roster. So far, like, I'm pretty confident we're still on the top. Like, the results may not show it, but I'm pretty confident that we're gonna actually win this league. I don't
To
care what
spice up the
anyone else
question, this means that if it was a BO3, a best of 3, this would never happen.
No, probably not.
Okay.
I hope so, at least.
Okay. Thank you so much,
Now
Attila.
we go playoffs 0-5, but you know.
Let's hope that doesn't happen. Let's see what happens, Attila. Thank you so much for another interview, and I'll see you soon, man. Have a nice one.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
There you go. If this was a BO3, it wouldn't happen.
Or a best of, yeah. I mean, it's just one of those things where I think Riddle just had a really good read on the game. I don't even think inherently that like X7's draft was like terrible. And it was just all about scaling. And Riddle were like, yeah, we're not going to let you do that. And they just abused it from basically start to finish. There was very few windows, it felt like, that, you know, X7 could realistically come back into it. Outside of maybe, I think it was around like the 4th dragon or something like that, where maybe there was a shot, but yeah.
I think it's great seeing teams throw a curveball like this, specifically in a meta like this as well. If this is solo queue, of course you can think, oh, we can come back as the opponent team. Maybe my top laner suddenly smurfs it. But in a competitive environment where you can orchestrate the pieces and you have the communication 24/7, at least as soon as you get that gold lead and all those summoner spells blown from minute 1, realistically speaking, you shouldn't really lose the game, especially when you have a conversation that kind of accelerates in the early game. And this just goes back to what Yamada said. If this was a scrim, you would have FF'd it because you would know what the outcome would be after an invade like this. And that's exactly what happened here as well.
It obviously is going to affect your mental, but it's also going to affect the standings. At the end of the day, let's see what X7 is right now. They're actually tied up with Nuriki, while we see Riddle on 3rd place alongside
He's back in playoff contention.
Riddle.
Well, it's great seeing from them. They haven't even played.
We're still, every single time I bring standings and Goldberg is on my side, I regret my decision. But we've seen Astralis on the left side of the standings. Let's see if they end there at the end of the day, because they're going to match up versus Eminem on the next game. But before we do that, we need to meet the fan on the street. And today, it's for Denmark.
Yes, sir.
Why is it on me?
That was good. That was good.
Oh, that was so lovely. So lovely.
Honestly, that's peak weather in Copenhagen. I love that kind of weather.
That's peak weather?
And to be fair, no, so where this, I can tell you exactly where this location is because I know exactly where it is.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's outside of Astralis headquarters.
Oh, that makes it easy.
They are at a kind of long road to a railway out in the middle of nowhere. It takes you ages to get in there. And there's just this long area where there's room for loads of wind, trains passing by, a lot of noise, industrial area. That's why it's so windy. That's why they have it like that. It's peak weather. It's great. It's more their location rather than the bad weather.
Take your word for that.
Thank you.
I mean, I've been to Denmark, and it seems like a really good.
You know what I appreciate, though? The fact that, imagine how this came up with. Like, they probably struggled. They couldn't get a single player. They barely struggled to know what they were going to do. So people have been sitting in a room, had the idea, you know what? There's a fan there. Actually take that fan. They're on the fourth floor, third floor. Get the fan down and literally just put it there and film it.
I respect the creativity.
They found a fan on the streets. We need someone to talk about Astralis, but we need someone to talk about Eminem. I mean, might as well jump to you.
Man, yeah.
Top 3 rapper, in my opinion.
In many people's eyes, he is indeed. I feel like Eminem just seemed to be struggling in many different facets, right?
Okay.
We've seen a very strong-looking Eminem before. That was on 12-9. That was before the game effectively just entirely changed. And now we're looking at an Eminem who, have to deal with this whole enchanter meta, or potential enchanter meta, right? Which it seems to be how most teams are landing. And this didn't seem to be their style because Eminem, even historically as an org, if you're talking back down to when they were in the UKLC, they just seem to field players that just love go bounce, go. They will just fight endlessly. It's a complete bloodbath. Now we're looking at slower paced games, and it just seems like 12-10 hasn't been their patch so far. They just need a little more time, and we'll see how they adapt. The big question for me is, will they go back to maybe just these bloodbath style of games? Because it seems like it's still playable on 12-10.
I honestly, and I also think, just in general, this is not a roster where I would think, as soon as I saw it, they would be in the position that they are. I could have easily seen this in a 2-2 roster like the rest of them. I actually think that in terms of what I'm looking at the caliber of players, I genuinely thought they've been underperforming as to what their usual level could be.
Yeah, and I think even if we sort of rewind time a whole year, do you remember the Resolve roster? Because we all had fairly high hopes of that, to be honest with you. At the very least, making playoffs and potentially a deep run with development. This is half of that roster, so my expectations are just give them time.
Is this the one with the Telia Masters?
No. That's right before it.
I see.
If I may, I can pick on that sentence and look to Astralis.
Sure.
What can we talk about Astralis? Because they started really good.
Yeah.
They're shaking a little bit.
Oh, was this? That's a cool stat because this was spring split. 2-2. It looked okay, not the best. And then, by the end of the split, things collapsed. But again, I feel like now that they have a different coach, leading the project, and of course, they swap out Cuba. I have a lot of faith in Vander's philosophy and how he makes teams work in the NLC at the very least.
I mean, he's a former champion of the NLC.
Exactly.
Of course. I think the thing I was going to say, this is from back when we had a clear Elite Four we were kind of talking about, and all of a sudden Australia just plummeted immediately. Some of the issues that we saw from back then was that they struggled to get that bot lane to play for and get that going. One of the reasons that we have Keeper now as well down there instead of Vindel back then, but also just the in-game decisions. And I think that is the toughest task that Ventetto will have to feel for this Astralis, is that I don't ever think that the player's caliber or individual skill was ever in question. I think it was when you put these 5 players together, it somehow it just didn't click, and it never really worked for them. And they were saying for the longest time, scrims are going well. We are beating teams like Fnatic, Team Queso in scrims. We are taking, games from stronger teams as well, but they were just never, ever able to properly transition that to an official game.
Okay, I'm hungry right now, so I need to jump into Champion Select. I need action, I need blood, and I need to see what's going to happen between Astralis and Eminem. So kick off with the Champion Select.
That's usually what you get from when you get in-game, not so much from Champion Select. It's way more slow-paced.
Today has been really revealing, though. We're getting a lot of Champion Selects that decide the game before we jump in. At least the execution of them.
I suppose so, yeah. And for me, I mean, Eminem already have a 3 next to their name, so I guess they lost. Oh, wait, no, because they have lost 3 games. My brain, I thought they were 2-2. Anyway,
it's what we wanted them to be, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, for me, the big question for Eminem is, are they going to try and continue to adapt to 12-10 in the sort of, what I'll start to dub the traditional sense now? Or are they going to go back to what they were kind of looked the most confident on 12-9 to try and, just have force the issue kind of champions, snowball champions, your Lucian, your Kalista, things that will innately get a lead in the bottom side, because that's what I feel like Mishiku looks the strongest on as well. The things that can get aggressive in lane with good support matchups, Kai'Sa as well comes to mind, Samira, things like that, or we're just going to get the scaling.
And while that's relevant for draft, right, I still honestly feel like maybe sometimes it's a bit copying, saying we just have to get used to how this patch functions. While it is true, some matchups are still the same, and it is still the same the way it's been played. I think that you need to not make this game too difficult for yourself and be free to just, pick whatever you really are comfortable on and make it work. Obviously, we are starting to see power picks that are coming through that we've seen loads of time. But this time around, I can't actually see the screen because there's a camera in.
Don't worry, no one's picked yet, but Gwen is up, and so is Renar. So Renar will be the champion of choice for Astralis now. Whenever Gwen and Wukong have both been up like this, teams have actually tended to take the Wukong ahead of it. Now, Eminem being on red side, you could technically just take both, but I really haven't seen too many teams double dip like that on red side. What I would expect is Eminem to take up the Wukong at the very least, and then perhaps we'll get, something like, I guess, the Lulu. I was going to say another support to try and match into the round.
Now tell me again, what's the win rate of Lulu so far in our league?
It's 0%.
There we have it.
It doesn't bode well.
So far, I'll say stats don't always tell the true story.
No.
I definitely think Lulu is still a very much strong champion for this patch, specifically for extended team fights. I also think it works really well with champions like Wukong, extra speed up, or just him giving you that extended team fight, because it's very difficult to deal with once he starts that cyclone. So far, it's looking decent from the side of M&M, and what you want to run it out from now for Astralis is like you can go for an AD carry pick if you want to with Renata, but the champion pool is still very steep, so there's a lot of power picks still to open up for.
The Forbidden one still up and available. The Scissor Lady, and I think that would probably just be the strongest way to round out. I think you take that off the board, so Eminem can't, take it on R3 and then potentially ban away to sort of counter picks.
Yeah.
And I think you're always going to be okay with no matter what AD matchup you have with Renar. Even if Eminem decide to go for something super hyper carry here with the Lulu, I think Eminem now have to think about, that top side matchup or the bottom side matchup and picking between which one they'd prefer to get pinched.
And that's the thing. I feel like, though, if you want to attack something that was a little bit shaky, we've seen Carlson, we've talked about it as well. He's a development player, right? 16 years old, unless he had a birthday this year. I don't know. He was 16 in spring so far, right? A guy where, he had carry performances in the first week on the Renekton where he was an absolute beast in spring. Then I think people started to figure out that he doesn't get all too many resources and doesn't do too well with low resources either. So if you wanted to attack him, that could have been an attack point, but they've opted in for the Gnar here, which is still a fine matchup, but Gwen later can take over side.
Okay, looking into the bans now, we take the Azir, expected. It seems, though, that Eminem are trying to look for the team fight composition versus a Renata. We've seen this constantly, that if you don't have the control, the vision control, it doesn't work out for you.
Yeah.
And stats lie a little bit, but I've seen the vision from Eminem. It's not that good.
And I'm starting to kind of worry for Eminem in that sense, because I feel like Renata as a champion thrives in two conditions, right?
Okay.
Teams that really, really hard dogpile, and teams that actually have very limited forms of engage, and can't actually struggle to get onto the backline. So the Renata almost kind of like works at both extremes. And right now, Eminem are kind of lacking a true hard go ban. And I think Renata is going to really thrive. Kiba should have a pretty okay time depending on what the AD matchup is as well. So I think teamfight, they're looking for it, but they really need to find a little bit more burst, I think, would be the best way for them to navigate out of the situation.
I mean, it's either that or you just have lanes where you all the time can say, we will be first on the objective, we will get his stacking, but that is just not the most reliable win condition because things go wrong. So there is human error in all of it, so just having winning lanes sometimes is not always enough. So I completely agree with Jamad on that front as well. And now, different bans coming through. Mid laners and AD carries. So 3 birds being banned and 1 psychotic girl. That's it's very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, now the question is, my earpiece just leaves my ear. What is the choice of AD? I think for Eminem, right? You still have a lot of the hyper carries up that pair up with the Lulu. Maybe they want to go back to the Twitch, which we saw in their game against Riddle. It didn't particularly go well, but I think now, with the potential of a different lane matchup, it could be all right. I think for Chrisberg, though, like kind of pick a little, I would maybe look at trying to play a kill lane into this or something that can scale just as well.
I think you can definitely go for the scaling option if that's what you're looking for. The most difficult one on that side is that I think, yeah, you could try and answer it with Cockmore, but then again, there's reliable backline dives. So I would actually think that going for the kill lane is maybe a little bit better. You also have Renata. Renata does extremely well with any champion that goes for resets. So already likes of the Viego, absolutely disgusting.
Nasty.
If Tristana is locked in as well, absolutely disgusting, because Tristana will literally just send it, jump in there, get this explosive, and then if the damage isn't really there, you die, well, you still revive as soon as you get the kill afterwards. I definitely think that's a strong combo coming down in the bot lane.
Yeah, and I think what's great about the Tristana pick too is that it has a lot of self-pill into what is very like full committal dive, yes, with the Nara Wukong, but it's not the kind of dive that is always going to consistently lock you down. If you've got the bailout and if you can time those rocket jumps perfectly, you'll always be fine. And we get another Swain, and hopefully, unlike last game on Tempt, it actually gets to, you know, play the game a little bit. And I'm curious as to what Eminem really want to round out their comp with. Again, I think they need more burst. I think they need more setup. I think they need to be able to just completely remove members once Twitch opens out. And honestly, Orianna kind of fits that bill. You know, once you get to that 2-iron mark, yes, you might not be able to one-shot people like you used to be able to on 12-9, but realistically, you know, Shockwave into a rat-tat-tat from Twitch, you should be able to blow up, you know, at the very least the squishies, put them into bailout form at worst.
My only worry right now for Eminem is the durability on basically all the champions coming through from Astralis here. It's absolutely insane, right? Like, if they take over games when you're not going to kill it, Viego, you're not going to kill it, Swain, you're not going to kill him. And even if you do, what's that? Renata bailout being up and available all of a sudden, a takedown is going to fix that issue. I think extended team fights from the likes of Astralis, why they don't have an immediate go button. If they're first on the objective, there's not a lot of reliable poke coming through for Eminem. It's a team fight we're going into.
I really have to say, whoever's first to objectives here is just winning out so hard, I feel like, because with the lack of engage on both sides and the amount of sort of, when I say engage, like hard engage in Lawrence Leona, I think the fact that, you know, there's so much anti-dive on both sides too, really does make it a game of, I think whoever makes it the objective first, if all things are at parry, I think they just almost automatically win the team fights here, come the neutral objectives.
It's a game that will allow Astralis to jump into the top of the standings or probably get M&M in the middle of the pack, a little bit more secure from the previous week. But let's see what happens inside of the Rift as soon as Viperun and Trouble take it up.
Neither team is jumping anywhere. There's no movement. There's just, we're going to sit here. You're going to sit over there.
And we're all going to sit together with the other 8 teams around.
I mean, I am just confusion. I was led to believe from great scholars of League of Legends.
It means me, but it's fine. You can.
And no, well.
It's trouble. It's fine.
That engage is important.
You remember the Dusty game we just watched where there wasn't much heavy engage? That lasted about 45 minutes.
Look, all I'm saying is that if this Swain has
Mandate?
The ability to play League of Legends, even just a little bit, I will be happy.
You forgive Mandate?
Yeah, I forgive Tempt. Tempt can do no wrong in my eyes, except for his wave management last game, which was wrong. But this game...
do no wrong apart from when he does.
We're into our 4th game of the day, everybody. We've got Astralis Talent on the blue side. We've got M&M Gaming on the red side. We got a Twitch. We got a Tristana. We got a lot going on.
Do you know what this Orianna skin is called?
Orbiana? B? There's a B in there somewhere.
There is, but I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
I would say Orbiana makes the most sense in terms of where you'd put
That's
the
really
word
cute,
B.
actually. All right, so back into League of Legends. I feel like Astralis have gotten a bunch of S-tier picks right here.
Yes.
Having the Wen, the Viego, perma-scaling, love team fighting later on, and then on the bot side of the map, you've got Renata, which holds a really important tool when it comes to team fighting, which is her ultimate. Now, if you look at Eminem, they've got great engage, they've got great disengage, they've got great peeling, they've got great shielding. They pretty much have everything they need for proper team fighting. So as long as they don't fall behind and Michigo gets to go rat-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta in team fights, I think it's going to be very peachy for them. Now, the problem is, if you guys remember the game from Bifrost last week, which went to 50 minutes, Odie's Rat could not play the game. And right here, you're playing Twitch into Renata ult, Tristana jumping on you. You've got Swain hitting you from far away, Viego, Gwen. There's like a bunch of things. And if you get found in the team fights before you actually get to open up with your ultimate, it becomes really difficult for your team to move in. This is why I believe it was very important what Yamada says the first team at objectives will have a massive advantage because you cannot walk through Oriana Ball or not, and you can also not walk through a tight choke point when you know there's a Renata on the enemy team.
Absolutely. While Eminem have themselves a little bit more engaged than Astralis do, the fact of the matter is, there's so much disengaged from Astralis, and the fact is
that's their game.
You can just say like, we're gonna jump in now, and they're like, no, you're not, and they're like, okay, cool, that's fine. We're gonna just have to wait for Mishigu to get to that 45-minute mark, which he will be terrifying at, but Tristan on the other side is gonna be able to do just as much, if not more, when it comes to the late game.
I feel like Astralis have been a little bit inactive in the early game a lot of the times, and that comes through Taxa not being willing to take a bunch of risks to try and get his lanes ahead, right? He's more of a laid back, let's farm towards late game and let's team fight, which is also the name of the game for Astralis a lot of the time. That's why you see them picking a lot more of the peeling and kiting back compositions, playing for the AD carry, which right now this AD carry wants to jump in. It doesn't want to kite backwards. It's a kill AD carry. You want to be jumping in, you want to play a kill lane, you've got Renata, handshake someone towards you, get Tristana to jump onto them and do damage. But just because the Lulu is right there and the polymorph can come through, the trade might not necessarily be advantageous.
It's going to be a lot of positioning, isn't it? You're going to want to see, look, Viego can get involved but is a little bit short range. Gwen can get involved but is a little bit short range. If you can get those right flanks coming through, then suddenly Astralis Talent's roster is very, very scary, the composition that they've built rather. But they're going to need to be showing off exactly how good they can be. These players, as we were talking about what the issue was with Astralis Talent last split, the players are all very good. Kiba's already shown he's a very good player, but it's this combination of players, can they step up?
Wait a second. I feel like Senkax saw somebody pop the plant behind him, and he knew it wasn't anyone from the lane, so he might have to blow his flash out here, and he will. It was a little bit of slow reactions. I think it's the same thing with Tempt, right? Where you're just about to crush your wave and you're like, you know what, I'm gonna 50-50, try to burst that wave so it doesn't get frozen in front of enemy tower. But right now, Senkax is in a position where his lane is gonna get frozen for a little bit in front of enemy tower, and Wukong is still around. At this point, you need to call your support through the mid lane. Kiba even run through the Scuttle Crab Wood to make sure that they know that there's a second person in the mid lane. And as you can see, Soft, he's not gonna try for yet another gank and wrapping around. He's gonna most likely go towards his golems.
And just looking at Taxa, again, as you mentioned, not really wanting to be involved in this early stage, just wants to get that full cleared down. Top lane's very, very pushed in, so could consider that one, but it looks like there's a good idea. Soft and the M&M, they've been pinging down onto where he is. And while we do that, let's have a look at another tweet, shall we?
Let's do this.
All right. Bifrost Michael, Jax Blank, Creox, Tempt, Demvox, they FGG.
Is Tempt 3 out of 3 in there?
Well, it's Tempt, isn't it? I mean...
Okay, so you can't pick two members.
From the same team.
From the same team.
Yes.
So from X7, we've had only Tempt.
Yes.
From XL, we've had 2 times down, and now it's FGG.
Yep.
Yep. And I think we had the Voxnet twice
I think
as well.
I've had Jax Blank.
And Jax Blank twice as well.
A lot of love for Jax Blank this time around, and honestly, his performance today, definitely deserving of some love up on that top side playing the Gnar. Of course, was not the biggest impact of his team because...
You say that, he soaked damage really well.
Yeah, but Stefan and Vladdy were
it's like
terrifying in that game. Not saying the Jax Blank wasn't good, I'm just saying...
For you to be the sword, someone has to be the shield, or it doesn't work.
Nah, just...
It's a team game.
Dual wield.
It's a team game. No, you don't dual wield, you just die if you dual wield. No, watch out.
It's just much cooler though, isn't it?
He's doing it IRL as well, guys.
Yeah, of course.
Swinging around his
You want
arms.
to show the people how it's done, and by the people I mean the people in the production studio, because
it's just me.
No, and you, yeah. I mean, getting back into the game a little bit. Soft's just dove in towards the Dragon. Level 4 on the Wukong just wants to be starting this one up, and he's got a lot of support from the rest of his team, so that's an excellent play there. The Vision of Empire will give Vision that the Dragon is being done, but I don't think there's much that Astralis Talent can do.
That is very clever as well, because Senkax lost his flash, which means he can't shove in his lane really quickly, which means that Chimera gets to roam the map first. And why I'm saying that this is very important is because in the bot lane for Astralis, whenever you have a Tristana lane, you usually, not usually, like 9 out of 10 times you have the push. Tristana cannot slow push because of the passive, which explodes immediately when it dies. You perma-shove bot lane, which means that Astralis should technically always have priority towards the bot side of the map and can be able to walk into river. But just because right now Chimera can walk on the map first before Senkax, it gives the ability for MNM to walk into that river, secure that first dragon, and start possibly stacking them up for later on fights.
And that's something that you've always got to be considering. Tristana creates such a unique gameplay situation just because of that, as you said, perma-pushing status. It's not, I wouldn't call it an ability, it's just a case of she's always going to be hard pushing. She's going to be getting that priority, but she's going to be a bit vulnerable to the ganks, and I'm just interested to see how it develops.
So this is something interesting that G2 were doing a lot when Reckless was playing in the team. They used to play a lot of Tristana, and what Jankos used to do is shadow bot side, shoving that wave really quickly, and then together with the bot lane, you invade bot quadrant of enemy jungle and you take everything. Which is why I'm looking at Taxa right now, because it doesn't necessarily seem to be the case. Like when he decided to invade, it was a little bit too late to sort of run away with his blue buff. This is why I'm asking for a little bit more creativity for Astralis, especially since you have Tristana, especially since you know you're going to have this perma-shove in bot lane. Use it to your advantage and make that Wukong suffer. So far, Taxa has fallen behind about 10 CS, and now they're starting that Rift Herald as well. But it's going to be a 4 versus 4 towards the top side of the map. Chimera still stuck in the mid lane trying to shove in the wave, and I don't necessarily think that MNM are going to try to fight for this.
Looks like they're just going to try and get as much push down in the mid lane as they possibly can, knowing that they're probably a little bit too late to the situation, but are just going to try and get themselves a nice wave state going into the jungle invading, getting as much as they can on the other side of the map.
Yeah. And if anything, again, I feel like Soft has a better grasp on his pathing right now, because he's like, okay, we're losing Rift Herald, what can I do to replicate that success from my team? We can shove in that mid wave, we can force Astralis to show up on the map, we can take the Wraiths away. He keeps that lead for himself, the experience lead and the gold lead. He has 2 more camps to take at this point, and I'm wondering if potentially we could see a fight really soon, because 2.5 minutes, the second dragon's coming up, it's going to be a Cloud Drake, unless it always shows a Cloud Drake up there and I've been baited.
I believe it is a Cloud Drake this time around, which is...
It's good news, because it means whatever Drake spawns after, the teams are going to be very inclined to take that as a soul.
Absolutely, and when you've got dragons that are useful to contest, and of course teams want to contest every dragon because it's always a positive thing to secure it.
You just fight for Elder, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly, but when it's a Cloud Dragon, some teams are like, it's not that fussed about it, but when it's something in Hex Tech, you're like, boy, get down to Dragon. I don't care that you don't have teleport. You're walking, lad. As these teams will want to contest and grab themselves the best buffs they possibly can. As we see Soft just clearing away his Gromp and getting rid of as much gold, or gaining as much gold as he possibly can, which is always going to be positive. And as you said, Taxa, the thing with Taxa now is he's got this Rift Herald in pocket, so that means that he's got gold in Potentia. He needs to now match what was lost on the other side of the map when he took it. Where can he do that? It's going to be difficult to see where he's going to want to drop that one. Taxa he's just going to continue clearing. This is something that we talked about already. We said, look, Taxa doesn't want to have the biggest impact in the early game. He wants to clear, he wants to farm, but he's fallen behind them.
Yeah, again, it feels like Soft is a little bit faster on the map, on taking things away whenever he spots Taxa on the map. And when it comes to Rift Herald, you usually want to use it either bot lane to like free your bot lane, and with Tristana and how fast it takes towers, to use that Rift Herald to take like the remaining few plates. There's already 1 down. If you can push with Tristana to take 1 more tower plating, you can drop it there. A lot of the times, teams will also drop it in the mid lane just to create pressure when a big objective is coming up. And right now, we mentioned it, it's going to be another dragon coming up on the Rift, so you definitely might want to contest that, or MNM are going to have 2 for themselves. Again, Chimera is the first one to walk onto this river, which makes it really difficult for Astralis to try and attack from multiple sides, because you cannot walk over Orianna Orb.
And if you do, it's going to be a very bad time. And of course, remember that they do have the Twitch delivery system for the Orianna Orb and for the Lulu Ultimate if they want to go for some very DIY engage tools.
I cannot wait for the Twitch to walk body first into an entire team just for the shockwave to hit.
Yeah, I mean...
I've never seen this before.
Have you never? You have not been playing at the elos that I've been playing at, because I'm saying if Mishku dies a couple of times, it's like, Makidi is gone, send me in. Is going to die on forward, but Astralis sending the Rift Herald bot lane, which does make a lot of sense because they've got Chrisberg down there on the Tristana, who's very good at demolishing towers as it is.
Sof is there too, which means that this Rift Herald will not take the bot lane tower. And now the Dragon has spawned as well. Again, Chrisberg is going to shove down that wave. Chimera first again onto that river, which might actually give second Dragon away to Eminem. So what is very important right here is that bot lane tower has not fallen, which locks Chrisberg and Kiba still on that bot side of the map, which means that for the next few minutes you cannot move Tristana around to take more turret platings, which has diminished the damage that this Tristana could have technically done with this Rift Herald. Had Sof not been down there, Crispin would have hit the tower a few more times, that tower would have gone down. You can instantly transition Tristana towards the top side of the map, take more tower platings there. This is how you snowball these types of champions in the early game that actually want to get strong really fast. Talking about getting strong really fast, that's another mandate, Swain. So I definitely have to go back home and do some research on that, because I'm really, really interested as to why the mandate is happening right here onto that champion. But very importantly, Kraken Slayer build for Crispek. He's going to be ripping through those HP buffs, especially with the true damage. And as well, from Mishigu, a buffed Blade of the Ruin King is going to be the first item of choice. So 2 AD carries with the 2 first items complete.
And that's going to be damage coming through. The ultimate burned by Mishigu just to make sure that that tower stays alive a little bit longer. Taxa slightly late to the party, but can be looking to defend, but throws down and shows where he is.
So which one is it? Is it rat-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta, or is it spray and pray? Because it's been changed about 50 times.
I believe it's currently called spray and pray.
Okay, perfect.
But you do still you shout rat-ta-ta-ta-ta when it happens.
Because it's a rat.
Because if you don't shout it, it doesn't work.
That's true.
The problem.
It doesn't do max damage. If
Yeah. It's the same as like if you're not shouting when you use like Tryndamere ultimate, it doesn't work.
Karen.
Demacia. Like. It doesn't actually change your gameplay experience too much, but I promise you, if you start verbalizing in your League of Legends games, folks, you will win 1% more of your games.
1%?
Yeah, because you can't prove
Well, that's 1% more than what they were winning previously, so I guess you take those.
If you're playing with me, then that is true. Eminem, Soft's on the side. Soft has been very, very good with his pathing this game. He's been shadowing exceptionally well on the Wukong.
Apparently he's fallen a level behind right now because Eminem are more focused on trying to diminish the damage that's being done by Astralis and that Tristana rather than getting that Wukong a little bit further ahead. And even though he's not that far behind, somehow Taxa from being behind, he has found himself ahead, getting that Rift Herald, getting that experience, making sure he pushes the towers, he's around for that experience, he's farming his jungle. So far, so well. It's been a very Astralis game, I have to say. Very slow, very low kills, very methodical. And I'm going to press the button because that's my production, but they haven't replied. So I'm going to assume this is a new roster.
It's me.
And it is.
It's my roster.
Oh, that's your roster?
Yeah. What do you think?
Wait, you got FGG.
Yeah.
Your favorite jungler, Kraox.
Obviously, he's triple.
Hairbrush, because he's been smurfing it.
I did this after.
Hemped. 4 out of 4.
Obviously.
He's the only player that's 4 out of 4.
We might have a dive coming in though. Carlson's in a little bit of trouble, going to be knocked up, taken low, and might well be killed, but he's got support for his blood. Goes the way of Chimera as Nas forced to back away.
Shredder, he did not put a shield onto Chimera to get an assist right there, so this poor Yordle, small legs, roamed all the way to the top side of the map, no assist, but we take the kill anyway. It's going to be a kill, and it's most likely going to be a top lane tower, traded for a bot lane tower from Chrisberg. And right now, Sof is taking the second Rift Herald whilst Taxa is invading his bot side of the map. And again, this is what I would like to see a little bit earlier on in the game from Taxa. You've got this Sovereign bot lane, use that Tristana to your advantage, use it to get a little bit more deep vision as they have right now in the bot quadrant of Sof's jungle, and try to keep pressuring the map. Now I'm expecting possibly the Tristana to go towards the mid lane of the map. I would say top, but in 1 minute and 20 seconds, the third dragon is coming up, and you definitely don't want to be giving Eminem Soul Point for free.
Because with the way that things are going, they may well be able to secure it for themselves. I felt like it's been shaded slightly by Eminem so far this game, and our analysts agree, of course. Just a reminder, below the scoreboard at the top, you have got the momentum meter. And our analysts are behind the scenes just saying, oh, looks like Eminem are doing all right, aren't they? And then the momentum meter moves. Such a stupid champion. Switch. He's just... he's just very silly. But Astralis Talent are moving into the river. They want to make sure this dragon isn't going to go the way of MNM without a fight at the very least. And as we said, it's so important to be the incumbent around these objectives. And it looks like Astralis want to make sure this mid-wave is in a position they can do that. But MNM are doing the exact same with Rift Herald.
Yeah, and also Astralis, what they need to do is make sure they never lose track of Michigo on that rat. That's the open fire with all the buffs from Lulu and Orianna and the shields and everything is going to be very, very bad news for Astralis. Caleb and Soph are finding themselves very deep into that jungle, but they're going to pull out, and now it's actually Astralis that have to walk through an Orianna ball from a choke point.
Well, that's the thing. We saw the attempted engage from Michigo from Soph, but now he's going to go berserk right onto the rat, but the team fight isn't kicking off, and now it's just yet. Taxa moving forward, now trying to get onto Chimera. He's going to be forced to bash away, but he's going to get taken down. Astralis will be able to get the reset. Soph on the other side, though, is looking for blood. Sengox on the back line is just healing away, staying safe. Michigo looking for someone to let fire onto. Taxa went too deep. It's actually just going to be a 1-for-1 exchange.
And actually, I think Eminem right here do win the fight because Caleb is going to go back to base. He's going to get full HP. There's also a plant at the bottom of the map for Soph to take and get full HP. Caleb is just going to TP back in. Kiba has no mana. They're going to get the TP in, but Chrisberg, Kiba are very low on HP. They're 50%. Soph took the plant. Caleb is TPing back in. He has no bar for his Megana. But overall, I feel like this exchange is going in favor of Eminem right now because they've got a better core HP average for themselves, plus the Gnar coming back in that can transform back into Megana and have that ultimate available. Chimera TP'd in for good measure as well. So all in all, that was a pretty good fight for Eminem. They secured the third dragon, which means in 4 minutes and 50 seconds time, Astralis are going to have to find a way into that river, because if they don't, Soul will go over to Eminem, and Ocean Soul is something a lot of teams are looking for.
And I mean, very notably as well, you look at the members who went down, it was Taxa who died from Astralis Talent, so no smite available. And while that Bernardo ultimate didn't hit too much, it was kind of that go button and everything kicked off.
And that was really close to being like a 3 or 4 mana ultimate right there from Kiba, but the second it misses, actually Michigo is able to cleanse that and starts putting down the damage. The only unfortunate thing is that Michigo is towards the bot side of the screen trying to kill Sengox and Carlsen, whilst Kiba and Chrisberg are on so low HP. Had Michigo actually played with his ultimate towards the top side of the map on that second fight that was happening, I feel like Eminem would have won this fight even more. Nevertheless, it's a 1 fight for them. They're 1 in kills. They got the third dragon as well, and they've marched towards a soul point.
As you mentioned, Ocean Dragon, it's a hard one to fight into, especially when you look at this and say, hey, these two teams, we've seen it already. Astralis Eminem struggled to engage onto Astralis even with the better engaged tools of the two teams. If the roles are reversed and Astralis are like, well, we need to be the ones engaging onto Eminem because they're around Baron or they're the ones sieging, we need to stop this from happening. If you're regenning, then the damage that you're taking is not going to be that sad.
And I feel like you saw it right there.
Oh, that's Chrisberg gone, and Kiba may well go the same way. A massive ultimate sees him a bit slower, but Kaelin's the only one collapsing there, and it's 2 kills for Eminem.
That is a sprint down Baron lane for Eminem. Really well played right there, catching the duo bot lane from Astralis. Mind you, Taxa is still up. He can dive through the back of the pit. We saw it in our previous game as well versus XL. It could be the case. Again, Taxa's gonna be chilling around. They just need to have vision onto that pit, but Sengox is playing the Swain. He can actually give them vision.
He's hanging around, Caleb jumping out, look for an orange to 2, the massive stun comes down, now Eminem are looking to take this fight, they murder both members of Astralis Talent. Taxa manages to pick up one, Carlsen actually sneaks away for a second before going down, and now Taxa needs to try and get a kill, won't be able to get the resets down, as Eminem, they're going to be too low to continue the Baron, but they take the fight nonetheless.
Yeah, they sacrifice 3 of their members, but they're making sure the Baron is not going down because they leave Eminem with super low HP bars, and again, you see beautiful ultimate right there from Caleb. But Carlsen onto that Gwen goes completely immune right there and heals through a bunch of that damage with his ultimate. And once in the bubble, the Twitch actually has to walk on top of the Gwen to put any damage down, which caused a lot of damage. But nevertheless, yes, Eminem run away with 3 kills in their pocket. But very importantly, Astralis stopped the Baron because they leave them so low. And Chrisberg and Kiba were just on their way, so they could completely wipe them out and start the Baron themselves. Really good call right there from Eminem to turn the fight around and not play the 50-50.
Now that means that Baron is still available, so it's still a threat on the map, and you've got to imagine Eminem looking more and more like the team that will be able to secure it. Remember, if they win this game, then they're tying up with not only Astralis Talent, but a bunch of other teams. Looking at Nuriki X7 on that 2-3 scoreline right now. And this league could not really be closer. I mean, it could be closer because you could have all the teams on tied scorelines to some extent. But I'm looking at Astralis Talent there on the back foot a little bit. They need to find a way to potentially grow back into this game because they've got good late game scaling, but they've only got a minute until that next dragon.
Yeah, and I'd like to see a little bit more pressure on the side lanes, right? Send one of your members to go toward the top side of the map, push that wave down, but they're just so afraid because the mid lane tower is missing. They're so afraid to just have Misigu and Shredder there in the middle of the lane without a tower at the back, shoving in the wave. And that mid lane wave is going to be so important because it's going to be the wave that will allow you to move down the river to contest for that soul, right? So MNM really needs to shove in that wave, and they need to be as a 4-man core to be able to stand against Astralis. Soph has found himself Taxa.
Caught out. Someone needs to be careful. A lot of damage coming on through. Who's going to go berserk? Coming into the backline, looking for Soph. He's going to be able to ult, but he won't be able to survive as he goes down. That's 2 for Astralis Talent as they chase towards Shredder. He's going to go low, but gets under tower just in time. And I think Astralis Talent have just denied the Dragon Soul.
That was such an insane ward right there by Astralis, really deep into that mid lane. That allows Carlson to come in. And yes, even though they do not have hard engage, if Soph faces like this, Astralis are able to punish. Really good TP from Carlson right there to stop any backup as well from MNM from coming in. And this is their soul being denied. The first one that's going to go towards Astralis as well. And that was a very good fight. We were mentioning previously how Astralis are finding it really hard to engage these fights. We saw previously like Kiba trying to cheekily ult through a wall to maybe get a 2 to 3 to 4-man ultimate to start a fight. It's really difficult because you don't necessarily have a very hard go button other than the Renata ult. And right there you see Soph had to flash away from it. A bunch of flashes were expended in that fight as well for Chimera and Shredder. And now that Baron is in the mix, now that these AD carries have multiple items, almost second item from Misigu, Crispec has 2.5 items in his name, this Baron is going to start looking a lot more enticing because you can take it much faster.
Oh, Kiba might be in a bit of trouble here, but he's going to be able to get some damage on. The soft support is coming on through, but the tower has been secured by MNM. They're happy with what they gained and are going to just back away. Breaking over the mid lane could be pretty big.
Oh, he has the ball.
See, that's what I'm saying. It's the perfect engage solution.
Okay, I'm just saying. I think he has the ball on him because he can get a W and be fast.
No. It's all about the ultimate.
Fast boy rat. I don't think this is for a sombrero.
Archer, I'm just saying, in the interview, MNM, I want you to ask about the engage rat. Trust me, it's good.
He doesn't have flash.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't need it.
Just
W
do it.
speed.
Just do it.
And the ult's for engage. And then Wukong dives in and is like, whatcha?
You're so emotive today.
I'm just...
I really hope... Okay, guys. At the end of our show, the production is always making a little mix of our entire day. I really hope they've recorded what you've been doing with your hands all day and how emotive you've been.
I'm just sleep
And just put it at the very end.
That's all
So
it is.
please make sure to stay after the post game, after the last game, because this is gonna be gold Viper.
Let's go to bed. We've got another game after this, of course. We've got Bifrost Singularity to round out the day. So there's plenty more League of Legends action to be enjoyed here at the NLC Division 1. Not Division 2, not Division 3, Division 1. And MNM setting up around this Baron. They're not necessarily looking to do it particularly, but they just want to gain some control around the vision. And they get one of those blue ones, but they don't get the other one.
Again, you see, we mentioned how Baron is on the menu right now, and both teams just want to make sure they've got infinite vision around it, that none of the two teams can actually sneak in and take it, because they both have such incredibly fast clear speed when it comes to these neutral objectives. So you see Astralis moving in, taking vision, walking out. MNM walking in, putting down vision, walking out. And this is going to be the name of the game. I'm just, again, suffering seeing how the side lanes are just not being pressured at all. Like right now, it's the first time I've seen Senkirks go towards the bottom of the map and shove it away. Kalem is usually the one doing it for MNM, and this is a big impact of the two towers that are missing in the mid lane. Having Tristana, Renata push forward, they got punished previously, and then they gave away the dragon. Having Misigu or Shredder walk forward to push in the wave, they can very easily get jumped on and get punished. Look at where Astralis is. Misigu.
He's hiding.
He was hiding.
He's still hiding, and he's going to get sped up, and now might look for a little bit of damage, but needs to be careful of the location of every member of Astralis Talent, because while they're not necessarily going to be able to push forward too hard, if they get a good flank, we've seen it already, how powerful they can be. Astralis talent are pitched up on that top side, commanding the Baron area. On the bot side, we've got Dragon spawning in a minute and a half. Remember, this will still be sole point for M&M Gaming, so it's still a massive battleground, but things just seem to have taken a little bit of a slow turn as both of these teams just really wary of giving up too much, because if either team loses the fight now, surely that's going to be Baron for their opposition.
3 words.
Okay.
Push, side, blades. You see Caleb on the bot side of the map. You see Carson on the top side of the map. Can very easily take your your Orianna under a tower, have her push. Senkax right now cannot do that because she has the exhaust together with the flash. She doesn't have the teleport available if Astralis choose to fight. But like, the side lanes have constantly been abandoned. I mean, we saw even Kerberos at like 27 minutes. He had like 300 CS plus. So it's a relatively low-ish CS game, especially after the 23rd, 24th minute mark, because you will see that bot lane and mid lane have been grouping actually a lot for the side of M&M. So a lot of the side lane waves have been abandoned, and the one that's picking them up mostly is Caleb, who has his TP available most of the time, but he also wants to be charging his Naba. But right here, again, another top lane wave completely went missing.
But these teams, they're probing, looking for something potentially. Michigu going invisible, Taxa going invisible. Michigu is just looking. He's going to open up the fire towards Chrisberg, who's going to be able to get away. Nice ultimate from Tristana will disengage that attempted fight as M&M.
That was ult for ult right there, but for Michigu, it's much more important to have his ultimate up and available, because Chrisberg is only using his for peeling. He can still do a bunch of damage diving in with Tristana. So we need to see if M&M want to take this fight. It will not have that crucial AD carry point for them.
They're moving back down towards the Dragon. It's going to spawn up now. Astralis talent need to get going because M&M have started up the objective. Now they're moving forward. Tax gets the spawn. It's Caleb. He gets the ultimate onto 2 seconds. Moving forward, down berserk. The damage, the Dragon is secured, but it won't be enough to save this fight. You've got to imagine as M&M are being ripped to shreds. The reset from Taxa as he picks up a second. Carlson grabbing kills. Maybe they only get the 2, but can they move to Baron?
Yeah, and it was indeed a problem. Michigu not having the ultimate right here. He has to play very short range, and if you're playing short range into Tristana, Swain, Taxa on the Viego, and Gwen, you're gonna get swallowed whole, and that's exactly what happened. Michigu had to flash out, and he still gets eaten alive. Soft dies as well, which means there's no smite for M&M, and Astralis slowly but surely gonna crawl themselves out of this game. Yes, they lose Ocean Soul, and that's really big, but now at least they have Baron. They can use Carlson on that Gwen on a side lane. They can use Senkax on a side lane. Both have teleports up and available, and their core 3-man member, Viego, Tristana, and Renata are very evasive.
We're about to hit the 30-minute mark. We're going to have another look at this fight, and there's just so much damage coming through from Astralis. They only get 2 kills, but they could have got a couple more.
That was a great Renata ultimate coming in as well from Kiba. Really beautiful stuff. Michigu, yes, insta-cleansed it, but Soft starts hitting his friends right there. I think Caleb started hitting his friends there as well. So there was a little bit of confusion. Michigu, of course, not having the ultimate, I think, was the biggest boo-boo right there for M&M. It was impossible to take this fight. And Astralis win the fight, take the Baron, lose the Soul Boy.
We're at 30 minutes here at the current patch, which means that we are in the point where if you lose a team fight, you might just lose the game. This segment brought to you by 12.10. And for M&M Gaming, they're just sitting back. They need to weather the storm because it's the famous saying, Baron is temporary, but Dragon Soul's forever. And they're going to be able to get the advantage if they can weather the storm for a few seconds longer. And we know that M&M are pretty good at disengaging when Astralis have tried to engage on them, but they're going to have to be pretty careful because it looks like Astralis, with their pushing power, are looking to crack open the base. Won't be able to do so just yet, though. Members of M&M are moving forward. Caleb has caught out Carlson. He's going to be able to dash away, and this inner tower may well be forfeit as it does go down.
Yeah, and look at that. While this is happening, another mid lane wave is pushing. That would mean that if Chrisberg walks a little bit close to the tower, puts down the bomb, this is going to fall. Soft is
oh, nice engage coming through. They're layering the CC. There comes the ultimate coming down, though. Berserk. Michigu does so much damage before being deleted as Soft will will also fall. The attempt to engage goes awry, and with Astralis having 5 members, could this be it?
Again, Kiva with a very clutch ultimate gets Mishigu. Mishigu has no cleanse right there, which means he's just shooting down his entire team. And Astralis, 5 members strong, are looking for the finish.
They're looking for the first Nexus Tower. They will find it. Caleb is doing his best to defend. Needs to go large. Will be able to do so. Ultimate only onto Taxa, who's going to take a decent amount of damage, but it's going to be the Gnar that gets cut down as Taxa goes into stasis. Second Nexus Tower falls, and just like that, a close game will end as Shredder dies at his Nexus. It looks like it was going to be a long one, but in the end, Astralis talent take the win.
Again, it didn't look
the cleanest.
It didn't look the most assertive, but it's nevertheless an Astralis win. I think we saw in the stats as well. Astralis, after week 2 last split, they were 2-2, and then they ended 6-12. I think it's really good for the confidence as well, especially with the new roster, to go into week 3 and get that 3rd victory under their belt right here, especially against team which technically on paper you should be beating, and it wasn't clean, but we take the W's.
A dub is a dub is a dub, and it was a very Astralis talent style of win. And now to break this one down, it's a Dane and his friends. Take it away, Desk.
Why the Dane? Why is that smile? What is that smile?
You question the Dane, I question the friends.
What? Hey, yo?
Oh my,
Should we just leave?
I never thought I would ask for medical assistance on the desk. I was punished.
Wow.
Well, welcome everyone back into the desk after I was hard. I don't know how to pick this one up. I mean, it's like M&M. They were going for the objectives. They were going for the late game. They got the soul. It didn't work out. Why? I want to know why.
This was just one of those games where a team gets Baron and ends. This felt like an actual 12-9, like...
This was a clear-cut throw, because it's not even like, it's not even the fact that you didn't have a scaling aspect in what you had, right? Oriana, already on death cap as well. Twitch, with the Yuumi as well. This whole setup to it, I think Trouble touched nicely on this as well. The fact that Mishigu no longer had that R. It was so easy for them to walk up forward. Yes, they had to watch out from the Oriana, but it just felt like they were so rushed and focused on the soul. Like, you could have still kept the fight where you fought them at the first river bush that continued. Instead, what happened is that they just went immediately into the Drake pit. And by doing so, they let themselves be collapsed. The entire story of this game is that if you're first on the objective, you can turn on towards your opponent, play with the spacing. But in the last fight that mattered the most, that's not what M&M did. They tunneled visioned, and that opened up for Keeper to come in and split them up with his Renato ultimate, them to be scattered. Someone was focusing the Drake, one was shooting his teammates, and the other one was just trying to fight the battle. And it was just M&M that collapsed and was not on the same page.
And we keep talking about this. Twitch is a viable hyper carry in the late game, but you need that ulti. If you don't have the ulti, I think it was Trouble that said it on the previous week, you're a really close AD carry, so you need to be aware of your positioning. And we talked about the vision of M&M. At the end, do you think that was the key component?
I guess so. They just kind of lost sight of how to play team fights, I think.
Yeah.
Beyond a certain part. Like, I feel like for the first sort of 20-ish and a half minutes, right? It felt like they had a pretty decent understanding. They were always, for the most part, the first ones to the objective. They understood that part. They even got to the part where they get the soul. But again, losing that fight at that crucial timer into losing the Baron like that, I think it's just a lapse in judgment.
Yeah.
Come that final fight, and I think also Mishigu trading his ult right before the Hex soul spawned up for the Tristana armor. It's not the same level of value. Like,
well, we can talk about all we want. I genuinely feel like from the side of M&M, we saw a decent early game coming out from them. We saw a good mid game as well, leading up to the fact that, you know, the Baron they had on Astralis, where they just, you know, get to take the team fight around it. They really get to display around that Baron how the team comp is supposed to function, right? They start up the objective and they turn, right? They leave the objective behind. They turn onto one Senkox onto Swain. They just blow it up immediately. But because the fight got so scattered, it got so orchestrated later, they weren't able to replicate what had made them so successful at getting to this point in the game. And unfortunately, that's sometimes the story. When we look at Astralis, though, I still feel like they look so shaky, like they're not convincing.
I agree. I think there's some positives to take away, but realistically, for a majority of the game, M&M outplayed the potential win conditions that Astralis actually had. They had a very strong Tristana, yes, but that came after a very long time. And whilst he was ahead of Mishigu, it felt like they didn't necessarily leverage that strength particularly. It felt like they lent on the mistakes of Eminem a little bit as opposed to actually playing on their own strengths.
Oh yeah.
So again, not the most convincing bit, and that's going to be the story for, I feel like, for Astralis for a little while, is finally, you know, getting consistent wins that actually look strong.
It's a good topic, and maybe we should discuss it with the interview that we're going to jump into now. Sincox is with us, the mid laner, coming in with the Swain. Hello, Sincox. Welcome back into the show.
Hello, hello.
This was a victory. Yes, it was. But how nervous were you throughout the entire game? Because don't judge me right now, but it seemed like it was Eminem games to lose instead of Astralis games to win. Do you agree with that?
I mean, yeah, towards the end it probably was like that. I mean, it for sure was like that. It was not really our game to win anymore. I think we did some mistakes in the early game that made it hard for us, like really. And yeah, we were just like too AFK, I think, in general. Like, yeah, I don't know. It was a bit of a disaster.
Do you think the mental went down throughout the middle of the game and Astralis was just riding the wave?
Honestly, I don't think so. I think it was like, probably last bit, it would have been a bit more rough, I would say. Like, we had tendencies to like just like fall over and die. And this was one of the games that it would probably have happened. So it was better like this, at least.
It's a good start for the week from Astralis, so that's a plus for you guys. Obviously, you guys know where to work upon. But I want to make a question. Why coming back to Sincox, though? What made you shift? Yeah, I'm interested on that, because it seems like it was a boost.
No, I mean, I don't know. I was just going back a bit, and then yeah, switching back. Like, that's what I've always played under. In the beginning, I just wanted to try something more personal in Cress, because it's my first name. But yeah, I don't know. I realized like I've always been Sincox the entire time I played. So yeah.
So it has no relevance that you changed the name and Astralis is a little bit stronger right now. It was due to the work through the spring split to summer split. You don't feel comfortable, more comfortable playing with that name?
No, it doesn't really matter to me, to be honest. But yeah.
Okay, it's honest.
Nice
it's honest.
I mean, it's kind of nice to see the name, you know. It has some history, some personal history.
If you can, where do you think Astralis needs to work to take the next step?
Well, first I need to not be sick. That would be number one. Two, then yeah, I mean, we're working on some stuff. I think we're going forward. Like, we're definitely getting better. I think we had like a few good games against some of the more middle of the pack, lower of the pack teams. But it's like, for example, the game against XL, I feel like we should be able to close it out, and like that's the main thing for now.
Okay, I love it. Dude, I'm going to let you go. Speedy recovery. I don't want to trouble you anymore. So congrats on the win as well for Astralis. And I'll see you soon. Speedy recovery.
Thank you.
It's really rough.
Honestly, respect to him. Do you know how many players we have that dodge an interview? This man is sick and still comes on the interview.
Yep.
We like Sincox.
We like him a lot. We like him a lot. Like, that takes a lot. Like, Kemeta did it on the previous week. I was like, no, I'm not going to even bother you. Like, 2 questions, get out. Go rest a little bit. So, obviously, the mental is really complicated to play as well when you're sick.
Yeah, no, I think, you know, wellness as a player is definitely something that comes into effect. Who would have guessed? If you're unwell, you might make poor decisions. Who would have thought? But yeah, definitely a lot of respect to Chris for coming and doing the interview. But I think, like he said, he didn't really reveal too much. But like he said, like, they don't seem necessarily like too happy with their own performances to a point. Like, they feel like they could be playing, a little more confidently to close out some of these game states they find themselves in when they are ahead. Obviously, this game was maybe the slight opposite of that.
I didn't want to ask you this question because I didn't know if it had already been answered, but did you guys ask them already, like, what the difference was between the coaching staff that they now have instead?
We tackled it before, yeah. And obviously, they're feeling better right now. And it shows on the games as well. Let's see if it's enough to bring them to the next step. It seems close, but they still need to get there. A team that almost got there was Eminem. This is why we have the opportunity to talk with Caleb, who's on the other side. Welcome back. I mean, so close. What happened? Because you had everything going on for you guys in that game. Can you run me, like, what was the early plan, and where do you think it collapsed?
Hello, thanks for having me.
Always.
Yeah, we definitely had a better early game than last week. I think last week we couldn't really get to play a game, so playing this game felt definitely much better. But when mid game came, we were kind of afraid of things that enemy could do, but they couldn't really do them. So I feel like we overgrouped a lot and we didn't play silent enough. So we were just in general like scared. And I think that costed us the game. Also some hesitation.
Okay, that confidence that you needed to close out the game. And I want to make you a question that can be a little tricky to actually reply to me. When we go into a big patch like this, and you guys are still looking for the meta and all that, do you believe it's better to just go straight forward for the champions that you are comfortable with and try to force your play style, or to go to something that people are playing, like the Lulu and Twitch? Because Michigo is a beast when it comes like with Samira and things that is in your face. And now he's playing Twitch, and it seems like you guys are deviating from the champions that makes Eminem Eminem.
Yeah, well, I think definitely it showed against against X7. We played something that was really aggressive, and you could play that on the previous patch. So with the durability changes, we had to figure out what was good. We tried going for things that we felt were strong, but I think in the end, what you need to look for is a mix of what you can play and what you're comfortable with and what is strong, because some things just fall off completely, and you need, like some champions, you just need to drop them because they're not good anymore. So I think you need to find a balance, for sure.
And do you believe you guys are close to that balance?
Well, we had way better direction in scrims this week. They were way more productive. We had, I feel like we were on a slump last week, but it's way better now. I mean, Chimera is not sick, so it's really good. He picked himself up, and everyone is generally like playing better. So I think we're going in the right direction. I hope we can keep it up, and hopefully we can get the win on Wednesday.
Okay, let's see what happens. Kellen, thank you so much for the interview. It was a rough game, but you guys did amazingly, regardless of the end of the game. Thank you so much, man.
Thanks for having me.
I'll see you soon. It's a tough topic to talk about. Where do you go? Meta? Do you go for where you feel comfortable? Is it even reliable to go for where you feel comfortable? It's a tough one for a team like.
Yeah, no, I think it always is. And again, we don't often have these huge meta shifts like this kind of right in the, well, it's kind of at the start of the split, right? So that can help maybe later on, but to have, yourselves play on one version of the game, week one, and then all of a sudden everything gets flipped up, it's a difficult call to make. I think especially from a coaching staff position, you probably had so many things prepped moving into like sort of the whole season perhaps, and then all of a sudden the game just kind of changes on you, and trying to find the identity again can be tough.
You say, I'm actually quite vocal about this. You say that about coaching staff. I think it's the same for everyone who works with league players, producers, broadcast. The game is ever changing.
Yeah.
There's no game that changes as much as we do with League all the time. 2 week patches coming through, big patches hitting, game completely shifting. It's great because I always feel like it's a new experience. It feels good playing in. But as a player, you always have to be so adaptable. You always have to be hungry to learn new stuff as well. So I genuinely feel like it's tough at first, but it is also one of the most hardest esports to adapt to that we are playing and working in.
There's like a time scope on it, right? Like how fast teams are to adapt to patches, right? We've kind of highlighted earlier on in the day teams like Nuriki, who we feel like had a pretty decent read on the drafts for this meta. And I'm not going to say that I feel like objectively Eminem have had all 3 games that we've seen of them on 12-10 that they've had a poor read, but yeah, it's not particularly been the best for them, unfortunately.
It has not been the best for them. Now looking into the standings, not a lot has shifted, or else Goldberg is going to attack me, but Eminem 1-4 at the end of the day. Meanwhile, Astralis are jumping into the top, almost getting close to Bifrost. If Bifrost loses the next game, they'll be tied up for second game. And I've
already said, Archer, they've got their tax return game.
My desk today is so spicy. We're talking about next game, which is Bifrost versus Singularity. So you've been talking about tax returns. I'm going to do you dirty. Okay?
Go ahead.
So I need you to explain to me how Singularity can win versus Bifrost.
Oh, go ahead.
You want to do it?
I have a story.
Oh.
Okay, wait.
So I'm looking at this roster, I'm coming through, I'm looking at the mid lane, I'm like, I've never heard about you in my life, okay? And I look into you, I message players on Singularity, and I'm asking, who is this guy? Is this someone you scouted in solo queue? Where does he come from? And they gave me a fairy tale that they're telling themselves at the moment. Basically, it goes that
They call him Pigeon because his name is very close to pigeon in terms of how you pronounce it in Italian. And since he's also a kind of a Nivea connoisseur, what they're saying is that this guy flew down from the sky to save them and their run here in the NLC. He's their savior coming in clutch to really just elevate Singularity. Now that hasn't happened, but that's what they told me.
Okay, if I may, when I see a pigeon flying from the sky to me, I think
freedom, peace.
No, it's going to steal my bread. That's all I think about.
And it's all about getting the bread. So how about they steal the bread instead, yeah?
Steal the bread from Bifrost.
that bread.
Okay, but realistically, how can they win?
Yeah, it's tough. I like, if we're gonna take it serious for a second, right? And I don't want to be mean. I think Pishone is actually the avenue they have to try and use.
Yes.
But the issue is, Bifrost have Fury in the mid lane on the opposite side, and then they're also staring down the barrel of Diamond Prox, one of the most experienced junglers we probably still have playing in the ERLs.
Yes.
So, like, I don't know really what to say, because I feel like the only strong part of SNG that we can, positively talk about is playing against one of the, in my mind, one of the stronger, like, sort of duos that we potentially have in the mid jungle. I mean, we could maybe look towards bot, but then again, we have, who would maybe be argued as one of the best, if not the best AD in slot in the NLC, OD. So I think it's just really tough to talk about the game from SNG, because I think what they have to do is just get comfortable. And I've said this already. Simple drafts. Simple drafts that just play the game for you. Try and turtle, don't get rolled over in 25 minutes, and then just see what you can get done for yourself.
Let's take it back to how they almost won a game in spring.
Okay.
Which was when they had an on composition, team fighting composition, front to back, control mage in the mid lane. There was a go button, there's reliable backline damage, and it was simple and it was easy to execute, as Jamada was saying. Unfortunately, they threw at a Baron, but up until that point, the entire game was clean from them. They hold down on the attack points from the enemy team, and I think that's kind of what we're looking for as well. We don't need anything fancy from Singularity. We need something that makes it easy for them to play the game, and then hopefully coming in where you can out-team fight your opponents at times. So if the macro is failing at times, or if the laning phase is failing at times, maybe finding that Hail Mary team fight is actually what's going to make or break it. As we just saw from Astralis.
Let's see if the pigeon comes from the sky and brings Singularity their first victory versus Bifrost, who are standing on second place, trying to get close to JDXL. But without further ado, we'll jump into Champion Select, where both teams are already waiting. And we've seen constantly new picks coming in from Singularity.
Such as the Koff. Actually, you know what? Funnily enough, I think Koff is one of the most undeveloped picks on this patch. I feel like Koff is maybe a bit sleeper broken. Don't know how you feel. Don't know how you feel about 12-10.
It's one of those things where I hadn't had something to properly look at it, but I think the theory behind it is for sure true.
Because at least to me, Karthus still clears unbelievably quick. We're in a meta which is a lot slower. A lot of the junglers that are played currently aren't really like the sort of hard go junglers. It feels like the ones that are, always trying to get into your face. It feels like the meta is kind of slowly, moving away from that sort of Viego Lee meta. Yes, we still have things like Wukong, which can, try and get into the enemy jungle if you've got priority, but yeah, anyway, moving away from it, it's only one ban. Speaking of Lulu, Renard taking off the cards like we kind of expect most of the time, and Gwen and Talia will join us, so I'm expecting probably a Lucian ban if I had to take a gun, because I feel like if you give OD Lucian, you're almost guaranteed to lose the bottom lane matchup.
Yeah, but it's also, are they willing to first pick it, right? There's still the likes of Wukong open then. Is that a trade that you're suddenly throwing into the mix, and you're just going for the, not per se Hail Mary, but you're taking away Fury's Ahri, which was still one of his most played champions coming through from spring, right? And while the champion has been nerfed a little bit coming into this patch, it's still popular amongst a lot of mid laners.
Diego is still available for Pop or even Lilia. She has the fast clear. Okay. It could provide something, and there you go. It's going to be Lilia alongside with Tristana.
Alright, so okay, decent take from SNG, to be honest. I feel like this jungle matchup for Wukong stinks. It is like, I'm not going to say it's unplayable, but it gets to a point where Lilia can start to outpace you. You can have a lot more, viability in some of the team fights. And just, again, Wukong is kind of geared towards dealing with AD champions, right? The passive stacks up the armor. Lilia literally just deals magic and true damage, completely ignores the builds. So I think, honestly, if we're seeing this Wukong go into Diamond Prox's hands, if Porp can have good pathing, then maybe we can see something come out of him in the 1v1.
gesture?
That was me praying that we see good pathing from
Okay.
Pork, because frankly, it doesn't happen too often. But when it does, and it does click, SNG do look like a much stronger team, and hopefully on the Lilia, he can try and take a little bit of agency for himself, take over the jungle matchup 1-to-1, and try and aid his lanes. Senna Kench comes in from Bifrost side. I wouldn't mind seeing, like, honestly, just Relish, go full engage, double horsey. I wouldn't mind it, to be honest with you. Something scaly as well, like Soraka into it wouldn't be too bad, or Seraphine again. But yeah, I think honestly you want hard engage or something that really hyperscales, and we'll see. The time has been ticking for a hot second on 0.
That's a lot of 0
That
seconds.
was a lot of 0
Wow,
seconds.
How many times? It's still 0 seconds. What's going on here?
This is movie 0, by the way. No, I don't know what timing this is, but okay, movies. Michael Bay champion select. So we got 3 champions for each side. We have both bot lanes and jungle. Where should we focus now?
I mean, obviously, I think it's easier to just blind pick a top lane and then probably, get a mid laner and then get a top lane ahead on the R5 there, because it's just easier to play the mid lane, right? It's a short lane and you can always get bailed out.
I have my fingers crossed that Bifrost don't ban Yone.
And
because Pisione plays it, he's not that bad at it at all.
I thought you were going to do voice lines.
I wasn't going to do voice lines. That was very funny in the green room, I know. But Lucian, AD lane, Lilia really thrives when she has AD laners. And I think in terms of comfort, in terms of, follow-up engage off the back of rel engages, Yone would fit perfectly. Right now, it seems like Bifrost might be more interested in banning away top laners. If Pisione is super confident that he can take that into Fury's champion pool, I would love to see it come out.
I'm actually quite curious to see the Rel as well. When I saw the Soraka into the Tahm Kench, immediately thought, yes, this is great. This is going to work out wonders with these extended team fight. Coming in with the Rel instead, for the 2v2, it's not really going to mean much. And that means like you are looking for a scaling aspect with the Tristana, because Tahm Kench will be able to disengage. There's a lot of sustain as well with the Senna down towards that bot side of the map. So you are looking for one of these team fights to come through from the side of SNG if you really want to be able to take it out. So I think, as you mentioned, like having that slam it down Yone in the mid lane might do wonders.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't be too terrible. I mean, they're banning away picks for it. I think like the Long lane kind of sucks for the Yone. It's kind of hard to trade efficiently into her for a little while until you hit like sort of 2 bases, right? B Greaves and another component on top of that. Veigar, I think just kind of really does hard counter a lot of what SNG are going for right now. Having that cage down to sort of stop a lot of the engage could be really impressive. And the Misfortune ban comes out, which says to me that maybe Bifrost are expecting the Tristana in a solo lane at this point, which honestly, not a terrible read either. We have to remember that Tristana can still flex into the solo lanes, but I think they have a really comfortable bottom lane matchup as is. The Rel being there to also, remove the Tahm Kench thick skin shield could also just be the reason why they want Trist in the bottom lane. I'm still expecting 2 AD solo laners at the very least, although we
look like they had a decent read on it. So the thing is, okay. So when the durability patches came through, it changed the way we play these meta. Champions that had low CDR and plays through longer damage suddenly became better. That means like champions like Six and even the champions like Seraph as well can be played as well from a mid lane perspective or an AD carry perspective as well. Leandri's Anguish coming through can be quite volatile. So even now, there is still a chance we might see 6 mid, although we have seen Spike
Finally!
on the 6.
We have been asking this for so long. Trouble comes in hot as well with the hot take on that one. But finally, we get the Akali on Fury. Maybe it could be for Shikari.
It could be. I can't call how many times I have requested to see Fury back on his diving assassins like he was on SNG so many times last year, and it seems like here into Singularity we're gonna at the very least get that. Gangplank gets locked in on the top side, so you're looking at sort of most likely safe top side, waiting for level 6 realistically to start to get the skirmishes going with the Cyclone, with the perfect execution, and that's when SNG really have to be worried, in my opinion. Double global with the center and the Gangplank is going to make skirmishing on side lanes particularly difficult as well. So I quite like what Bifrost come out with here. We've got all of the traditional stuff, and then we've kind of got Akali shoved in there, which is cool.
Yeah, it's generally a composition as well. They have to facilitate that. You got the back, or you mean you have a bot lane you can just play slow fall initially, but Senna shield to come through as well, healing on top of that, jump in with diamond procs, have the cannon barrage just to create space around it. That really can disrupt your opponent. SNG though at the same time have a lot of champions that have a lot of movement speed in their kit, or movement in general in terms of jumps or gap closes as well. So I do still think that SNG will have something to play for, but it's quite clear when you take a look at a composition like Bifrost, if this is a composition that get ahead and they just start running into you,
there's not too much disengage to play around with. Most of the time, you will have to sack one member unless there's a huge Lily asleep to just completely disengage it all.
Final takes before we head on to the final game of the day.
I don't care. Fury's on Akali. I'm a happy man. I can go to sleep and get a full 8 hours and be totally refreshed tomorrow, knowing that I'm going to, at the very least, get to see Fury on
back on the Akali.
Back on the Akali.
Same?
I mean, it's not the entire same for me, but I definitely think that Bifrost has drafted himself a very exciting composition that, you know, can be quite explosive.
Final game of the day to wrap up Week 3, Day 5, and we're going to jump into Summoner's Rift. Viperun in trouble. He has Akali, finally!
Temper your expectations. First things first.
Yes.
The explosive.
Yes.
Singularity, the ones with the explosive.
Yes.
They got Tristana and Ziggs.
Fury's on Akali.
So get that right. 2.
Yes, in game.
Akali into Tristana. I wouldn't...
Yeah, Tristana kind of... Sheesh on Akali. I mean, it's an AP melee assassin. It really does suffer in lane into any AP mage, into any AD carry, and specifically for Tristana because she shoves in the wave and she has the range, she can actually bully Akali underneath her tower as well. The only time where Akali can actually free farm is when she's in the Shroud. Once the Shroud is down though, you do truly suffer in lane. After that though, you get that level 6, you call your Wukong in the mid lane, and you can actually pick Tristana off and start scaling your Akali. I'm so excited. Fury is back on Akali. We've been praying to see this for so long. This is his champion, and I hope we haven't jinxed it.
I was going to say, how disappointed would you be if he just goes like 0-1-1?
And that's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, I'd be disappointed actually.
It's a quiet game. But we are on the Rift for the final time. This evening, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Bifrost on the blue side. We've got Singularity over on the red side. Singularity chasing their first win of the season. Bifrost trying to go 4-1. They have an excellent start to life in the NLC Summer Split. And goodness me, we've got, you know, Fury's on his Akali. Although, I have been reinformed, or memory, and we're going to have to ask him, because I feel like I was having a small, like, breakdown on this. I think it's pronounced Furai.
Oh.
Because I remember one Chronicler casts back in the day when he was around these... Chronicler casts, the most handsome man in esports.
Over in the LCK?
Yeah. Well, but before he was in the LCK, he was in the UK scene.
Still as handsome as always?
Of course, more handsome, some might say.
Holy.
Yeah, I know, right? It was crazy. And he always told me...
Whatever.
He always told me that it was pronounced Furai.
Okay, fair enough.
Which means fire egg.
We're gonna have to ask him. The sentiment's the same. He's on Akali after so long. He was saying last split in an interview, he's like, it's just not my meta, man. Like the Victors and the Orianas. It's just not me. I want my LeBlancs, I want my Aris, I want the Sylas, I want the Akali. I want to be back on this playmaking champions, even though he's Ari. Last split and the start of this split has looked stellar. Nothing compares in my eyes to his Akali, especially when he goes crazy. Now, talking about LCK.
Yes.
Obviously. Ziggs in the bot lane. This is something that the LCK came up with about a season ago. They were playing in the bot lane together with Leona. Very deadly duo. If the CC lands, then you can definitely land all of the damage on top with the Ziggs and the big bomb from the ultimate. And you can actually 100-0 somebody real quickly. So the same thing works right here. With Thrall, you CC someone and you throw a bunch of damage down. Now the only problem is that Odeon Highway are playing Senatam Kent, so the Devourer is going to be there after level 6 to save your Senna from any unnecessary damage and any unnecessary CC. Now, talking about Senatam Kent, a bunch of you might be familiar that have watched NLC with Bifrost Senatam Kent. Now, Odeon Duel, his previous support from Spring Split, were notoriously known to be the best Senatam Kents that we've had in the league by far. Like, they were absolutely
got an engage coming on through. Yape wants to go in onto Odin. He's knocked back. It's going to be going low, but Diamond Proc is here looking for some damage. Port needs to be a little bit careful because he's gone a tad lower, but Diamond Proc is in full retreat. Members of Bifrost are trying to get away, and they will be able to do so, but that looks like a successful first play from Singularity to me.
Very, very well done right there. Spiky also with the bomb, knocking up Odi straight back. to the Shark's jaws, forcing Audi to use double his summoners, taking Diamond Proxy's flash as well. And Spike and Yepe only had to expend that ignite towards the bot lane. Very, very well played by Singularity right there. And of course, Pop coming in for the gank. Now, again, we're talking about Audi and Highway this time. And let's see if Audi and Highway can live up to the expectations that we had when Audi and Duel were playing the Senna Tamkens. Because these two guys in particular, they were feared. The Tamkens was permabanned against them. Sometimes the Senna was banned against them. They were never allowed to play the two champions together, like ever. And when they did, they absolutely stomped. So we're holding our expectations high because this is still 50% of the duo. Audi is still there, and he is on the Senna. So
it's 50% of the lane. Highway, of course, as we know, has been performing very, very well for a new player here to the NLC. And as we can see from this game, we're going to find out if he has got that level that we saw from Duel, who was an exceptional performer in the regular season, especially for this Bifrost roster, has now moved on with Highway replacing him. But I'm looking at this mid lane.
Over to the Super League, I think, like
some random league, no name. I don't know. Got relegated. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh my god.
I don't know if it's not LFL.
Kisses to Fnatic. See, you must.
Who?
Fnatic.
Who?
Who?
Can't even get out of quarterfinals.
I mean, technically they could win.
Don't worry about it. For me, Singularity just having that control. We talked about this last game, the idea of Tristana freezing. Not so much. But now there is support there. Support and Yepe just hanging around.
Okay, so actually, for a matchup that's advantageous towards the Tristana, Piccione is actually behind in CS. Because a lot of the times when you dealt with the pressure of shoving in the wave really quickly, a bunch of the CS will get messed up. Plus, if you count the damage from the passive from the Tristana, where things are getting a little bit too explosive around the mini wave, you might miss some. You also have an Akali that's in the Shroud. You need to be very careful not to get hit by the Qs and the Es and get traded on. So, yes, Tristana is really strong into Akali, but Fury is almost an entire wave up. If he hits every single minion here, he has an entire wave up in CS versus Piccione, and he did. He's 6 CS up.
That being said, though, Piccione, we don't have the most information on this player. Very, very hyped up by a lot of people saying we might have that much data, but this guy looks exceptionally good as Yepe going for another engage. Highway's gone in, though, looking to defend his marksman. Only needs to be very careful, but here's Diamond Prox. Yepe goes low, will be taken out by Odie, securing that one, and Spike is going to be chased back further as well, throwing another bomb to try and catch the center. Won't be able to do so. That's Diamond Prox securing the kill. Pop tries to dive away, but Fury is on the back line, diving on through, gets the kill himself, and dashes to safety.
Yeah. Dashes in, grabs the kill, dashes out. A little bit disastrous, but there for Singularity. Bifrost were really ready to pull the trigger. They have a level 7 Gangplank onto Shikari. Shikari drops the cannon barrage right there, slows everyone down, adds a little bit of damage. Fury also gets the chance to roam from mid lane, which I really want to see what happened there, actually. And the fact that Fury is allowed to roam from mid when against Tristana and not lose any CS is a little bit questionable, so I'd like to see what is happening. But again, I think Singularity tried to pull their repeat gank in the bot lane, and it was kind of a disaster. But you have to try because Audi did not have flash up and available for him. So does this knock-up land same as last time? Unfortunately, it didn't. So again, we'll see it right here. Yepe is going to try to get the CC down. Misses actually because Audi steps forward, gets the CC after, but the knock-up pushes Audi further away towards the tower. And once the cannon barrage drops as well, it's just very difficult for Singularity to move themselves back towards the tower. And even when they do end up reaching their tower, Fury's there waiting with his arms open.
I just think Singularity were a little bit too jumpy. They were engaging when the rail was still slowed, which maybe limited them just a little bit. But they are now moving up towards this top side, want to get onto this Rift Herald, have taken themselves the Rift Scuttle.
Mind you, Yepe still level 4 on that rail, level 6 for Highway. Chomp is available to save whichever one of his carries needs to be saved, but he's all the way down the bottom of the map.
In though, Fury's on the side. Here comes the bomb. It will land on Shikari. Diamondprox pull up in the pit. Needs to be a little bit careful, but they've already managed to take the first kill of the fight as the rail goes down. Odie giving the shield, giving the damage, and helping his team out. Fury dives forward for a double and is looking towards the Sun. He's tanky, but he's not got that much health to play with as Odie on the side assists with another. There goes more, and Spike running for the hills. It's going to be taken low and may well go down. They're saved from the ace by the quick respawn of Yepe, but Bifrost run rampant.
Bifrost team fights, name a more iconic duo right there. Highway was not even needed. He's the guy that should be saving his team from any trouble because he has the Devour up and available. But again, level 6 across the board, level 4 for Yepe. I think this is what actually broke Singularity right here. The fact that you don't have this big potent ultimate to try and engage into 3 members that were stuck up right there for Bifrost. And the second they see that Yepe is level 4, jumps off the horse. He's a lot more slow. Fury jumps in, kills one. Then Pichone is stuck on the side. Tatui tries to jump in to kill Diamondprox, so maybe they can have a chance to take the Rift Herald. The Rift Herald resets. Pop is now caught on the bot side of the map, and yeah, Tatui tries to zone Fury away, but once Diamondprox jumps through the pit, it's just very easy to just spin the remaining members of Singularity down that are scattered trying to run away. And again, that was a 4 versus 5 that was won right there from Bifrost. 8-0 currently, 4,000 gold in the lead, only 9 minutes in.
And I mean, something that was very perfectly displayed there are how strong the changes to that W on Wukong made. Because Diamondprox was jumping in, out, shake it all about, managed to do so much work and survive against not only San, but San's passive and a bunch of other champions. Diamondprox is now moving himself down towards his bot side, has got the Rift Herald in pocket, so could consider that one, but it looks like he's just going to start up the Dragon instead. Just going to be smited away, and no nonsense from Bifrost there.
So, right now that we're getting a second to breathe, I'm going to ask Twitch chat. So far, we've picked up 4 drafts from Twitter as Fury casually gets solo ball mid. Happens, yeah. So, I want to ask Twitch chat if they believe Tempt has appeared in 4 out of 4 drafts so far, done by Twitter. Is Tempt gonna appear on the 5th one as well? Type right now in Twitch chat if you believe Tempt is gonna be in this draft as well. Type yes. If you believe Tempt is not part of this one, type no.
I'm gonna type no.
I'm gonna send you cookie.
I think no.
Okay.
I think because we've been through enough of the day, we're now late in the day, and I think people might be tempered by the performance that Tempt put in today.
Nice.
Tempted.
You're playing with words. Okay, we've given you enough time to it, chat. I'm gonna pop up the draft. It's not. Wait.
Okay. First things first.
No.
You haven't listened to the rules, right? Because you're allowed 1 champ player per team. Singularity Esports. You've chosen your roster. Second, I would personally argue and go with me on this journey.
It's rigged.
That you haven't necessarily chosen based on performances so far this season. That being said, Shikari's going to be called out. He's going to be able to cleanse away, but there's a lot of CC going through. Diamondprox is diving on forward. That's a huge knockout from Diamondprox, and he takes down 2. Shikari shouldn't be alive, but Diamondprox is like, it's fine, don't worry about it.
Oh, the shield coming from down under from Odie to save Shikari at the very end. Also, beautiful stuff right there from the cleanse,
the wrong side of the
from
tower.
the Mango.
Like, no!
Is going to take down Spiky as well, and I think Singularity are falling apart all over the map. This is a Sri Lankan.
Bifrost are pretty good at League of Legends.
Singularity are not good at playing games, though, on Twitter. They're terrible.
Yeah, you guys go back to the drawing board. I see what you did, but like an attempt was made, but you failed.
I feel like we fooled Twitch chat as well. That tried to play along.
but I was right because I did say no. And he wasn't on the thing. So, I mean, importantly, Singularity, more than anything, you did prove me correct. So, you get some points for that, but it is less points than everyone who played the game correctly.
Yeah.
I mean...
Yeah.
Also, like, Warp over Creox, come on. At least I'm
That was your only problem in that.
Yeah, pretty much. But let's have a look at what happened here, because we jumped to it when Odie and Highway were just not in the right place. Under their tower.
Beautiful flash right there for Highway to chain together the CC with the knock-up and the root landing from Odie. And again, we said Odie and Duo from last split were the best by far Senatam Kens we've had in the NLC, if not ERLs. I don't want to exaggerate, but I want to exaggerate. That's how good these two guys were. Odie and Highway, pretty freaking good too. What happened to Yepe?
Yepe, but
what happened? Where is he?
If we can get a replay of that, because I'm very confused.
Where is he?
So I don't think there was a play happening there.
But where is he?
Well, he's dead.
Oh, he's top. Wait.
Production, can we get a replay on that? Because I am confusion right now.
Hold on. Pitsion is really low HP. Shikari hasn't even used his ult. He used his flash though, but he didn't touch Yepe. Because that was an execute. I don't know if I'm more upset on the fact that that was a bot's dive or the fact that Shikari didn't even hit Yepe once.
I mean, we'll let bygones be bygones. We'll just put that one down to... He didn't die to Shikari, so there's credit to be made. But, right, Singularity, right? You are Singularity's new assistant coach.
Me?
You're not taking Softorius' job, you're the assistant coach.
Right.
What, you're looking at this game in this state, what's your plan? What's the idea to get Singularity back into this game?
Well, thank you very much for the replay. So Yepe and Pitsion right here are trying to pull a dive onto Shikari. Thank you, observers, for saving me from having to answer that question. Oh, okay, so Shikari flash...
What?
What?
Shikari autoed him.
Almost. So that was a really good evade right there. And also I think Fury's ultimate got cancelled possibly by Spiky. Because he was mid lane.
Yeah.
He sattled him. So Shikari tried his hardest to take credit for that heal that the tower pretty much created for him.
You're in a little bit of trouble here, but Diamond Prox is hanging around in the wings. I don't know if he's been spotted out, but I think those two could be in a spot of bother as Yepe gets off his horse. Diamond Prox will find him out, get some damage down, but it's 2v1. Goes for the ultimate, actually. He's going to be very, very aggressive as he pops it again onto Yepe. Odie's moving through as well. That's the first kill as Pigioni will be able to jump away. Highway in the wings won't be called upon. That's another for Bifrost.
Wow. So 13-0, Bifrost are going pretty much for the perfect game right here when it comes to kills. Whoever one dies first for Bifrost, we publicly shame them. No, we don't. I'm kidding. This is a joke, very clearly. But Bifrost, especially since they're chasing for that first place, right? They're one win away from XL that's sitting 5-0 at the top of the standings. For them, it is 3-1 right now. They need that win to get that much closer to them. A win would give them a 4-1 on the standings as Fury is trying to...
The good news is that Hawk took the dragon.
Man, Fury, I've missed you on Akali, man. Welcome back.
The actual perfect game was denied by Porp, who grabbed his team a dragon and an objective bounty. The bad news is Tatu is dead.
What?
I mean, for Shikari, yeah. But...
What dragon?
Yeah, it's Infernal Dragon Soul. I don't know if we'll get there.
Okay, I'm gonna be very honest with you. You asked me previously, I don't see a lot of ways that this game can turn back. But Tattoo right there, oh, gets caught trying to push the wave and then gets caught under the tower, gets slowed by the barrel, and Shikari. Yeah, literally having a camp in front of us.
Legitimately, this is better. This is outside of the game right now, but our analysts have just walked into the studio.
I just wish that somebody could take a camera right now, turn it around, and show what they're doing.
It's just
like a campfire, and they're just sitting around.
No, it's like, you know, at school when you've got you're in year 4 and it's movie day, so they get the science movie. He walked in, they're just sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of us, just watching on one of the monitors in here.
It's our live crowd. Can we get some reactions as well, please?
Oh my word, that's brilliant. Diamond Prox has got the Rift Herald in pocket, so we'll have the opportunity to break down some towers.
I wonder, is this going to be... Okay, this time I'm not scamming you, Twitch chat. Is this going to be a dancing Rift Herald at the Nexus? Yes or no, in Twitch chat right now? You're not in Twitch chat, Viper. Stop.
I'm 1-1. As Porp is going to get taking some damage there from Senna. Going to be flashing forward for Highway. That's the first kill of the fight. As Shikari secures it. Tadu will be able to help disengage to get the knock up onto the Akali as the tower still stands.
Shikari's not even there. He's like, yoink.
No, he's just... Yeah.
my kill now. Thanks, guys. Oh no, the stream mem. You're gonna ruin
Get
the
out of
perfect
there,
game.
Zakari. Singularity going for the kill, but the teleport's coming on through. And there's another teleport coming on through the center ultimate as well. Singularity tried to collapse, but Highway dissuades them well enough. And you can see on the side, the Carly teleport was actually cancelled, so Fury couldn't get there. I believe Spike will have used the satchel charge to secure that one.
I'm clairvoyant, but look on the top side of the map. It's Diamond Crocs and Audi with Rift Herald, and no one's going to stop them. I'm just saying, this particular Rift Herald might be taking you on the dance floor.
I don't know, because the second charge is going to take it fairly low. There's still 2 Nexus towers, and it will be targeted, but we're going to move to the fight down bot lane as Fury moves forward. Looking for Pigioni, will be able to land the Shuriken, and diving on forward, dances away, but will be caught up by Yepe. The bomb comes through, it's a shutdown from the Ziggs. Diamond Procs chased away. The Rift Herald goes down, so no darts today. Singularity on the board, ladies and gentlemen.
Bifrost ruined the entire game. No perfect game, no dancing Shelly. I feel betrayed.
Fury's bad at Akali, you know.
I feel betrayed. Fury. I feel betrayed.
You know, I mean,
I did my hair flip as well. No one saw.
It's tricky because Singularity right now, they are in a huge deficit. It's going to be a massive struggle for them to find their way back into this game. Picks like that are the bare minimum they need to start doing. I know that when you look at a League of Legends game like this, and we were talking about it on Desk with the start of the X7 game as well, where it's kind of a your scrim goes next kind of angle is
Well,
what
your
it's
best
felt.
off, yeah.
But I'm just looking over the Singularity roster. They have the ability to take down towers. If they can get onto a side lane and grab a couple of objectives.
Okay, so technically, let's say the way you could potentially come back is this top side of the map is gonna perma-shove into you. It's prior 20 minutes, gonna perma-shove into you. You can farm this the whole time inside your base, very carefully. And then if Bifrost overextend to take a tower, then you have a bunch of wave clear. You've got the Tristana there, you've got the Ziggs, and then if they overextend and try to dive you, maybe you can pull in a play with the Rel and Corpse Lilia. But honestly, at this point, because of the item deficit that they're in, because of the gold deficit that they're in, it's just a little bit difficult to pick more than one person. And yes, right there, Fury overextended. He went for the fake play and it didn't work. So they shut him down. And I think Bifrost are like, okay, guys, let's maybe chill out because we're 10k gold ahead. Let's not pull an XL and keep this 10k gold in front of the 20 minutes, you know, because we can't finish the game, and just finish this proper.
Yeah, let's turn it on its head, I guess. The question being, let's move it across the Bifrost. Obviously playing exceptionally well. Oh, we see Tadu actually going for the engage potentially as Highway dances forward. He's trying to get the Abyssal Voyage out, and Odie is there. You can see Fury diving onto the backline, looking towards the Tristana, but can't get the final auto required to grab the kill. Odie's going to flash forward towards Yepe. One more auto, but again, Yepe survives, flashing away, but catches Tristana on the side. Diamond Procs diving forward. Chikari with another steal, and Tadu goes out in the middle of the Bifrost roster. He's running for the hills in corpse form. And I think this one may be done. Bifrost moving in towards the solitary Nexus tower, standing in the Singularity base. It's going to be Diamond Procs looking for the re-engage. Damage coming through. Spike's dead. So is his mid laner, Piccioni, the last victim of the Bifrost rampage as they secure themselves their 4th win of the season.
Very clean, very calculated. When we see teams at the very top of the standings playing versus teams at the very bottom of the standings, that's what we expect. We expect a very clean game where the bottom tier team unfortunately gets outclassed. And I think Bifrost are here completely, whoa, hello, good morning, completely outclassed Singularity, and it showed, right? Welcome back onto the Akali, Fury. I'm so excited. Also, you inted the perfect game, but it's fine. You're on Akali. You get to enjoy the game. Over to you guys.
So much trouble. There you go. I'm back. We were watching the game at the studio, seeing Bifrost take down Singularity. It was not close. It's really hard to tackle this game. It started with a really good early game for Singularity.
Yes, they could,
I need
but
you to turn your microphone on before you speak, so Goldberg, it's on you.
yes, okay. Basically, yes, they had the right idea in the early game where you get actually good pathing from Pop in the early game. 350, he's full cleared. He's down towards the bot side. He's ready to be there for the counter gank.
And they get the flash every summoner spell from Odie on the center, but no one flashes after him to secure the kill. They just let him leave. So essentially, they get the push in, but getting the center out in that instance is like getting the enemy support out. Because Highway is the one farming, and Highway had the most farm in the game as well when it was like in the early game 8-minute mark, out-farming his opponent, out-farming his teammates, and you just didn't get anything out of that. And it just felt like they had the right opportunity to finally get a lead and try and run away with something, but failed to execute on it.
You wanted to talk, now I'm giving you the chance.
Yeah, I think after that early gank, it was just kind of not feeling good for SNG. Kind of across the board, it just started to fall apart. I think this is just one of those classic situations where we're looking at, you know, a top end of the table team playing against a team that is just simply expected to end up in the bottom two. So, yeah, I think, unfortunately, not too many positives to talk about from SNG's point of view, except Porp. You had a really good Lilia clear.
First clear.
I'm not going to lie, that is genuinely really impressive. Some Lilia players are absolutely god-awful at making first Lilia clear look speedy.
With Solar Raptor start.
With a Solar Raptor start as well.
3:16, by the way. That was the timer for the full clear. That is a really good timer for Pop. But then, First Blood is spoiled on the bot lane as well, but on the side of Bifrost. And that, to me, is like the slap to take away any sort of mental state that Singularity still had. Then they run away with the game. Is that anything?
I feel like it could go like that all the time. There's Yeppe getting executed in the top side as well. It always like, it goes from bad to worse continuously. And I think in the end, that is how it's going to look when you have a bottom team playing against the top tier team that we have in the league. Like, this skill difference is just that big. And it is like that in a lot of ERLs as well. Yeah. This is just a common side as well. And I won't even sit here and be like, you know what, Singularity, this is a great experience. They're going to get a lot of takeaways because it's going to take more from them than that, right? And even if they do have the right takeaways, it's not going to be against Bifrost or JDXL they're going to get these victories. It's going to be against the likes of Eminem, maybe Astralis Talent as well, that they're going to look more competitive. So that's what we're really looking forward to for SNG, to kind of wait for the right moments for them.
For Bifrost, a team that almost secured the perfect game, I have with me on the interview, Shikari, the return of the king. I got you once, I got you twice, finally. Okay, before we start the interview, I have a question for you. A lot of people were telling me that you were going to ditch me on the interview. You would skip it.
A lot, it was him.
Yeah.
Okay.
What will you say to the haters, man? You're here.
I mean, I'm kind of shy person, but I like doing interviews with you. I like I don't know. I've never ditched you in an interview.
Oh man, see, I love Chikari. I love Chikari. So welcome back. Obviously, this was a really rough game for Singularity, but you guys were cruising. We got your GP, we got Akali's for Fury as well. Was the champion select picked specifically because you guys felt sure that you were going to take this game, and we got to see those specific champions?
Honestly, if the draft didn't go exactly as planned, the first part of the draft was like we got everything we wanted, and in the second part, we just Fury just saw a really good Akali angle and he just like picked me Akali, and he did really well on it, and also GP was open as well, and then he was just really good. So yeah.
And that transitions to something that I've been noticing for Bifrost. Obviously, you guys lost versus Nuriki, the only defeat you got so far in the split. But it seems that the confidence is rising up. You get two new players, you get Highway, you get Diamond Procs. Can you run me through the process of getting these two players with the team, and how's the spiritual like in the team? How are you guys doing together?
I'd say it's going very well. I think the coaching staff did a good job in regards they were looking for like very specific players on like each role. So in jungle, they were looking for someone who will control, like dictate the game. And I don't know if there's like a more perfect player than like Diamond Procs for that, especially in the early game. And in support, we tried out quite a few, and Highway just really, we just really liked him, and he just fit, he just clicked.
A lot of people talk about Diamond Procs as someone that always is talking, giving feedback to the team, setting up like an in-game leader, I would have to say on this matter. Can you tell me that if he's more vocal nowadays, do you guys like the calls that he's making? Is he adapting to the NLC? How is the team adapting to him and him with you guys in terms of shot calling? Because I know he's not the only one talking as well.
I think he's very. It's like he will communicate like, very well, and he will like make suggestions, but he's very adaptive. So if the laners like give like good information, he will just completely change his plan if like there's really good information is given. So like, he can. I'd say he's the one who's dictating the game, but he's really open to like put on the laners if they give like good information. I'd say.
Okay, final question for you because I need to wrap it up, but I really need to ask you this one. This split, I do believe the top lane, not only the jungle part, but also the top lane is getting stacked. You got Chasey, you got a lot of new people coming in, Kerberos is coming back as well. How do you rate yourself versus all these amazing top laners? Because you're on the top of the scoreboard. Everybody's looking at Shikari like, it's Shikari. How do you rate yourself?
Honestly, I wouldn't say I'm the best, but I think I could be. Like I have the like potential to like be the best, but I think like you said, like top lane is really stacked. I just really had to judge because I've not played against Chasey yet, and I've not played against Cries. And I think like the first two names you would think of, like who's the best? Like it's probably Cries or Chasey, like I would imagine. And I've not played against them yet, so I don't know for sure. But I'm confident, but I think top lane is very stacked, like you said.
Yeah, you're on the top of the leaderboard for top laners, but you still need to see that matchup versus Chasey. That is one matchup that I really want to see, and good luck for that one. Thank you so much for the interview. It's always a pleasure to get you on the interview, and good luck through the rest of the games.
It's a pleasure. Bye-bye.
Got Chikari. I got Chikari. It's like a prize to me, you know? It's like, I got Chikari, I got Chikari.
No, but Yamada was very adamant that Shikari was going to dodge it, and they were fighting each other.
I just can't recall the last time I saw Shikari on an NLC interview. That's all. I feel like whenever we have Bifrost, typically we either get Fury. Last season, I feel like we would occasionally get Seaboy as well.
Got Duel as well.
And then a lot of Duel. Yeah. And that was kind of the shtick.
We did get Shikari once in the previous season, and if you're telling me that you don't recall it, you don't watch the show.
That might have happened.
Bro. Bro. Okay.
I'm not going to deny it.
On the other side, though, we have to talk about Singularity. Bifrost are looking mean as well. They're looking to take down X7. They really want to fight that one. I do believe we have a lot of target duels throughout the entire Rift. It's going to be lovely to watch that as well. But I want to talk about Singularity because this is no longer an issue only inside of the Rift. We have to look into the bigger picture on Singularity. How can a team come back from this position where they are? How can a team start working?
Well, first of all, you got nothing to lose. Trying out anything is always a possibility. If your mindset is bad because you keep getting these losses, well, does it really matter? Is there anyone else expecting anything different? I generally don't think so, right? Like, you are the only one with the power to really just, no one believes in you, so you gotta believe in yourself pretty much. And while that's not enough to suddenly make you win against better teams, it's the kind of, at least mindset you need to have when you're sitting at rock bottom and there's only one way to get out, and that's crawling out yourself.
Yeah, I think put simply, it has to start with a little bit of hope in yourself.
Yeah.
And like Goldborg says, you have to, at the very least, go into it, believing you can.
Like Varus says, beware of a man who has nothing to lose. Maybe we will get that one. Maybe you need to try that voice from Varus. I don't know. Together with us on the interview to wrap it up today, it's Jeppe coming in from Singularity. We are back. I missed you, buddy, man. I missed you, buddy. Obviously, it is a rough start for you on this split. But the early game coming in from Singularity, like you guys did really, really well. Was this something prepared from you guys? Did you set up an early game versus Bifrost? Can you run me by it?
Well, technically, it was not the planned thing, but after we got in game, the whole little one strat where we ran top and all got seen, that's the bait. We're playing 4D chess while all the other teams are playing 1D chess. The unlucky thing is though that my carries forgets to flash when we kill Senna and get that goal to snowball, and then the whole chess board just falls over and doesn't really work. So
that is my big question because no one flashed. Senna was at 1 HP. No, she was at single digits. Nobody flashed for that kill. How was the mental after losing that potential kill?
I'm not gonna lie. In the moment, I thought that my carries would have flashed, and that it's just we didn't have enough damage. So I think all of us was like, and I think D thought of that as well. I even think D thought that they flashed. So like the mental at that moment was like, yeah, each a game. We just do it again and we win the game. But then like 1 minute later, I realized we all have flash, and I'm like, wait, is it already been 5 minutes? So after that, it like 3 or 4 minutes after that happened, it started to go down, as you can see in the game as well.
If you don't mind, I have to go deeper, okay, Jeppe? You know I love you, bro. You know I love you. I need to understand, does Singularity still believe in Singularity?
That's a tough question.
I know, I'm so sorry, but I have to do this.
I definitely think that it will be better from now on. I think that we have some things that we're gonna do Wednesday that's gonna look a little bit stronger, and then next week we are gonna look like we're gonna look strong again, because like we have some changes in scrims that we are like not fully into yet, but we are experimenting with it. So we don't want to pull it off like today or Wednesday, but we probably should do Wednesday, since today didn't really look strong. But like next week, we agreed that we're gonna do these changes. That's gonna be good for the team's mental, and yeah, basically, we're not gonna let our coach draft anymore.
I'm happy with that. Do you want to take it? Because
I mean, I was going to take it an entirely different approach, so just keep it at this.
Okay, because this is going to be my last take on the interview. Jeppe. Okay, you guys are playing professionally. You guys are playing on NLC. And so far throughout Spring Split to Summer Split, there have been a lot of windows where you guys could have taken the game. You know that. You have shined. Pop has shined. Every single one individual of Singularity has had an opportunity to shine. The only problem is you guys are not shining together, and it seems to me that you guys don't believe in yourselves anymore. But you guys just need to believe in each other and see where it goes. And you telling me that you have something to work upon, that is great news for Singularity. And the ways you guys are talking, because when I had an interview with Pop, when I talked with you guys, everybody said, at least we're losing as friends, at least we're losing with Singularity. If it was not Singularity, this composition, we wouldn't be able to do it. You just need to take it to the next step and believe in yourselves and start winning, because this early game versus a team like Bifrost, out of nowhere, Jeppe, there's not a lot of teams that would be able to do that. So I'm really happy that you guys found some sort of staircase to go somewhere, and I hope it's somewhere good and brings you guys happiness. I'm not ending this interview with a question. I'm just ending it with I have hope in you in every single one. Thank you so much, Jeppe. Have a nice one. It is rough. It is rough for it is a dream, and you fight for that dream. But everybody's fighting for the same dream. Not everybody will be able to achieve that dream.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and it comes with the burden of competing competitively in anything you do. There will always be the people that are losing, but they're losing hard, and that is just how sports goes. And sometimes when you're at the bottom, you have to just continue to, at the very least, work hard, believe in yourself, like you were saying, to Jeppe. And hopefully for the SNG boys, underneath, I do make a lot of jokes about SNG. It's just the nature of how things are. But at the end of the day, these guys are still players on the Rift with feelings. They are people, crucially. And hopefully for them, this split can, at the very least, be a learning process for them, regardless of what's going on behind the scenes or on the Rift.
That was emotional. That was a lot, and I just don't think I have anything to top it off with.
There are a lot of teams from Division 2 that are hungry to go into Division 1. Yeah. They're looking into Singularity like, oh, this is the deer of the herd that we need to attack once we get into relegations. But we've seen this team shine individually, and if they get together and play as a team, who knows what's going to happen. And
they still haven't played M&M.
That's a great point.
Let's look into the standings to move on with the end of the day. JDXL are still undefeated at the top of it. Bifrost following it, and Astralis alongside with Dusty Riddle are really close.
This is just so balanced. It's like top 5-0, bottom 0-5. Next one 4-1, 1-4. I mean, it's
perfectly symmetrical.
It's all
That is wonderful. Yeah, as Thanos would be giving us the thumbs up right now, I believe.
I don't know if I'm proud or scared, but yeah.
Yeah, me too. I mean, realistically, I think the only thing that continues to remain a surprise is X7 remaining so low in the standings, not really picking up today. But again, I think that just came down to Riddle just having such a great read on the game and their draft. It was just a super impressive performance. So, I mean, I hope for X7's sake that we don't see more of these games, right? X7 as a roster, as the sort of organization that they've built themselves up to be, we have very high expectations of them. So if they don't meet these expectations, sometimes it's going to feel a lot worse than it is in the moment. But I still believe that at the very least, we'll see them at the top of the table towards the end of the split, like we expect them to be with your Bifrosts, with your JDXLs, and hey, hopefully even maybe a Charlotte Talent will show up this split.
But enough with today. I want to see what's going to happen on Wednesday on the next show for NLC. We're going to start up with Vanier versus Riddle Esports, M&M Gaming versus Nuriki, followed up by JDXL versus Bifrost. The top two teams fighting each other. X7 going on versus Astralis Talent. And the prediction, okay, Team Singularity versus Dusty.
I like this man's setup because there's no way Astralis that Jamada knew the schedule coming up here. So the fact Astralis goes against X7, that's just perfect. That's absolutely brilliant. And I think, you know, once again, X7 on the right side of, you know, they've had a rough time. Astralis at the same time, it has a decently rough time as well.
It's just not been consistent, right? I feel like that's the key word that we're going to consistently throw around. The word of litany, I suppose, is the word of litany.
Litany?
Yeah, do you know what litany is?
Do you know what litany means?
I'm not.
If you're asking Archer, I don't think Archer's going to. It's repetition.
Wow.
It's repetition. Well, Archer.
Well, I'm going to... Oh, no. Do we have play of the day?
We still have stuff to do, Archer. I know.
Yeah, I was about to end up the show after that one. Just what? Okay, thank you so much. Let's head on into the play of the day. It is not Jamada hitting me. It's NLC play of the day presented by MasterCard.
Yeah, it was Kerberos on the bottom side, getting the solo kill and then effectively just kind of continuing to mount all this pressure. And I know this one seems like a bit of an odd play of the day compared to what we typically see. But the reason why, to me, this is the play of the day is simply because Kerberos was so unbothered throughout the entirety of this game that I felt like that just kind of encapsulated his entire performance today. On the side lane, chilling, getting solo kills.
If you just speed it up, then Cyan will TP in, he'll get the turret, and like he'll just open up so much more. So there's definitely more to it as well, and I think we've had a day where some of the games have been incredibly slow, and it's taking some time for the final nail to be put in the coffin, but we've also had games like we just saw with, of course, with Bifrost and Singularity, that's just so clear-cut run through, but we're not really getting these huge direct plays coming in. It feels like it's these small movement, either through rotations that we see in a game like this with Kerberos, or just like that final fight faltering, like we saw against M&M and Astralis Talent too. So very diverse in terms of the plays and games we're getting.
What is your wrap-up for the day? Don't hate me, though.
Wow, do you think I would again?
Again? Oh,
like
so
back to back like that?
You admit. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't. It wasn't as harshly. I mean, yeah. I think the biggest takeaway, at least for me today, was Riddle's dismantling of X7. I know I might sound like a bit of a broken record, but that was genuinely...
You sound lit.
I don't think you can put it in a sentence like that. But that...
Again? What is up with this?
Yeah, I just think it was super impressive, and I think they're going to continue to be, as Riddle somehow always end up being, the dark horse of the league.
Okay, interesting.
Pretentious bastard.
It almost seems like they're suffering from pneumo-ultramicroscopic volcanicosilicoconiosis. Oh, you don't know that word, do you, Jamada?
What?
Yeah.
I didn't even hear what you said.
Pay attention to NLC, though, next time. Thank you so much from everyone back at home watching the show. We love you very much. And NLC, we'll see you again on Wednesday. See you soon, guys.